Fascism and Dictatorship. The Third International and the Problem of Fascism. Nicos Poulantzas. Introduction. Part 1, The Period of Fascism. Imperialism and Fascism. Monopoly capitalism and the imperialist chain. The German and Italian links of the chain I. Germany. 2. Italy. The period of Fascism and the Third International I. The Comintern's general view and its changes. Of course, the problem of the period and steps in the class struggle. 2. Immediate effects on the Comintern's analysis of Fascism. Conclusion, the transition to monopoly capitalism, and economic crisis. Part 2, Fascism and the class struggle. The political crisis, Fascism and the exceptional state. I. The problem and the Comintern. 2. Thalheimer, Gramsci, Trotsky. 3. The analytical framework, political crisis, class struggle, and the institutional system. The growth of fascism. Part 3, Fascism and the dominant classes. General propositions. I. Contradictions between dominant classes and dominant fractions of classes. 2. The crisis of hegemony. 3. Modifications in hegemony. 4. The breaking of representational ties, and the political parties. The ideological crisis. 6. The offensive by big capital and the power bloc on attack and defense. The steps in the process. 7. The fascist parties, fascism, and the dominant classes and class fractions, domination, hegemony, and the ruling class, the relative autonomy of fascism. Germany. I. The economic contradictions. 2. Big and medium capital, was fascism economically retrograde? 3. The crisis and the politico-ideological process. 4. The Nazi Party, Nazism, and the dominant classes and class fractions, hegemony and the ruling class. Italy. I. The economic contradictions. 2. Big capital and landowners. 3. The crisis and the politico-ideological process. 4. The fascist party, fascism, and the dominant classes and class fractions, hegemony and the ruling class. Part 4, Fascism and the working class. General propositions. I. Steps and characteristics of the process of defeat and the working class defensive. 2. Forms of the ideological crisis, the crisis of the revolutionary organizations. 3. Social democracy, class nature and function, policy, and the thesis of social fascism. 4. The communist parties and their policy, the turns of the Comintern and the strategy of alliances. The fascist organizations, fascism, and the working class, the condition of the working class under fascism. Germany. I. The process of defeat, the defensive and the politico-ideological crisis. 2. German social democracy. 3. The German Communist Party, KPD. 4. National Socialism and the working class. The Nazi organizations and the working class. The condition of the working class under Nazism, the questions of the fascist trade unions. Italy. I. The process of defeat and the defensive. 2. The politico-ideological crisis, Sorel and revolutionary syndicalism. 3. Italian social democracy and the maximalists. 4. The Italian Communist Party, PCI. The Bordiga tendency and party policy. Gramsci and the workers' councils, the Comintern, the trade union question and the problem of the union party relation. Fascism and the working class. Fascist organizations and the working class. The condition of the working class under fascism, the CGL and the fascist trade unionists. Appendix, the USSR and the Comintern. Part 5, Fascism and the petty bourgeoisie. The class nature of the petty bourgeoisie and petty bourgeois ideology. General propositions. I. Monopoly capitalism and the petty bourgeoisie, its economic situation. 2. The political crisis and the petty bourgeoisie as a social force, the fascist parties and the interests of the petty bourgeoisie. 3. The ideological crisis and fascist ideology, imperialist ideology and petty bourgeois ideology. 4. The condition of the petty bourgeoisie under fascism. Germany. Italy. Part 6, Fascism and the countryside. Classes in the countryside. General propositions. I. The economic situation in the countryside. 2. The politico-ideological crisis. 3. The fascist parties, fascism, and the peasant classes, town and countryside. 4. Monopoly capitalism and the countryside, the condition of the peasant classes under fascism, Germany, Italy. Part 7, the fascist state. The state apparatus and the ideological apparatuses I Gramsci. 2. Ideological apparatuses as state apparatuses. 3. Branches of the repressive state apparatus, characteristics of the ideological state apparatuses, the exceptional state and the fascist state, type of state, form of state and form of regime, general propositions on the exceptional state I, forms of state intervention. 2. Modification in the relations between the repressive apparatus and the ideological apparatuses. 3. The displacement of the dominant branch or apparatus. 4. Modifications in the juridical system, regulation and limits. V. Significance of modifications in the electoral principle, on the single-party system. 6. The extent of bureaucratization. 7. Centralism and internal contradictions, parallel networks and transmission belts, general propositions on the fascist state as a form of exceptional regime I. The established system. 2. The rise of fascism within the state apparatuses, Germany I. The rise of fascism. 2. The established system, Italy I. The rise of fascism. 2. The established system. Forward. Dylan Riley. Fascism and dictatorship in context. Why would a Greek communist, Poulantzas had joined the KKE as a student in Paris, write a long and difficult book about interwar fascism in the heady days of the late 60s? One, to answer this question requires placing the work at the intersection of two major external historical events, and Poulantzas's own intellectual development. Fascism and Dictatorship was written in the aftermath of the 1967 military coup in Greece, and the student uprising of May 1968 in Paris. While the coup prompted him to carefully specify a typology of authoritarian regimes in reaction to what he saw as the erroneous but widely held view on the Greek left that the regime was fascist, the May events brought home the urgency of an explicit treatment of revolutionary strategy. 2. Fascism and dictatorship, in addition to its connection to the conjuncture of the late 60s, must also be understood in relationship to its author's intellectual biography. Following his legal training, Poulantzas's initial project was to blend existentialism with the philosophy of law. It was only in the later 60s that he emerged as a theorist of the state, with the publication of Political Power and Social Classes. In this text, Poulantzas dealt with fascism in the context of some extremely interesting, but highly abstract, remarks on the concept of totalitarianism. However, its main thrust was to establish the fundamental characteristics of the capitalist state, which Poulantzas treated in an openly functionalist way, arguing that all capitalist states had the dual task of preventing the political organization of the dominated classes, and of organizing the dominant class. 3. In part because of his ambition to identify the common features of all these states, Poulantzas neglected the problem of explaining their different forms. In particular, he never posed the question of the conditions under which capitalist societies might be ruled through dictatorship or democracy, to paraphrase Barrington Moore. Fascism and dictatorship attempted to address part of this problem, to explain the conditions under which capitalist classes might abandon parliamentary procedures and embrace dictatorship. Poulantzas's book has three foci. It seeks to establish the causes and consequences of fascism in Italy and Germany, it seeks to locate fascism as a type of capitalist state, and finally it seeks to analyze the relationship between the rise of fascism and Comintern policy in the 20s and 30s. 4. These issues are linked, since, for Poulantzas, the Comintern's incorrect economistic understanding of fascism underlay a series of strategic errors, which were in turn part of the causal process by which fascism came to power. Accordingly, fascism and dictatorship continually shifts between two levels of analysis. It is both a political sociology of the rise of fascism, and a running critique of Marxist theories of it. Fascism and dictatorship unfolds in 7 parts. The text opens with 2 introductory studies, the period of fascism, situating the phenomenon in relationship to the geopolitics of interwar Europe, and Fascism and the Class Struggle, which identifies, within the international context, the specific pattern of class struggle that produced fascist regimes. Following these relatively brief sections are 4 longer analyses devoted to the connection between fascism and social classes, fascism and the dominant classes, fascism and the working class, fascism and the petty bourgeoisie, and fascism and the countryside. The book ends with the fascist state, which offers a typology of the exceptional capitalist state and locates fascist regimes within it. What is the central argument? Poulantzas claims that fascist regimes arose in interwar Europe from the political disintegration of the German and Italian dominant classes, combined with a failed revolutionary breakthrough by the working class. In short, the 2 principal classes of capitalism, the major owners of means of production and industrial workers, failed in their respective bids to establish hegemony over German and Italian society. This double failure set free small producers, traders, and salaried employees, the petty bourgeoisie, to act as an autonomous social force in the fascist parties. Small agrarian producers and the agricultural proletariat played a similar, but less important, role for Poulantzas. Fascism then emerged as the political organization of the petty bourgeoisie, carrying it to power, and allowing it to act as the class in charge of the state. In this capacity it re-established the hegemony of big monopoly capital before retreating from the scene as the fascist party itself became increasingly subordinated by both the state and capital. If this is the general claim, how is it developed in Poulantzas's book? The period of fascism. Poulantzas, in a modification of Horkheimer's famous dictum, writes that he who does not wish to discuss imperialism, should stay silent on the subject of fascism. 5. The rise of imperialism, which Poulantzas sees as rooted in the emergence of large monopoly enterprises, monopoly capital, whose productive capacities outstrip the domestic market, requires an interventionist rather than liberal state and produces a new dominant ideology shot through with social Darwinism. 6. This transition to the imperialist stage of capitalism forms the general context within which fascist regimes arise. While this transformation from liberal to imperialist capitalism was general, fascist regimes emerged only in Italy and Germany, defined as the next 2 weakest links of the imperialist chain after Russia. 7. Because Bismarck, and therefore the landed aristocracy, unified Germany, the bourgeoisie, although economically strong, remained politically weak. 8. Furthermore, agriculture remained backward. After the war, productivity in this sector reattained 1913 levels only in 1929. These internal problems made access to world markets particularly important for German industry. And yet, again as a consequence of its lateness, Germany was prevented from carving out a colonial empire for herself. 9. In sum, Germany needed colonies but faced seemingly insuperable obstacles to securing them. Germany's advanced economic development was one of the basic elements of this weakness, because, given its limited home market, German industry's hothouse development only exacerbated the country's economic disequilibrium. 10. In Italy the bourgeoisie was economically weak but politically strong. Unlike Germany, where the landed aristocracy unified the country, in Italy the bourgeoisie did so. However, unification could only be accomplished if the bourgeoisie had decisive political weight over the southern landowners. 11. Thus, the Italian bourgeoisie paid for its precocious hegemony by maintaining feudalism in the south. The southern agraria allowed the northern bourgeoisie to run the state as long as it did not pursue agrarian reform. In any case, the economic consequences of this different political configuration were the same as in Germany, a restricted home market together with a highly state-dependent industrial sector. The 2 cases, to summarize Poulantzas's argument, are similar in their position within the imperialist chain of states. Both were latecomers to the imperial game, and their leaderships pursued strategies of development that tended to exacerbate rather than ameliorate the disequilibrium between industrial production and domestic demand. Poulantzas then turns to an analysis and critique of Comintern theories of fascism. Initially, the Third International attributed the rise of fascism in Italy to economic backwardness, and the Comintern confidently concluded that fascism would not come to Germany. 12. When this prediction proved false, the Comintern argued, in flat contradiction to its previous analysis of Italy, that National Socialism was an expression of the rotten ripe character of German capitalism. 13. These incompatible explanations, fascism growing out of both backwardness and rotten ripeness, expressed an underlying economism that tried to link fascism directly to a particular stage of capitalist development. This point is much the same as Trotsky's. Economism vitiated Communist Party strategy throughout the interwar period. In the early 20s, the economistic interpretation of imperialism led to the conclusion that revolution was on the agenda in the European imperialist countries. But this analysis lacked any specific understanding of the concrete conjuncture of the class struggle. 14. Economism continued during the rightist period of relative stabilization in the mid-20s, but was used to make an opposite political argument. The communist parties had shifted away from ultra-leftism to an equally debilitating ultra-rightism. Finally, after the Sixth Congress of 1928, which canonized the notorious idea of equivalence between social democracy and fascism, the Comintern declared the opening of a third period, in which revolution was again held to be on the agenda everywhere. These theoretical confusions led to a series of strategic misunderstandings. Fascism appeared variously as a passing episode, a positive development indicating the weakness of the bourgeoisie, a counter-revolution against a proletarian advance, or, finally, a necessary stage in the development of socialism. 15. The correct approach to this problem, according to Poulantzas, was Lenin's. He had emphasized that in the period of imperialism, both interstate and interclass conflicts would be heightened. From this starting point he drew the conclusion that class struggle would be particularly decisive in determining outcomes for all the countries in the imperialist chain. Thus, Lenin explained the conditions under which the contingency of class struggle would be of decisive importance. By thus inscribing a theory of the specific importance of class struggle within a particular stage of capitalist development, he could break with economism, lay the foundations for an adequate theoretical and strategic response to the challenge of fascism, and retain impeccable Marxist credentials. Fascism and the class struggle. The second section of Poulantzas's book focuses directly on class struggle. It contains two brief chapters that define the character of the political crisis to which fascism was a response, and sketch out a periodization. The first of these chapters specifies the fascist state as a type of exceptional capitalist state. The author rejects both Thalheimer and Gramsci's analysis of fascism as Bonapartism or Caesarism respectively. They incorrectly explain fascism as the result of a stalemate among the working class and the bourgeoisie. Poulantzas holds instead that the working class had already been thoroughly defeated by the time fascism came to power. 16. For Poulantzas, as for Trotsky, fascism does not correspond to a class equilibrium, but to a total defeat of the working class. Finally, Poulantzas provides a schematic periodization through which all fascist regimes pass, the period from the start of the process to the point of no return, the period from the point of no return until fascism comes into power, the first period of fascism in power, and finally the period of fascist stabilization. As I explained below, each of these periods is associated with a specific balance of power among the proletariat, the petty bourgeoisie and big monopoly capital. Fascism and the dominant classes. The core of fascism and dictatorship consists of parts 3 through 6, which are devoted to explaining the relationship between fascism and social classes. Each section begins with a general conceptual discussion, followed by 2 case studies. Poulantzas's argument can be thought of as 3 superimposed curves of hegemonic development, a descending curve that describes the development of the working class as it retreats from its ambitious revolutionary goals of the immediate post-war period to increasingly economic demands, an ascending curve that describes the development of monopoly capital as it moves from an economic corporate phase to a more political one, and a parabola that describes the hegemonic rise and subsequent fall of the petty bourgeoisie. Intersecting the 3 curves are 2 key turning points around which Poulantzas's narrative is organized, the point of no return and the seizure of power. Figure 1. The central argument of fascism and dictatorship. Poulantzas argues that fascism, in the first place, corresponds to a crisis of hegemony within the dominant class. A functioning capitalist state requires a specific sector or fraction of the capitalist class to assume a dominant political position, which determines the character of the power block. As he puts it, the power block, like every other alliance, does not generally consist of classes and fractions of equal importance, sharing the crumbs of power among themselves. It can only function on a regular basis insofar as the dominant class or fraction of a class imposes its own particular domination on the other members of the alliance in power, in short insofar as it succeeds in imposing its hegemony and cementing them together under its leadership. 17. During the conjuncture of fascism, this process of bloc formation fails. Instead, the dominant class's relationship to its erstwhile political representatives frays, while multiple informal channels of communication between the dominant class and the state proliferate, leading to a split between formal and real power. 18. Eventually, under the aegis of fascism, a new hegemonic fraction of the dominant class emerges, big monopoly capital or finance capital, around which a new power block forms. 19. On this basis, Poulantzas attempts to more closely specify the relationship between fascism and the dominant class in different periods. In the first period, from the start of the process to the point of no return, fascism forms a loose alliance with some members of the dominant class. However, the dominant class as a whole prefers other parties to the fascist party. In the second period, from the point of no return until fascism comes to power, the party presides over an alliance of the petty bourgeoisie and big monopoly capital. In the third period, the first period of fascism in power, the petty bourgeoisie makes its debut as the class in charge of the state, but real power lies in the hands of monopoly capital. Finally, in the period of the stabilization of fascism, monopoly capital establishes its hegemony and achieves the status of ruling class. 20. To summarize Poulantzas's general analysis here, fascism arises from a crisis of hegemony within the dominant class. Furthermore, it fulfills the function of raising big monopoly capital to the dominant position, around which the power bloc reforms through the conduit of a period of petty bourgeois leadership. How does Poulantzas use this scheme to understand the rise of fascism in Germany and Italy? Consider first the German case. According to the author, there were three main conflicts between the classes and fractions of classes in power in the period leading up to the collapse of the Brüning government in 1930. 21. The first conflict was between the bourgeoisie and the large-scale landowners. 22. Here, there were three major sources of tension: the overall decline of agriculture as a share of Germany's GDP, the government fixing of rent on land, which led to a transfer of surplus from agriculture to industry, and the growing indebtedness of big agriculturists to finance capital as mechanization proceeded. 23. A second conflict pitted big monopoly capital against medium capital. 24. A third economic conflict occurred within big monopoly capital between banking capital and industry. 25. Nazi economic policy, according to Poulantzas, was able to establish the hegemony of big monopoly capital while at the same time providing substantial benefits to medium capital through the general stimulus to the economy provided by rearmament, and through specific policies designed to protect smaller firms. 26. Breaking with the official Comintern definition of fascism as the dictatorship of the most reactionary, chauvinist, and imperialist elements of finance capital, Poulantzas argues that fascism in Germany in fact was based on a reconstituted power bloc, an effective reorganization and redistribution of the balance of forces among the dominant classes and fractions. 27. Indeed, as Poulantzas points out, this reorganization was made possible by the rapid tempo of economic development under the Nazis. Thus, as he writes, Nazism represented industrial development, technological innovation, and an increase in the productivity of labor, but all while promoting the expanded reproduction of the conditions of capitalist production, that is reinforcing class exploitation and domination. 28. German fascism, in a basic economic sense, was clearly a progressive development for Poulantzas. Poulantzas then turns to discuss the political crisis that he sees as rooted in these intradominant class conflicts. During the early 20s, big monopoly capital established its economic domination but failed to secure political hegemony. Instead, each fraction of capital pursued its interests through different parties and ministries. The brief Cuno ministry was a direct emanation from big capital. The Centre Party, the Democrats, and the Bavarian Catholics represented light industry. The large landowners organized themselves in the German Nationalists 29. Underneath this fragmented political scene, direct economic pressure groups and paramilitary organizations sought to influence the executive. 30. The analysis then turns to the ideological crisis affecting the power alliance. 31. Germany's path to capitalism, running through Bismarck's revolution from above, blocked the German bourgeoisie from forming a specific ideology to dominate the German social formation. 32. In short, there was only a weak tradition of German liberalism. When the possibility to establish a liberal ideology appeared during the Weimar period, it was already too late for three reasons: the catastrophic humiliation of the Versailles Treaty, the threat of revolution embodied in the November uprising, and the general transition away from liberalism accompanying the rise of monopoly capitalism. 33. As a result, an ideological crisis ensued within the dominant classes, pitting technocratic imperialist principles against feudal romantic philosophy. This ideological struggle within the power bloc became ever more acute during the first period of the rise of fascism. 34. Fascism resolved these various economic, political, and ideological conflicts. As Poulantzas states, with the coming to power of National Socialism, the political hegemony of big capital was secured, the dislocation between political hegemony and economic domination was resolved, and the growth of its big capital's economic domination accelerated. 35. This occurred in two periods, a first in which the petty bourgeoisie acted as the ruling class, and a second in which the party was subordinated to the state and the petty bourgeoisie shifted to the position of a supporting class. 36. The economic conflicts within the power bloc in Italy were more severe than in Germany for two reasons. First, the split between big capital and the large landholders was deeper since Italian agriculture was truly semi-feudal, and regional divisions between the big agrarians and the industrialists were more pronounced. 37. Furthermore, the conflict between medium and big capital was sharper, primarily because medium capital was stronger in Italy than in Germany. 38. Finally, the conflict within big capital between banks and industry was also more severe because banking retained a more speculative character in the Latin country. 39. Due to this balance of forces, Poulantzas claims that resistance to the hegemony of big capital mounted by both medium capital and the landowners was stronger in Italy than in Germany. Accordingly, parliamentary government, here implicitly equated with the interests of small and medium capital, lasted longer and was abolished definitively only in 1925. 40. Furthermore, there was no dramatic rupture between the political representatives of medium capital and their social base, as there was in Germany. The rise of Italian fascism was much more continuous and gradual than National Socialism, reflecting the generally weaker position of monopoly capital in Italy. 41. Poulantzas also emphasizes Italy's distinctiveness in the realm of ideology. Mazzinian bourgeois liberals, not landowners, unified the Italian peninsula, meaning that liberalism was stronger throughout the 20s and 30s in Italy than in Germany. The ideological crisis of the 1920s in Italy thus pitted a transformed liberal ideology against a Catholic feudal ideology with very little input from the agrarians. 42. Fascism, to summarize, arose in the context of a particularly fragmented dominant class in both Italy and Germany. During the period of stabilization it reconstituted the power bloc around big monopoly capital, but the precise nature of this transition was determined by the strength of big monopoly capital itself. Where it was strong, as in Germany, the transition was abrupt and radical. Where big monopoly capital was weaker, as in Italy, the transition was more gradual. Fascism and the working class. Part 4 of Fascism and Dictatorship traces the relationship between working class mobilization and fascism. This process follows the reverse course from the drive to hegemony that describes the arc of big monopoly capital. Thus, The rise of fascism corresponds to a significant failure by the working class to achieve the political objectives imposed by and attainable in a situation of open crisis. 43. This failure leads the working class to revert to a series of economic demands while abandoning broader political engagements. At the same time, the struggle of the bourgeoisie against the working class assumes an increasingly political nature. 44. Poulantzas then traces the ideological crisis within the revolutionary organizations of the working class. The rise of fascism corresponds to a split between revolutionary organizations, tacitly equated with the Italian and German communist parties, and the working class. Furthermore, defeat of the revolutionary movement creates an ideological crisis in which petty bourgeois ideologies come to inflect revolutionary organizations, manifesting themselves in anarchism, spontaneism, putschist jacquerie, and left opportunism. 45. The analysis then turns to a discussion of the role of social democracy in the rise of fascism. Poulantzas argues that the rise of fascism characteristically saw the persistence and extension of the influence of social democracy on the working class. 46. During its seizure of power, fascist groups repress working class organizations physically, but after the establishment of the regime, repression is always governed by its ideological function. 47. This ideology goes through two phases. In the first phase, the working class side of fascist ideology is very strong. 48. In the second, this left wing of fascism is defeated and the new authentically petty bourgeois ideology of corporatism replaces it. 49. The process of working class defeat in Germany begins with the crushing of the Spartacist uprising in 1918 and 1919 and continues through the early 20s until the 1923 Kuno strikes. 50. The defeat of this last action opened a period of stabilization with real, but not revolutionary, gains on the part of workers, universal suffrage, the 8-hour day, factory committees, rights of association for agricultural workers and basic democratic liberties. 51. This period lasted until 1927, when fascism began to emerge as a mass movement. After this point, and with increasing intensity following the 1929 crisis, the working class itself underwent a twofold ideological crisis. First, the KPD, Germany's Communist Party, began to behave like a social democratic party. At the same time, the working class was influenced by the ideology of the petty bourgeoisie in revolt. 52. The NSDAP, Germany's Nazi party, exploited this degeneration by making seemingly radical appeals to the working class through the paramilitary SA and in the fascist unions. 53. Poulantzas's analysis then turns to a consideration of the policies of the SPD, Germany's Social Democratic Party, and the KPD. Both parties suffered, in different ways, from economism. In the SPD this manifested in a shift toward a purely economic struggle, the refusal to use the Reichsbanner, and the party's obscene collaboration with the NSDAP during the Festival of Labor on May 1, 1933. 54. The KPD, in contrast, labored under the shibboleth of social fascism, the idea that social democracy was the left wing of fascism. This prevented the party from establishing a rank-and-file united front in which cooperation could have been built between the social democratic masses and the KPD. 55. Theoretically, Poulantzas argues that this strategic error was rooted in economist catastrophism, which, it was held, would bring the majority of the working class into the ranks of the KPD. 56. Poulantzas then turns to a more direct analysis of the relationship between National Socialism and the working class. In the period before the Nazi seizure of power, the party had a weak foothold, especially among organized workers. 57. Still, with its left wing, the Strasser brothers, the NSDAP was able to neutralize working class militancy. 58. Furthermore, during their seizure of power, the Nazis concentrated on the political organizations of the left but left the unions largely intact. During the regime, Poulantzas argues, Nazism offered full employment to the working class and successfully pursued a strategy of internal differentiation by encouraging wage dispersion. 59. Importantly, the Nazis maintained a union apparatus indicating that the bourgeois state can in principle do without an ideological apparatus of the party type especially intended for the working class, but it is absolutely incapable of doing without a trade union-type apparatus. 60. Had Poulantzas lived into the neoliberal era, one might wonder whether he would have retained this view. There was an open crisis in Italy and perhaps an objectively revolutionary situation in the immediate post-war period, with land and factory seizures and the flowering of Soviet organizations across the country. 61. Yet here the collapse of the revolutionary wave did not lead to a period of relative stabilization, as in Germany in the 20s, but directly to the rise of fascism. Two distinctive features of Italy stand out. First, the politico-ideological crisis of the working class did not take the form of a reformist and bureaucratized social democratic party. Rather, in Italy the crisis manifested itself in revolutionary syndicalism and socialist maximalism. Syndicalism tried to develop a political strategy resting directly on unions and circumventing the institution of the party. Poulantzas emphasizes the influence of Sorel's ideas on a group of radical socialist intellectuals in the first decade of the 20th century, and registers the trajectory of many of these figures from socialism to fascism. 62. Maximalism, in contrast, was similar to the economic catastrophism of the KPD, an expectant waiting for the revolutionary cataclysm, combined with a complete absence of concrete preparation. 63. Poulantzas then turns to the strategic errors of the PCI, Italy's Communist Party, which he divides into two. The Bordiga group espoused infantile leftism, a less dire condition than the sham ultra-leftism of the KPD. Still, like the KPD, in the period after 1923, the Bordiga wing of the PCI failed to understand that after 1921, the Italian working class was on the defensive. 64. Poulantzas has a more positive view of Gramsci, who seems to have understood the correct relationship between economic and political struggle. 65. Generally, however, the Comintern in the 20s was unable to clarify the relationship between the economic and the political struggle. 66. The key problem here is that it failed to emphasize the strategic importance of workers' councils as the organizational link between economics and politics. 67. Poulantzas then provides a brief sketch of the working class under fascism, pointing out that the general strategy of Italian fascism was similar to its German counterpart, fragmentation. But the author also notes the relative failure of Italian fascism to penetrate the working class. 68. Poulantzas's Italian chapter is then followed by a strange and opaque appendix devoted to the USSR and the Comintern, whose central claim is that economism and the abandonment of proletarian internationalism were a result of the consolidation of a Soviet bourgeoisie during the late 20s. 69. Fascism and the petty bourgeoisie. The fifth section of Poulantzas's book examines the relationship between fascism and the petty bourgeoisie, a notoriously thorny social category. He begins by distinguishing between the old and the new petty bourgeoisie. The first consists of small-scale producers and traders, historical remainders that derive from pre-capitalist modes of production. Alongside it is a new petty bourgeoisie made up of non-productive salaried employees and government workers. 70. The two groups form part of the same social class not because of their common position in the relations of production, but because their different economic positions generally have the same effects at the political and ideological level. 71. Since this class issues from different economic positions and becomes a political actor through ideological and political processes, it is strategically central because its political orientation depends on the organizations, strategies, and ideological struggles of the two main social classes in capitalist society, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. 72. This does not mean that the petty bourgeoisie is, ideologically, a blank slate. It is attracted instead to three ideological elements: status quo anti-capitalism, which demands equal access to private property in the case of the old petty bourgeoisie, and income redistribution and social justice in the case of the new petty bourgeoisie, the myth of the latter, which takes the form of a demand for a renewal of the elites in the case of the old petty bourgeoisie, and of meritocracy in the new petty bourgeoisie, and, finally, power fetishism, a belief in a neutral and beneficent state which stands above social classes. 73. After this general discussion, Poulantzas locates the petty bourgeoisie more precisely in the historical context of the interwar period. The period of monopoly capitalism produces an economic crisis in both the old and new petty bourgeoisie. The old petty bourgeoisie is threatened with pauperization as competition from larger, more competitive, producers drives out small business. The new petty bourgeoisie, in contrast, expands because of the need for educated workers in both state and private enterprise. Nonetheless, this group also suffers from increased unemployment. 74 In the political and ideological crisis immediately after the war, a large part of the petty bourgeoisie clearly swings over to the side of the working class. 75 However, this alliance fails because of the defeat of the working class in the objectively revolutionary situation following the First World War, and the lack of a specific communist policy of alliance with the petty bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeoisie then shifts its support towards social democracy during the period of stabilization. 76 Subsequently, the petty bourgeoisie becomes disillusioned with social democracy, as well, because it fails to defend the petty bourgeoisie's interests. 77 As the petty bourgeoisie detaches itself from the working class following the latter's descending hegemonic arc, it becomes available for a new alliance with big monopoly capital. However, initially this alliance fails because the political organizations of the dominant class are themselves undergoing a crisis of representation. The existing bourgeois parties thus, just like the working class parties, are unable to incorporate the petty bourgeoisie. The Fascist Party emerges as the organizational vehicle of the petty bourgeoisie. The party represents the petty bourgeoisie in a particular way, however. Its ties to the class are organizational and ideological rather than based on real class interests. In the first place, the petty bourgeoisie constitutes the overwhelming majority of the staff of the Fascist Party. This, claims Poulantzas, distinguishes them from the bourgeois parties which traditionally represent the petty bourgeoisie. 78 Secondly, the fascist parties represent the petty bourgeoisie in the ideological sense. 79 Meaning they espouse status quo anti-capitalism and power fetishism. The historical role of fascism in any case is to achieve an alliance between big capital and the petty bourgeoisie. 80 Fascism plays this role by replacing the dominant bourgeois ideology with a petty bourgeois ideological sub-ensemble, which cements back together the social formations in question. 81 This replacement is possible because of a deep compatibility between petty bourgeois ideology and the ideology of the dominant class in the period of imperialism. Poulantzas identifies 11 points of compatibility ranging from statolatry based on the petty bourgeoisie's power fetishism and the dominant class's need for an interventionist state in the age of imperialism, to a corporatism that is based on both the guild utopia of the petty bourgeoisie and the subordination of medium to large capital which reflects the interests of big monopoly capital. 82 Fascism has a twofold economic effect on the petty bourgeoisie. By promoting the interests of big capital, fascism harms both the traditional and the new petty bourgeoisie because it exacerbates the crisis that was already underway after the war. However, one of the most important developments in the fascist period is the expansion of state employment, which partially compensates for the economic pressures created by concentration of capital. As Poulantzas argues, this was one of the reasons for the support the petty bourgeoisie gave to the fascist state. 83 Indeed, he suggests that there were even tendencies within fascism for the petty bourgeoisie to develop as a state bourgeoisie. 84 The historical material in this section is briefer, and more sketchily presented than for the other classes. The old petty bourgeoisie in Germany substantially declines in the early decades of the 20th century, while the new petty bourgeoisie fluctuates between 17 and 14% of the population between 1907 and 1933. 85 During the Wilhelmine period a transformed feudal ideology dominates the petty bourgeoisie as a whole. 86 In the period from the war's end until 1923, many petty bourgeoisie went over to communism, but thereafter they shifted first to social democracy, and then to National Socialism. 87 The Italian petty bourgeoisie differs ideologically from its German counterpart because instead of a transformed feudal ideology, the petty bourgeoisie first rallied to a Garibaldian ideology. Then subsequently to communism after the war, followed by social democracy and fascism. 88 Due to the lack of feudal ideological residues in Italy, fascist ideology takes a different form than in Germany. with the relative absence of the anti-Semitic and racist aspect and the greater importance of liberal nationalism. 89 Poulantzas also argues that the social makeup of the Italian Fascist Party diverges from National Socialism. While the medium and higher level cadres of the party were overwhelmingly drawn from the petty bourgeoisie, because of its organizational links to the working class and because of its ideology, the Fascist Party had a higher proportion of members both of really bourgeois origin and of proletarian origin than the National Socialist Party. 90. Fascism and the countryside. The sixth section of Poulantzas' book addresses the connection between fascism and the rural class struggle. The analysis is broadly parallel to that of the petty bourgeoisie. In the period immediately after the war, the agricultural proletariats of both Germany and Italy shift to the left, but as a consequence of the failure of either the socialists or the communists to strike an alliance with the agrarian lower classes on the basis of land reform, these groups subsequently move right. The fascist parties make demagogic appeals to rural direct producers on the basis of an ideology of the defense of the countryside against the cities. 91 Fascism in power, however, does nothing for peasants or for the rural proletariat. The regime subordinate the interests of small holders to those of large owners and monopoly capital, and the agrarian proletariat suffers wage cuts in both cases. 92. The fascist state. The final section of Poulantzas' book locates the fascist state as a type of capitalist state. Fascist states are capitalist states because they retain the relative separation of the economic from the political, and the relative autonomy of the state from the dominant class and fractions characteristic of all such states. 93 The fascist state, further, is an exceptional capitalist state because it acts to reorganize hegemony and the power block through a suspension of the relative autonomy of the ideological state apparatus from the repressive state apparatuses, and the relative autonomy of different ideological apparatuses from one another. 94 Finally, the fascist state is a particular type of exceptional capitalist state. Its specificity consists in the existence of a party formally outside the state that pressures the state apparatus proper, as well as the emergence of a political police within the administration. 95 The party has the task of reconsolidating the hegemony of the dominant class, as well as reconsolidating a state apparatus weakened by the dislocation of formal and real power in the period prior to the rise of fascism. The case studies in this section establish the decisive importance of the fascist parties in both Italy and Germany. Their role, according to Poulantzas, is both to re-establish the unity of the state apparatus, and to organize the alliance between the petty bourgeoisie and big monopoly capital characteristic of fascism. Poulantzas then interprets the declining importance of the party as a result of the declining importance of the petty bourgeoisie within the fascist power bloc as big monopoly capital increasingly comes to the fore. Such is the general argument of fascism and dictatorship. It places the rise of fascism in the context of three intersecting arcs of hegemonic development, and assigns these regimes the role of establishing the hegemony of big monopoly capital. Distinctively, Poulantzas explains fascism as the result of a political crisis affecting all classes of capitalist society, not as an expression or tool of monopoly capital. How was this analysis received? Fascism and dictatorship, immediate reception. Initial reactions to Poulantzas' book were mixed. American social science proved utterly unable to grasp the book's arguments. In a snarky and silly review, A. James Greger praised Poulantzas' recognition of high growth under fascism, but concluded that the author had failed to recognize that his analysis was incompatible with Marxism. 96 A more good-natured reaction in contemporary sociology was equally intellectually empty. 97 Part of the problem is that these readers assumed that a Marxist approach to fascism must attempt to establish a close personal link between fascist movements and parties and major industrialists. Thus, to the extent that Poulantzas rejected this framing, he must not really be Marxist. This reception is interesting in what it shows about the intellectual context of the late 70s. For scholars of my generation, it's tempting to regard this decade as a distant golden age of Marxist theorizing and debate. But competence in Marxist debates on the state was quite rare even at that time, and was mostly the purview of younger, less established scholars. As these reactions show, it was common for professional social scientists to demonstrate in published work total incompetence in dealing with such arguments. Anson G. Rabienbach, one of the co-founders of New German Critique, offered a much more serious analysis, together with a precise encapsulation of Poulantzas's political project. Rabienbach claimed that Poulantzas's book was an unsuccessful combination of Marxified structural functionalism with Maoist voluntarism. He saw this as an intellectual reflection of the conditions of the 70s, in which the eclipse of the radical opposition in the West has forced the now somewhat jaded generation of the 1960s to seek its Red Star over China 98. Jane Kaplan provided by far the most serious historical critique, however. After a precise and sympathetic exposition of Poulantzas's argument, Kaplan pointed out that for Germany, Poulantzas had failed to establish his periodization, which, to recall, postulated a first period of fascism in power characterized by instability and ambiguity as the petty bourgeoisie and big capital jostled for position, followed by a period of fascist stabilization in which fascism is purified of its class origins. 99 Kaplan's central point was that there was no period of fascist stabilization, at least not in Germany. Indeed, after 1938, German fascism became less, not more, stable. As she characterized the situation, research into the workings of the Nazi government has strongly suggested that it was characterized by an extreme diffusion and dislocation of authority, and a highly disordered proliferation of agencies and hierarchies. 100 Furthermore, Poulantzas's failure to grasp the developmental character of the regime led him to completely neglect one of its most obvious features, the drive to unleash a European-wide war. 101 The most intense theoretical engagement with Poulantzas's book came from Ecobedo Laca, an Argentinian historian and political theorist who would later win world renown for his text, co-authored with Chantal Mouffe, Hegemony and Socialist Strategy. Laca agreed with much of Poulantzas's argument, but claimed that it suffered from a debilitating class reductionist, although not economistic, analysis of ideology. Poulantzas, Laca argued, treated ideologies as ensembles of elements, each of which could be assigned to a particular social class. From this perspective, liberalism was the ideology of the bourgeoisie in the phase of competitive capitalism, whereas nationalism, racism, and statolatry were elements of the bourgeoisie, and also the petty bourgeoisie, in the phase of imperialism. 102 Poulantzas's analytic procedure was exactly the reverse of the correct synthetic procedure, and led to a mistaken political strategy, argued Laca. In fact, the elements of ideology had no necessary class belonging, but the articulation of those elements in a concrete ideological discourse was class-determined. 103 Having failed to correctly specify the class character of ideologies, Poulantzas had drawn incomplete and partially incorrect strategic lessons from the fascist experience. The author was right, according to Laca, to assign the failure of revolutionary socialism in the immediate post-war period to economism. This undermined the Communist Party's ability to establish an alliance with the petty bourgeoisie, thereby throwing open the door to a petty bourgeoisie, big capital alliance. But, Laca argued, Poulantzas had left economism itself unexplained. In fact, he argued, economism was rooted in class reductionism, the attempt to link every ideological element to a specific class. This, in turn, was linked to the class practices of the workers' movement before the First World War. 104 At this early stage of development, it was natural for working class organizations to emphasize their separation from all aspects of bourgeois culture. However, this had the unfortunate consequence of ignoring the autonomy of popular democratic interpolations from class connotations. 105 By abandoning the terrain of popular democratic struggle, both the reformist socialists and the communists bore a heavy responsibility for the rise of fascism. In clear anticipation of Eurocommunism, Laca argues that the strategic lesson of fascism was the need to combine the struggle for socialism with the struggle for democracy. 106 Laca's emphasis on popular democratic interpolations led him to revise Poulantzas in a further way. For Poulantzas, the political line that communists should have pursued immediately after the war was to support the development of workers' councils that would link the political and economic dimensions of the class struggle. 107 for Lacka, 108 in contrast, the correct political line was to demand a constituent assembly, which would complete the process of democratic revolution that had been left unfinished by both Bismarck and Cavour. These divergent reactions all, however, agreed on one central point, that Poulantzas had correctly identified in economism the central intellectual and strategic problem in both Comintern's strategy and in previous studies of fascism. 109 Thus, Rabenbach acknowledged the validity of this judgment but chided Poulantzas for its restricted character. 110 Kaplan praised Poulantzas for rejecting any crudely economistic correlation of class and state. 111 Lacka, finally, sought to extend Poulantzas's critique of economism to a broader assault on class reductionism. 112 This raises a question which I return to below: is it plausible to attribute the failure of socialist strategy in the interwar period to economism? Fascism and Dictatorship, Influence on Later Studies. To precisely gauge the impact of Poulantzas's book on later studies, it is useful to compare its reception with that of Barrington Moore's Social Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy, another broadly Marxist analysis of the rise of fascism, with many similarities to fascism and dictatorship. Moore's book had collected over 8,000 citations by 2017 and is an obligatory reference for any scholar wading into the political sociology of authoritarianism or democracy. Its intellectual progeny is accordingly numerous: Goldstone, Evans, Mahoney, Page, Skocpol, Rushimier, Stevens and Zeitlin, just to name the most illustrious. Fascism and Dictatorship, in contrast, has garnered thus far a respectable but comparatively modest, 445 citations. More significantly, perhaps, within mainstream American political sociology, the book remains largely uncited and unread. Two reasons for this difference seem obvious. Poulantzas's Althusserian language has not worn well, and his approach to comparative analysis, a parallel demonstration of theory in which the empirical materials are used primarily to illustrate his arguments, is antiquated. Another major weakness of Poulantzas's analysis is his very cursory treatment of the agrarian dimension of fascism. In neither Italy nor Germany could these regimes have come to power without the aid of a reserve of impoverished agrarian direct producers, and highly conservative large landholders, the lords and peasants so masterfully brought out by Moore's analysis. But given the originality of Poulantzas's substantive arguments, these weaknesses, real as they are, fail to fully account for the relative neglect of the book compared with Moore's. A more political approach accordingly suggests itself. It is good to begin by asking what made it possible for political sociology to absorb so fully social origins. Moore's book was acceptable to mainstream political sociology in part because he did not bring his Marxist analysis directly to bear on the central cases of European fascism, neither did he include Russia. Japan, a safely exotic case, functioned as a stand-in for fascism, while Germany and Italy remained spectral presences. This meant that Moore, in Social Origins itself, was not compelled to directly address the strategic alternatives open to the left in the period after the October Revolution, nor the relationship between the rise of fascism and business and agricultural interests. 113 Consequently, the explosive radicalism of Moore's thesis, the logic of which indicates that a socialist revolution in Germany in the 20s was the only means of avoiding a fascist outcome once the opportunity of bourgeois revolution had passed, could be left safely implicit. Moore's canonized interpretation then became, in violation of the author of Social Origins' own methodological strictures, a structuralist account which stopped the causal path safely prior to 1914. Paradoxically, Poulantzas's seemingly more structuralist argument focused on the central political issues much more clearly than Moore's. Fascism and Dictatorship states clearly that a revolutionary situation existed in 1918 and 1919 in both Germany and Italy, but that the working class failed to seize state power, and failed to achieve its objectives. This rehabilitation of the biennial Rosso and the Spartacist uprising as something more than an outbreak of extremist hysteria is completely unacceptable in mainstream social science, and may have been one factor inhibiting a wider reception. The other, more obvious, problem is Poulantzas' argument that fascism served the long-run interests of capital, a claim anathema to the Anglo-American historical establishment as is demonstrated by the reception accorded David Abraham's outstanding but highly controversial study, The Collapse of the Weimar Republic, Political Economy and Crisis. Abraham argued that the collapse of Weimar was due to the internal fragmentation of the capitalist class between a liberal and dynamic export-oriented sector, and reactionary heavy industrial and agrarian sectors, categories which echo, although do not exactly reproduce, Poulantzas's. During the consolidation of the Republic, the dynamic sector hammered out an alliance with the working class. This was the basis for the relative stability from 1924 to 1930. After the world economic crisis hit, though, this bloc broke apart, as the dynamic sector tried to offload the costs of the crisis onto labor. But lacking an appropriate political vehicle for establishing a mass basis, the industrialists, faute de mieux, had unenthusiastically supported the NSDAP. 114 The Poulantzasian framework was obvious, although Abraham's range of influences was wider, stretching from Gramsci to Rosenberg. Like the author of Fascism and Dictatorship, Abraham interpreted the rise of fascism as the result of a double crisis of hegemony that opened a political vacuum occupied by a radicalized petty bourgeoisie, which had the historical function of re-establishing the rule of capital. After an initially positive reaction, including over 40 favorable reviews, condemnation of Abraham's book was swift and harsh. Led by Henry Turner, Gerald Feldman, Feldman's student Ulrich Nachen, and Turner's student Peter Hayes, the Anglo-American historiographical establishment hounded Abraham from the profession. Criticisms of his book ostensibly focused on its violation of professional standards of citation and note-taking, but the attack also had an obvious political dimension. As sampled below, none of these scholars attempted to provide any overall exposition and assessment of the argument in their engagement with Abraham's work, giving a sense of their intellectual quality. Feldman, I do not intend to dignify this book with a systematic discussion of its theses. I think it is irresponsible to continue to treat it as a respectable work of scholarship. 115 Feldman, by now it should be clear that the material in this book is sufficiently lacking in credibility as to make it not simply useless to scholars but dangerous if quoted or believed. 116 Hayes, I must conclude that the collapse of the Weimar Republic literally subtracts from our knowledge of the subject it treats. 117. Turner, Abraham's book will be of little use to future scholars. 118. Whatever its causes, the Abraham affair undermined the reception of Poulantzas's book more broadly. Marxist theories of fascism have, subsequently, been equated mostly with Barrington Moore's focus on agrarian structures, leaving the sociology of the petty bourgeoisie, and the related question of the strategic mistakes made by the left, largely neglected. What can be said about these issues today? Economism and socialist strategy. The central political issue raised by fascism and dictatorship is the connection between economism and socialist strategy. Poulantzas claims that by adopting economism, the Comintern denied itself the means of successfully struggling against the resistible rise of fascism. 119 There is no doubt that both communists and the left more broadly made many serious strategic and tactical blunders over the course of the interwar period, and in this way squandered important opportunities and left the door open to fascism. It is also quite common to explain these errors in terms of an underlying economism, which vitiated an adequate political analysis. But, in Poulantzas's use of the term at least, 4 crucial questions need to be asked. 1. What does economism mean? 2. Is economism an adequate description of Comintern, and, more generally, left strategy in the period of fascism? 3. What caused the adoption of economism? 4. What alternative strategy could the left have adopted to prevent the rise of fascism? The meaning of economism. One problem in grasping Poulantzas' argument is that economism refers to a very wide variety of positions that seem to have little in common with one another. A sampling of references shows at least 7 meanings. The predominant sense is the idea that there is tight linkage between revolutionary opportunities and levels of economic development. This appears in passages such as, "It is well known that, on the other hand, the Second International, with its marked economism, was expecting a revolution in Germany, the most economically developed country." 120. A second related, but distinct, meaning is the idea that an economic crisis immediately yields opportunities for revolution, an error that Poulantzas attributes at various times to the Comintern, to Trotsky, to left opportunism, and to maximalism. 121. A third meaning concerns the reduction of the state to an instrument of the dominant classes. 122. A fourth meaning refers to the reduction of different periods of capitalism to the development of the forces of production. 123. A fifth meaning refers to the abandonment of a mass line and the establishment of a basic separation between economic and political struggle. 124. A sixth meaning links economism to the abandonment of proletarian internationalism. 125. A seventh meaning refers to the view that relations of production alone are sufficient to determine the place a social class occupies in a mode of production and locate it within a social formation. 126. These meanings do not imply one another. For example, Trotsky's writings on fascism count as economistic because of his idea that economic crises open revolutionary opportunities, but clearly Trotsky cannot be accused of abandoning proletarian internationalism. Furthermore, there is no obvious relationship between holding the view that social class should be defined in terms of positions in the relations of production and any of the various political strategies Poulantzas essays. This distension of the concept suggests that economism, rather than an explanation, is a catchphrase for any strategic error committed by the left. Is economism an adequate description of Comintern, and, more generally, left strategy in the period of fascism? Turning to the second question, it is worth considering if economism is an adequate description of an actual strategic position. For the sake of clarity, let us take the term to mean the view that revolution is the inevitable result of economic processes and requires no active political intervention, something akin to the first meaning above. It is difficult to see exactly what parts of the revolutionary, and, for that matter, non-revolutionary, left were guilty of this position. The Italian case demonstrates the problems of this interpretation particularly clearly, for whatever their other differences, neither Bordiga, nor Gramsci, nor Tosca, nor Togliatti espoused economism in this sense. In fact, the Ordine Nuovo group was stridently idealistic. In his famous article, The Revolution Against Capital, published in Avanti, in November 1917, Gramsci wrote of the Bolsheviks: "They are not Marxists, that is all, they have not compiled on the basis of the work of the master an external, dogmatic, and unquestionable doctrine. They live Marxist thought, which never dies, which is the continuation of German and Italian idealism, and which in Marx had been contaminated with positivistic and naturalistic incrustations." 127. A less economistic view is hard to imagine. Poulantzas might respond by suggesting that economism was above all characteristic of the mainstream socialist parties, not the left splinter groups that would constitute the communist parties. But even this argument is not terribly persuasive. In the first place, in Italy, evolutionary social democratic Marxism never had a very wide reach. The SI, Italian Socialist Party, had opposed the war, had always been firmly anti-capitalist and was shot through with hyperactivist currents such as revolutionary syndicalism that were profoundly hostile to any sort of economic determinism. Furthermore, in the immediate post-war period, the maximalist current of the SI led by Serrati, crushed Turati's reformists at the 1919 Bologna Conference, as Poulantzas himself points out. 128 Perhaps Poulantzas' accusation of economism applies better to Germany. Surely the SPD center, locus clas siecus of orthodox Marxism, was drenched in economism? To assess this question, it is worth considering the strategic debate between Koskai and Lenin between 1918 and 1920. If there is one place where one should see a struggle between a benighted Second International economism trapped in a stagist theory of development, and Lenin's concept of the imperialist chain, this should be it. But that is not at all the issue that separates the two in this famous exchange. Koskai's central critique of Lenin was as follows. The Bolshevist revolution was based on the supposition that it would be the starting point of a general European revolution, and that the bold initiative of Russia would summon the proletariat of all Europe to rise. This was all very logically thought out, and quite well founded, provided the supposition was granted, that the Russian Revolution must inevitably unchain the European Revolution. But what if this did not happen? 129. Koskai, in short, did not reject the logic of the Bolshevik argument. More particularly, he did not counterpose a stagist theory to it. Instead, he argued that the theory had been shown incorrect in historical reality. Lenin's response was that Koskai and his ilk were themselves the major obstacle to the revolutionary breakthrough. As he put it, when the proletarians of Europe are accused of treachery, Koskai writes, it is an accusation against unknown persons. You are mistaken, Mr. Koskai. Look in the glass, and you will see these unknown persons against whom the accusation is leveled. 130. The issue that divided Koskai and Lenin, in sum, had nothing to do with economism. The disagreement instead concerned the relationship between national and international revolution. Furthermore, neither Koskai nor Lenin's arguments are satisfactory. While Koskai remains silent on the central question of why the Bolshevik Revolution failed to unleash fraternal uprisings in the West, Lenin remains content to assign guilt to Koskai. In the first case, there is no theory, in the second, there is a forensic one. But neither thinker suffers from economism per se. Thus, as a term for describing actual positions within the socialist left during the interwar period, it seems quite inadequate. What caused the adoption of economism? There is another feature of Poulantzas' invocation of economism as the source of the left's strategic errors that is important to point out. As Lacan had noted, Poulantzas does not provide an adequate explanation for economism, however defined. In the appendix entitled The USSR and the Comintern, Poulantzas tries to explain economism as a consequence of the consolidation of a Soviet bourgeoisie under Stalin. 131 Even accepting this highly questionable interpretation of Soviet history, it clearly cannot account for the range of phenomena Poulantzas refers to with economism, which included many parties and movements outside the ambit of the Comintern. Lacan admirably tried to provide an explanation for economism by arguing that it grew out of the early experience of the working class movement in Germany and Italy, which was of necessity focused on the construction of unions, and on separating the proletariat from the rest of society. 132 The problem with Lacan's reading, however, is that it retains the questionable notion that economism accurately describes a dominant strategic position within the socialist left in the period of the rise of fascism. What alternative strategy could the left have adopted to prevent the rise of fascism? The weakness of Poulantzas' strategic diagnosis is best indicated in his prescriptive statements. Poulantzas identifies the main problem as a failure to clarify the relationship of economic and political struggle, the trade union and the party. 133 The lameness of this prescription can be best seen by turning it into a positive statement. A correct understanding of the need for a mass organization for economic struggle and a specific vanguard organization for political struggle would have overcome the strategic impasse of the workers' movement and blocked the fascist road to power. 134 Poulantzas provides no specific historical evidence to suggest that this might have been the case, and it is hard to see how these relatively minor organizational questions could have carried the weight that he places on them. A more adequate approach might begin with a return to Koskai's and Lenin's exchange, since this provides a crucial clue to the real strategic problem that the left faced in resisting fascism in the interwar period. Both parties too. That polemic lacked an adequate understanding of the social processes that concentrate and cage social relations in a national framework, the development of national bureaucracies, labor markets, and social welfare. But it was precisely this issue, the inability to make effective political appeals simultaneously in both national and international terms, that scuttled effective resistance to fascism. This problem, however, was not a matter of mistaken doctrine, but of social relations. As Michael Mann pointed out, the core constituency of fascism enjoyed particularly close relations to the sacred icon of fascism, the nation-state. 135 Thus, fascism resonated especially among embittered refugees, threatened border regions, state employees, including especially the armed forces, state-owned or state-protected industries, and churches that saw themselves as the soul of the nation or the morality of the state. 136 It was the left's inability to penetrate this nation statist core that formed the crucial strategic problem of the left in the interwar period. Schematically, in interwar Europe, internationalism and nationalism interacted in a particular way with class divisions. An internationally organized working class faced a nationally organized petty bourgeoisie, while capital remained split between an internationalist and a nationalist wing. 137 The key class alliance that could have stopped fascism, that between workers and at least part of the petty bourgeoisie, was blocked precisely by the national cage that trapped a significant part of the latter group, making it unavailable for the left. Ancien regimes, uneven development, and war. Perhaps an even more glaring weakness than Poulantzas's discussion of economism is his disregard of the expansionist dynamic of fascism, particularly in its German variant. Incredibly, neither the Second World War nor the Gideocid figure in Poulantzas's account. One reason for this might be, as Kaplan pointed out, that Poulantzas wanted to insist that the fascist regimes had successfully established the hegemony of monopoly capital, a story that would seem to be contradicted by the very irrational brutality of the war. A second reason for this absence might also be Poulantzas's neglect of agrarian interests. For the fascists' search for Lebensraum or spazio vitale cannot be understood exclusively as an expression of the interests of monopoly capitalism. Instead, fascist imperialism was closely linked to the uneven character of the social elite, what Arno Meyer terms the persistent old regime in both countries. The best way to see this is to compare the geopolitical vision of Hitler's Mein Kampf with competing ideas in Germany in the 1930s. Hitler was obsessed with physical control over territory, especially in the East. As Alexander Onyevas shows, this was hardly an original idea since it grew out of a long tradition of thinking on the German far right. 138 He pursued this policy as an alternative to Weltpolitik, a position closely associated with Stresemann, and aimed at maritime dominance and challenging Britain. 139 This deliberate turn away from Weltpolitik, and toward a continental strategy, was at least facilitated by the social makeup of the German dominant class. The social background of Hitler's geopolitics was the army, and therefore the old agrarian elites, in contrast to Weltpolitik, which would have been based on the more bourgeois navy. The brutality of the Vernichtungskrieg was the outcome, therefore, of a peculiar combination of modern war-making technology and a basically pre-modern geopolitical vision. Similar points could be made about the Italian colonial adventure in Ethiopia. Although there it is difficult to discern any objective economic imperative, it is clear that the desire to recreate a prestigious land empire was a driving force. Furthermore, this project found decisive social support in the Italian army, an institution heavily dominated by the Savoyard monarchy and the aristocracy. Strategic perspectives today. From the perspective of 2017, it is striking how relevant these discussions remain. One reason is that Poulantzas identified the key issues of alliance formation in the articulation of a viable left strategy. Fascism was premised on the unification of the petty bourgeoisie around an alliance with big capital in the aftermath of failed proletarian uprisings. Socialism, instead, would be based on an alliance between the working class and at least some segments of the petty bourgeoisie against capital. Clearly, the basic strategic problem of the left, linking working class demands with those of salaried employees and intellectuals, remains much the same as it was in the interwar period. However, the terrain differs. As I suggested above, the conflict between internationalism and nationalism tended to undermine the possibility of an alliance between the working class and the petty bourgeoisie in the interwar period, because the petty bourgeoisie was organized nationally, man's nation statist corps, whereas the working class was organized in internationalist parties. In this context, revolutionary socialism proved unable to ally with returning war veterans, some of whom at least should have been available to the left. National Socialism remained an empty slogan rather than a political reality. The interaction between class alliances, nationalism, and internationalism differs today. In the first instance, direct producers lack much international organization at all, their interests consequently are articulated in overwhelmingly national terms, as hostility to free trade agreements, and often immigrants. Furthermore, in sharp contrast to the interwar period, the new petty bourgeoisie, salaried employees and intellectuals, is internationalist in orientation, as are some segments of capital. If, in interwar Europe, fascism depended on an alliance between the petty bourgeoisie as a whole and capital under the aegis of nationalism, in the contemporary period the radical right is based on an alliance between parts of a national working class and capital. What the contemporary right lacks, and what interwar fascism possessed, is a strong anchoring in the new petty bourgeoisie, which has now become internationalist. The basic strategic conundrum, however, remains. How to link anti-capitalism and internationalism together in an alliance with both working class and petty bourgeois support. While fascism and dictatorship certainly does not answer this question, it has the great merit of providing categories which one dimension of the problem can be thought through. For this reason, Poulantzas's book is more than a historical document, or a contribution to theories of interwar fascism. It is also an example of how to link science and politics in a strategic discussion, one that is crucial in the increasingly turbulent current political context. Introduction. What purpose can there be in a study of fascism at this moment in time? I believe that the urgency of the problem makes such a study a political necessity. Until very recently the question of fascism and the other forms of dictatorship seemed to be relegated to historical oblivion, the concern of academic historiography alone. It is now becoming increasingly clear that imperialism is passing through a major worldwide crisis, which is only just beginning but which already reaches into the imperialist heartlands themselves. In the light of the sharpness of class struggle in the period we have now entered, and which stretches far into the future, the question of the exceptional state, état d'exception, and so of fascism, is therefore posed once more, just as the question of the revolution itself is back on the agenda. Like every study in historical materialism, this book has a complex subject. It is focused on three main areas. 1. Fascism as a particular political phenomenon. I have tried to capture the essential elements of fascism by analyzing the causes and effects beyond the secondary features characterizing it where it took root. To achieve this, however, there is only one correct method of research, and only one correct method of presenting the results: to concentrate on a thorough investigation of where fascism took root, and to analyze concrete situations. This is the only way to distinguish secondary factors from real causes, and on the basis of the latter, define the scope and conditions for a reappearance of the phenomenon. 2. Fascism is only one form of regime among others of the exceptional capitalist state, état capitaliste d'exception. There are others, notably Bonapartism and the various forms of military dictatorship. The specific political phenomenon of fascism can therefore only be analyzed by positing at the same time a theory of the political crisis and the exceptional state which also fits other types of exceptional capitalist regimes. 3. Thirdly, the book focuses on the Third International's policy towards fascism. It is clearly impossible to discuss fascism without discussing the working class, and equally impossible to discuss the working class in the interwar period without going into the politics of the Comintern. Furthermore, to gain a real understanding of Comintern policy towards fascism, we cannot afford to stop short at describing its concept of the fascist phenomenon, neglecting its actual policy and the principles by which it was governed. Throughout its existence, almost from its very birth, the Comintern was confronted with fascism in Europe. This, together with its characteristic Eurocentrism, means that its policy towards fascism is a good indication of the wider theory and practice it adopted towards most questions concerning the labor movement. The historical conjunctures of fascism therefore provide a particularly favorable and concrete opportunity for an investigation of the Comintern. This book undertakes such an investigation, in concentrating on the principles behind the Comintern's policy, in analyzing its actual effects, and in putting forward a periodization of the Comintern itself. The relevance of such a study need scarcely be pointed out. The labor movement still bears much of the stamp of the Third International. The central axis of the book, which governs its form, is still fascism. If the exceptional state had itself been the subject, I should have had to go into precise and detailed analyses of Bonapartism and military dictatorships. The same applies to the Third International. Had it been the subject of the book, this would have required the analysis of many aspects of its policy, such as the colonial question, which go unmentioned. In this discussion of fascism I have had nonetheless to touch on developments which go beyond the analytical framework. These include the state apparatus, and the capitalist state itself. The fascist state is a specific form of exceptional state, in no way to be confused with other forms of the capitalist state. It is a critical form of state and of regime which corresponds to a political crisis. But it is the property of every crisis to lay bare features not exclusive to itself. In other words, the study of fascism as a specific phenomenon of crisis makes it possible to elucidate certain aspects of the very nature of the capitalist state. The same is true for a whole series of other problems, particularly that of the petty bourgeoisie, whose function within the framework of fascism is revealing. Finally, this is also true for a series of concepts of social and political analysis which I have been led to formulate, to make more precise, and to correct. The reader should be forewarned, then, that this is not a historiographical study of German and Italian fascism, but a study in political theory, which of course cannot be carried out without thorough historical research. But the treatment of the material, and in particular the order of exposition, are bound to be different in each case. This study concentrates on elucidating the essential features of fascism as a specific political phenomenon. Historical events and concrete details are used here only to the extent that they are relevant illustrations of the subject under investigation. Such are the principles which govern the general plan and form of the book. The details will become clear as it progresses. 1. I have chosen the following general plan. Each chapter begins with a series of general propositions. This is followed by concrete analysis of the cases of Germany and Italy, which are intended to illustrate these propositions. 2. I have restricted the investigation of concrete cases to those where fascism actually managed to take power, because this is not a historical study of different fascist movements. The study of fascism in power in fact affords a better understanding and a clearer illustration of the growth and essential features of fascism as a movement. 3. I have further restricted the account to the German and Italian cases. Multiplication of examples is of no service to the aim I have defined, and infinite comparative studies are not the best way of illustrating an object of research. There were, on the other hand, two basic reasons for choosing these particular examples. A. German and Italian fascism, emerging as they did in Europe, the focus of the Comintern's policy towards fascism, have more direct political interest here and now than, say, Japanese fascism. B. These two cases demonstrate the essential features of fascism more clearly and concretely than any others in Europe, though they do so in different ways. I have not therefore undertaken a study of Spanish fascism, which is a complex form which does also belong in the category of fascism, but which is definable firstly as a military dictatorship. 4. I have not followed any strict chronological order. In particular, the concrete analysis of the German case follows on from the general propositions, always coming before Italy. This is because the characteristics of fascism are clearer and more complete in Nazism than in Italian fascism. The order is chosen not because Nazism is some kind of model by which to measure all fascism, it is rather to facilitate the clarity which the subject and the very nature of the study demand. Part 1. The period of fascism. The first problem to face in studying fascism is its specificity in relation to regimes such as military dictatorship and Bonapartism, and to other forms of the capitalist state. In other words, is it possible to define a form of exceptional capitalist state, which is distinct from other forms of capitalist state, and which itself fits various specific forms of exceptional regime, such as fascism, military dictatorship, and Bonapartism? The question can only be posed accurately by studying both the political crisis to which the exceptional state is a response, and the particular kinds of political crises to which its specific forms correspond. But this requires, first of all, an analysis of the question of the historical period of capitalist formations within which these political crises and exceptional regimes occur. To avoid foundering in abstract typology, we have to be clear that the kinds of political crises which produce any given form of exceptional regimes, still have features which vary according to the period in which they arise. 19th century differs from 20th century Bonapartism, and the same is true of military dictatorship and fascism. Although the analysis of the general historical periods to which exceptional regimes belong does not in itself explain their emergence, it remains a fact that the period affects the conjuncture of the class struggle, political crisis, which alone provides an answer. 1. Imperialism and fascism. Monopoly capitalism and the imperialist chain. I shall begin by looking at the period of fascism, and use the opening provided by a quotation from Max Horkheimer, which forms the inscription in a recent German work, Fascismus und Kapitalismus. Horkheimer, reacting early against the whole conception of totalitarianism, wrote, "Anyone who does not wish to discuss capitalism should also stay silent on the subject of fascism." Strictly speaking, this is incorrect. It is he who does not wish to discuss imperialism who should stay silent on the subject of fascism. Fascism in effect belongs to the imperialist stage of capitalism. The point is therefore to try to elucidate certain general characteristics of the stage, and their impact on fascism. The primary causes of fascism are not the factors often seen as its basic sine qua non, such as the particular economic crises Germany and Italy were caught in when fascism was establishing itself, the national peculiarities of the two countries, the consequences of the First World War, etc. These factors are important only in relation to the stage of imperialism, as elements of one of the possible conjunctures of this stage. It becomes necessary, then, to dwell on the question of imperialism, though I am well aware that the present discussion cannot be exhaustive. Nonetheless, there are positions which require correction, and fascism as a crisis of the imperialist stage provides a basis for doing this. The crux of the matter appears to be the following: imperialism, considered as a stage in capitalist development as a whole, is not simply or solely an economic phenomenon. In other words, it is not determined by events in the economic domain alone, nor can it be located within it. The Third International, however, held quite strongly to an economistic conception of imperialism. This became very clear in its particular interpretation of Lenin's theory of imperialism, and especially of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, an interpretation governed by the Third International's economism. To summarize the thesis I elaborate below, economism seems to be the point of convergence for the currents of the Second International, and is, moreover, the focal point of Lenin's attacks on it. As far as the Third International is concerned, while it made a clear break under Lenin from the conceptions of the Second International, this lasted only for a short space of time, then economism seems to have been restored step by step in a new guise, hidden behind a certain language and certain organizational forms. The inevitable corollary of this economism was the lack of a mass line, linked in turn to the progressive abandonment of proletarian internationalism, characteristics not only of the Comintern's general line, but also of the line of the Bolshevik Party and its leadership within the USSR. Before going any further, a particular clarification is required. This line did not come out of the blue. It would be completely idealistic to think that the Comintern line, and the line followed by the USSR, were no more than errors or deviations in theory and politics in the thinking of the leaders. It would be giving a purely subjectivist meaning to what was an effective political line which governed the destiny of the world proletariat. Nor was this line the result of a simple organizational degeneration of the Bolshevik Party and the other sections of the Comintern. It was in fact rooted in the class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat, the struggle between the two roads in the USSR itself during the transitional phase. I shall try to pinpoint this in the appendix, the USSR and the Comintern. Although the Comintern's general political line, and the turns in it, were determined by the struggle between fractions and tendencies within the Bolshevik Party, by the party's policy within the USSR, Soviet foreign policy, and therefore by the struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat within the USSR, it was determined by no means directly or immediately, as a whole historiographical tradition would have it. Economism, the lack of a mass line, and the growing abandonment of internationalism, i.e. the effects of the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the USSR, formed the necessary link by means of which the USSR, or what was happening in the USSR, determined the policy of the Comintern and the local communist parties. For the general line had its own decisive effects on the course of the concrete struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the USSR itself. There were, in addition, particular errors in the line, which, by accumulation, had their own effects both on the struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat in the USSR, and on Comintern policy, the point of immediate interest to us. In the attempt to demonstrate this, my account will in a sense reverse the order of real causation. To go back to Lenin, it is true that his text deals only with the economic aspects of imperialism, but with the key distinction that Lenin himself draws attention to the fact in his last preface, clearly affirming its inadequacies. This pamphlet was written with an eye to the Tsarist censorship. Hence, I was not only forced to confine myself strictly to an exclusively theoretical, specifically economic analysis of facts, but to formulate the few necessary observations on politics with extreme caution, by hints, in an allegorical language, in that accursed Aesopian language. It is painful, in these days of liberty, to reread the passages of the pamphlet which have been distorted. However, it was not accidental that the Third International used this work in a particular way, it was a function of its particular economism, just as the Second International took as its holy writ Marx's preface to the contribution to the critique of political economy and Engels' socialism, utopian and scientific. These works do have real economistic overtones, and it would be as well to examine the reasons for this some day. Still, Lenin's pamphlet, and his work as a whole, quite clearly contain a theory of imperialism as something which cannot be reduced to a mere economic phenomenon. Only with reference to this theory is it possible to understand fascism. Imperialism, considered as a stage in the ensemble of the capitalist process, is not in fact just a question of modifications in the economic domain, such as monopoly concentration, the fusion of banking and industrial capital into finance capital, the export of capital, and the search for colonies for purely economic reasons, etc. These economic factors actually determine a new articulation of the ensemble of the capitalist system, thereby producing profound changes in politics and ideology. These modifications affect not only each national social formation, but also social relations on an international scale. Moreover, the particular relations between these two sectors, which precisely characterize imperialism, depend on these modifications. For the first sector, the main feature of the process is monopoly capitalism. Here a phenomenon of decisive importance enters. The economic modifications of this stage assign a new role to the capitalist state, giving it new functions and an extended field of intervention, and also a new level of effectiveness. There are frequent attempts nowadays to attribute this role of the state to present-day conditions, in order to define a new stage of state monopoly capitalism, but the role in fact belongs precisely to the imperialist stage as a whole. To make this even clearer, the evident break in the state's role and effectiveness does not mark two decisive stages, classic imperialism and state monopoly capitalism, but marks rather the pre-imperialist from the imperialist, monopoly capitalist, stage. Undoubtedly, important modifications occur at the same time, but only as a periodization within the imperialist stage itself. There was never a stage of capitalism in which the state did not play an important economic role. The liberal state, confined to policing competitive capitalism, has always been a myth. Nonetheless, a new state role characterizes the imperialist stage. It is known as the interventionist state because of the profound repercussions of the stage on the political forms of the capitalist state, in relation to previous forms. Lenin indicated this many times, in the passages about the rentier state in the above-mentioned pamphlet, and in his analyses of state capitalism, which went far beyond the simple framework of the historical conjunctures of Germany during the First World War, and the USSR after the 1917 revolution. The phenomenon of fascism can only really be understood insofar as it is located within a stage characterized by this modification in the state's role. Most Marxist authors who have discussed fascism have correctly pointed to this key question. Fascism combines the role of the state in the imperialist stage with the specific role of the state in a transitional phase between stages. There is already an account elsewhere of the specific role of the state in transition between two modes of production in a single social formation. To it should be added here that the state also plays a decisive role in the transition between two stages in a single mode of production. In the particular instance of German and Italian fascism, the decisiveness of the state's role is expressed not only in its new role in the imperialist stage, but also in its crucial role in the particular transition to the establishment of monopoly capitalism in these two countries. Lenin wrote in Imperialism, for Europe, we can establish quite accurately the moment when the new, monopoly, capitalism decisively replaced the old. It is the beginning of the 20th century. 3. In fact, what should be understood by this, in the light of what we now know, is that for the major European countries the beginning of the 20th century marked a break with the preceding stage, and therefore the decisive start of the phase of transition towards the dominance of monopoly capitalism. For taken literally, Lenin's statement does not seem correct, at least for Germany and Italy, countries where capitalism and imperialism came late. The role of the state in the transitional phase in question is relatively different from its role in the monopoly capitalist stage. This explains the fact that when the transition was complete, i.e. after the end of the Second World War, the state confined itself to its role in the monopoly capitalist stage, having already consolidated its dominance. Its role undoubtedly remained very important, but seemed to be less so, a retreat from its enlarged role during the transition. This is as much the case in Germany and Italy as in England and even the United States, after the period of Roosevelt's New Deal. 5. Finally, the imperialist stage is also characterized by profound changes in ideology, more specifically in the dominant ideology and its political scope. The formation of imperialist ideology, in all its variants, takes place within it. We shall see to what extent fascist ideology is a variant of it, and also how far this upheaval in the dominant ideology was an essential element in the ideological crisis which marked the conjuncture of Germany and Italy during the rise of fascism. It is now necessary to apply these remarks at the international level, where the crucial questions are posed. Imperialism, as a stage in the capitalist system on the international level, is not a phenomenon which can be reduced to economic developments alone. To put it more strongly, only insofar as one sees imperialism as a phenomenon with economic, political, and ideological implications, can the internationalization of social relations peculiar to this stage be understood? We can then grasp the two dominant elements in this respect, the imperialist chain and the uneven development of its links, and analyze concrete situations in their light. In studying imperialism, it is not enough to speak of the international flow of capital, or of economic interpenetration. It is necessary to see the very important fact that imperialism is a chain. A chain implies links. But here again, it is not enough to speak only of the weakest link. Discussion of the link in itself requires us to bring in the element of uneven development of the various national formations which constitute the chain. It is the very existence of this chain which gives a new meaning to the particular uneven development characteristic of imperialism, for as we know, uneven development is characteristic of capitalism from its very beginning. 6. The uneven development of the imperialist chain means for one thing that other links than the weakest are not of equal strength, they too are relatively weaker or stronger. Strictly speaking, the strength of some depends on the weakness of others, and vice versa. Lenin's analysis of Russia enables us to see more closely how he came to an understanding of the imperialist chain. When Lenin analyses Russia and defines it as the weakest link, he is not referring to economic factors alone. He found in Russia, as the weakest link, an accumulation of economic, political, and ideological contradictions. The uneven development of the imperialist chain made itself felt within the Russian social formation, in an uneven development of the economy, with the various forms of production coexisting in Russia, of politics, the Tsarist state, and of ideology, the ideological crisis. If this accumulation made Russia the weakest link, it was because the chain itself was not held together by economic ties alone. It is well known that, on the other hand, the Second International, with its marked economism, was expecting revolution in Germany, the most economically developed country. The Second International's economism led, we might say, to a conception of the strongest link. But it is wrong in this case to speak of links, because the Second International's economism, and this is the crucial point, hides the imperialist chain itself from its sight. If the Second International was expecting revolution in the most economically developed country, it was because at the same time it saw international relations as economic ties alone. Hilferding's work is an example. So Lenin's conception did not simply reverse the Second International's economic order of the links. He was not expecting revolution in Russia because it was the least economically developed country. He showed the incorrectness of this view in the development of capitalism in Russia. In discussing the weakest link, Lenin discovered the imperialist chain, and broke once and for all with economism. It is now quite clear how the very characteristics of monopoly capitalism make the imperialist chain basic to international relationships. In particular, the decisive role of the state in monopoly capitalism within each national formation emerges as an important element in the organization of the chain. Finance capital is such a powerful force, one could say such a decisive force, in all economic and international relationships, that it is capable of submitting to authority, and effectively does so even where the state enjoys complete political independence, wrote Lenin. The new index of the power of politics which characterizes monopoly capitalism within each national formation, is translated into the new index of the power of politics which marks international relations in the imperialist stage. The essential thing for imperialism is the rivalry of several great powers aiming for hegemony, that is territorial conquests, not so much for their own sakes as to weaken the enemy and usurp his hegemony, Lenin. This in turn has an effect within each national formation. The concrete form and the degree of the strength of politics within each national formation, depend on its historical position as a link in the chain. This depends in turn on the uneven development of the chain and on its mode of existence within each link. Through this break with economism, we at the same time discover the position of the other links in the chain, be they weaker or stronger. Not just the relative economic situation of a country, in relation to others, but the particular nature of the ensemble of the social formation, helps determine the allocation of this position, and any changes in it, such changes being determinant for the conjuncture. These remarks are very relevant to the study of fascism. In short, although the revolution was made in the weakest link in the chain, Russia, fascism arose in the next two links, i.e. those which were, relatively speaking, the weakest in Europe at the time. In no sense do I mean that fascism was fated to happen there, any more than the Bolshevik Revolution was fated to occur in the weakest link. I simply mean that in the particular conjunctures of class struggle in these countries, which for a whole series of reasons led to such different results, their position in the imperialist chain was of crucial importance. There is, moreover, nothing surprising in the fact that once the Third International had gone over to economism and forgotten the chain, it did not in the least expect fascism to come where it did. 2. The German and Italian links of the chain. Germany and Italy were the weakest links in the chain after Russia, the latecomers, as I have said, to capitalism, though this often used expression is misleading if it is taken to mean that they were the least economically developed countries. Weak and strong places in the chain cannot be explained by a chronological evolution of economic advance or backwardness, no more than uneven development can be explained as a simple rhythm of economic development. I shall demonstrate this by locating the historical characteristics of these national formations in the development of imperialism. For the moment some simple guidelines will be enough. Germany. Firstly, from the economic point of view, after starting to industrialize relatively late, Germany quickly gained a place among the great industrial powers. From 1880, it was the second most powerful, below the United States and above Britain and France. By the beginning of the century Germany had definitely entered the imperialist stage. The pace of the concentration of capital, the characteristic of monopoly capitalism, was such that industrial production grew 3 times as quickly as the number of firms. The fusion of banking capital with that part of industrial capital which already had monopoly characteristics, got underway at the beginning of the 20th century and produced the finance capital of the great trusts and combines. Thenceforth, there were no more than 9 great German banks, closely interlinked by a community of interest, and attached to industry through financial participation. There was a spectacular growth in capital exports, with Germany holding 3rd place in the world in 1913. Lastly, Germany at this date held monopoly capital in more international cartels than any country except France. However, the structure was already shaky. It is quite easy to establish that the 1914-18 war did not just create sudden difficulties in previously harmonious development. The consequences of the war inscribed themselves in the contradictions of the German social formation, at the heart of the imperialist chain, and it did so in proportion to the extent to which it was ultimately no more than their effect. But in economic terms, post-war Germany had matched the volume of her pre-war industrial production by 1927, surpassed it by 15% in 1928, and taken back its 2nd place among the industrial countries. In the period 1924-9, German technical progress and labor productivity surpassed the pre-war levels and equaled those of the United States. The process of capital concentration and the formation of finance capital accelerated. The war certainly burdened Germany with reparations which she had to pay by the terms of the peace treaty. The phenomenon of transforming a country with foreign credit into a debtor country had some grave consequences. In particular, it helped create a permanently inflationary situation, only slowed down by the 1929 world crisis. It also meant that German industry was seriously indebted to other countries, especially to the United States, for its industrial reconstruction. Thus, from being a country which had exported capital, Germany became a net importer of capital. But these consequences of the war were only grafted onto the difficulties inherent in the development of capitalism in Germany, and it was only in the sense that they helped to create the crisis situation of the early 30s. Even before the First World War, the cracks in capitalist development were visible, for one thing in the falling growth rate, 6.4% in 1880 to 90, 6.1% in 1890 to 1900, 4.2% in 1900 to 13. These cracks were mainly due to the concrete form of the German transition from feudalism to capitalism, and to the nature and course of the bourgeois democratic revolution. To this revolution, which certainly belongs in inverted commas, occurred particularly late. It was not made under the hegemonic leadership of the bourgeoisie, although the bourgeoisie was already very advanced economically. Because of its fear of a proletariat which had already formed, the revolution was directed from above by Bismarck, and by means of a special alliance between the bourgeoisie and the landed gentry, the big landed proprietors of Prussia, who for a long time held decisive political sway within this alliance. The process was characterized not only by specific forms of state apparatus and institutions, forms within which the feudal type of state showed a remarkable persistence, but also by a backwardness and unevenness typical of the achievement of national unity in Germany. In the context of bourgeois democratic revolution, national unity means the economic unity of a social formation, although it is understood that this economic unity, insofar as it is national, is overdetermined by a whole series of political factors, i.e. bourgeois political ideology, all of which were generally lacking in Germany. Although the process was begun by the Customs Union, Zollverein, and Bismarck, such economic and national unity had not yet been achieved on the eve of National Socialist rule, in spite of the Weimar Constitution. The individual towns and countries, the remains of the former states, enjoyed a special juridical and administrative power status throughout the Reich, with largely autonomous parliaments, governments, and state apparatus. The formation of the bourgeois national state was therefore very much delayed, a correlation of the weak hegemony of the German bourgeoisie. This situation had some adverse effects on the German economy. In the first place, the pace and shape of the whole development of the German social formation meant that the situation of its commercial outlets to the world market was especially critical. Its late industrialization, and also the political forms under which industrialization took place, prevented Germany from carving out a colonial empire for herself. Such possessions as were acquired scarcely served as commercial outlets or receivers of capital exports. The situation also influenced the internal economy, with important implications for National Socialism. The lack of national unity in its turn to some extent aggravated the internal inequalities occasioned by the way in which the dominance of the capitalist mode of production had been established over other modes in the German social formation. Because of the political role of the great landowners, industrialization advanced above all in enclaves within the social formation. Despite the efficiency, which Lenin pointed out, of the capitalist Prussian road for agriculture, the agricultural sector trailed painfully far behind the industrial sector, and still bore strong traces of the feudal mode of production. This unevenness of development was only accentuated after the war, which had seriously retarded agriculture. Unlike what was happening in industry, the total volume of agricultural production in 1929 only reached 3/4 of that of 1913. Thus the unequal development of agriculture and industry which, as Lenin showed, accompanies the growth of monopoly capitalism, was aggravated here. It finally provoked a characteristic contraction of the German internal market, accentuated by the very high and constant rate of unemployment throughout the post-war period, and which was especially serious in view of the lack of foreign markets. Finally, the role of the state, which under Bismarck in a sense directed the process, was decisive in the German Revolution from above. This role was expressed through the state's very important economic functions, and through its systematic interventions in the economy throughout the development of capitalism in Germany. The German bourgeoisie remained constantly in debt to the state, because its marked economic role was indispensable to it. However, because of the continuing necessity for this role of the state and because of its position within the specific political context of revolution from above, there were no lack of setbacks. The role of the state could not in fact transcend the limits imposed by state power. Within the class alliance which held state power, the great landowners long remained a separate class, largely for political and ideological reasons, later becoming an autonomous section of the bourgeoisie. They carved out for themselves an important place, quite out of proportion to their economic power and their position in production, even coming near to total control of that essential piece of the German state apparatus, the army. With the aid of the Weimar Constitution, the constant interventionist role of the state within the framework of the revolution from above could even be said to hamper the specific role accorded to it in the growth of monopoly capitalism, i.e. to hamper its role of large-scale intervention in favor of finance capital. It would have to be a large-scale intervention, for in the meantime, because of the ensemble of contradictions in the German social formation, the situation of capitalism was rapidly deteriorating. The weakness of Germany as a link in the imperialist chain is already becoming quite clear. It stems from the ensemble of contradictions in the German social formation, in its relations with other countries in the imperialist chain. Germany's advanced economic development was one of the basic elements of this weakness, but only if considered in the light of the contradictions of the German formation. It makes sense only within the periodization of the imperialist process, as belonging to the contradictions of the transition towards the dominance of monopoly capitalism. To Italy. Let us now turn to the case of Italy, which is quite different from that of Germany, though a similarity can be established if, and only if, we consider its position in the imperialist chain. The similarity lies in the weakness of the Italian link in the chain. It does not have the same causes as the weakness of the German link, although there are certain resemblances in some of the isolated features of the two cases. Such features do not in themselves form a relation between the two formations. It is their effects which are important in distributing positions in the imperialist chain. In other words, the imperialist chain itself determines the homology of effects, i.e. the weakness of the links, which in each case has different causes. The difference does not thereby lose all relevance. The process by which fascism was established and functioned in Italy was appreciably different from the process in Germany. In Italy, the process of industrialization came particularly late, making a decisive start only around 1880. Feudalism, characterized by the dominance of the agricultural sector, showed a remarkable persistence in the context of the territorial and political fragmentation of Italy, which was perpetuated by successive foreign occupations. However, on the eve of the First World War, Italy had already entered the imperialist stage, though in its very special manner. Given the importance of commercial and banking capital from the time of the Renaissance, and the retardation of primitive accumulation in agriculture, the process of industrialization was characterized from the start by a tendency to rapid fusion of banking and industrial capital into finance capital, and by a very high rate of capital concentration. Industrial monopoly capital did not precede the formation of finance capital, but was its corollary. This tendency was further accentuated with the considerable penetration of foreign finance capital into Italy, due to the advance of other countries and the backwardness of Italian capitalism. French and British capital came first, under Cavour, and were followed by German capital after compulsory loans were abolished in 1885. This capital played an important role in the industrialization, reinforcing the precocious tendency for monopolistic concentration, and burdening Italian capital and the Italian state with heavy debts. As early as 1884, Terni blast furnaces was founded with the support of the Banca Generale and Credito Mobiliare, and Italy acquired steel-producing capacity. In 1894, a German finance group formed the Banca Commerciale Italiana, which subsequently played a very important role. From 1902, concentration in iron was further accelerated by trusts, the Ilva Trust particularly, and from 1910 the same process occurred with Fiat in the car industry. It was concentration of an outstandingly precocious nature, taking into consideration that statistically craft industry and manufacturing were still preponderant in the industrial sector as a whole. The process of concentration was only accelerated during the war. Immediately after the war, Italy went through a serious economic crisis. But here too the consequences of the war only added to pre-existing fissures in the structure of the Italian social formation. The specific character of the process in Italy was a basic unevenness between industrial development and the rural sector, where capitalism was only slowly established. The same unevenness was present in Germany, but in Italy it had the nature of a real breach, and took a yet more concrete shape in the emergence of the problem of the South. The near total absence of agrarian reform, such as had occurred in the west of Germany, and the persistence of the great landowners' feudal exploitation of the South, not only retarded primitive capital accumulation, but above all deepened the breach in the uneven internal development, and aggravated its secondary effects on the internal market and on industry. Italian agriculture, which still accounted for 55% of the total product in 1911, was the great loser from the war, which led to its collapse. The effects of the collapse in contracting the internal market were made more serious by the archaic forms of agriculture. Scarcely half the agricultural production had been commercialized before the war. To this was again added the widening of the gap between industrial and agricultural development which occurs in monopoly capitalism. Italian industry, artificially inflated by wartime requisitions, found itself deprived of outlets, the more so because, as a result of its late formation, it had not been concerned early enough with the problem of trade outlets, which economically it had not needed until then. Because of the precocious and artificial nature of the rise of Italian finance capital, the colonial Libyan War was less a response to a demand for capital exports than, as Gramsci stressed, to political motives. It was an attempt to settle the poor peasants of the south in Libya, and to fulfill promises of agrarian reform on African soil. In this situation Italy's foreign debt assumed catastrophic proportions after the war. As the precocious fusion of finance capital had been a feature of industrialization from the start, industrial capital had only a very small margin for autonomous action to adapt and relaunch industry after the war. The balance of trade and budgetary deficits were on the increase. The divisions in the Italian social formation, far from beginning with the war, themselves went back to the process of bourgeois democratic revolution in Italy. Despite certain inadequacies in his analysis, Gramsci has left us an accurate sketch of this well-known problem of the Risorgimento. We should note, moreover, that this problem is far from being resolved. For the process of the bourgeois democratic revolution emerged in Italy in the midst of the vast counter-revolutionary movement which followed the upheavals of 1848 in Europe. At the time of this development, the Italian bourgeoisie was very weak. It suffered firstly from economic weakness, its position being far inferior to the economic position of the German bourgeoisie. Cavour's historical role in this was to begin the process of national unification by means of an alliance of the nascent northern bourgeoisie and the largely feudal big landowners of the south. Bismarck's role was above all to bring the German bourgeoisie into political power from above. Cavour's was rather to create the conditions for the economic power of the Italian bourgeoisie, to manufacture manufacturers, as Gramsci said. By contrast with Germany, this process could only be accomplished if the bourgeoisie had decisive political weight over the southern landowners within the alliance. This they acquired under Cavour, and they consolidated it under Crispi. In fact, in these conditions, the bourgeoisie could only be established economically by widening the breach between industry and agriculture. The only alternative path, given the feudal character of large agricultural property, was agrarian reform, i.e. a broad support of the bourgeoisie by the peasantry, similar to the Jacobin experience in France. This path was closed in Italy. The absence of agrarian reform was in fact the price the Italian bourgeoisie paid the big landowners for political supremacy over them. This supremacy would make it possible for the bourgeoisie to establish itself economically, but at the expense of agriculture. The division was given concrete shape in a growing contradiction within the alliance between the bourgeoisie and the big landowners, a contradiction which went much deeper than in Germany. To some it was a conservative revolution, to Engels, it was the revolution of a bourgeoisie which did not want victory, to Gramsci, it was a passive revolution. A passive revolution, the very words indicate the similarity to Bismarck's revolution from above, pointed out by Gramsci himself. Yet it was very different. The Italian bourgeoisie capitalized on the broad popular movement, reaching political power in spite of its weaknesses, but guaranteeing the landowners a thorough suppression of the movement by the state apparatus. These features of the Italian process explain both the existence of movements of the Jacobin type, e.g. Mazzini's Action Party and the Garibaldi movement, and their inability to take a real hold over the Italian bourgeoisie. The uneven development of North and South also explains the fact that national unity was not completed. This failure, the political effect of economic uneven development, only increased such unevenness through its politico-ideological mechanisms. As Gramsci showed, the absence of a hegemonic bourgeoisie was a sign of the weakness of a national state which was formed in a sense by perpetuating the domination of North over South, and excluding the latter from the political life of the nation. This process, which expressed the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and big landowners, was prolonged by a politico-ideological contradiction between the masses in the North, chiefly the working class, and in the South, chiefly the poor peasantry. 5. As Italian unification had been carried out at the expense of the landowners and against the Pope, the latter forbade the participation of Catholics in the political life of the nation, up to and including the First World War. The great southern landowners themselves kept Spanish nationality for a long time, until 1920, and did not miss an opportunity to raise the specter of separatism. It is therefore true that the Italian state was highly centralized and bureaucratized, since this was the only way to maintain a fragile national unity. The reasons for the centralism of, say, the French state, were quite different. Italian centralism was still in fact just a tissue grafted onto bodies possessing a wide local political and administrative autonomy, which allowed the big landowners to maintain their economic and politico-ideological hold over the southern peasantry, and at the same time to thwart the strategy of the northern bourgeoisie. National unification, in the interests of the North and by means of the state form specific to Italy, was the more necessary as the Italian bourgeoisie too was generally tributary to the state's economic intervention in the process of industrialization, especially in taxation and tariffs. This gives it some resemblances to the German bourgeoisie, and in a sense it could be said that Germany and Italy seem to have missed out the form of the liberal state. Nonetheless, there were setbacks here too, because of the big Italian landowners' opposition to measures which harmed their interests. The situation grew worse in this respect after the end of the war, the popular classes having made substantial gains, at a time when increased state intervention in favor of the Italian bourgeoisie became, here too, a life or death question for it. Italy at the end of the First World War therefore appeared to be both economically behind the other links in the imperialist chain, and in advance of itself. This advance, consisting of precocious and artificial financial concentration, was only one effect among others of its being behind the other links. But this being in advance or behind, understood precisely as the rhythm of the imperialist chain, acquires its full importance only in the ensemble of the political and ideological ties of this chain, and therefore in the ensemble of the Italian social formation. We can therefore define the weakness of the Italian link during the phase of transition to monopoly capitalism. It has other causes than the German link, but it too results in its own rhythm of accumulating contradictions, which culminate in the conjuncture of the class struggle. These considerations become still clearer if we compare the German and Italian links with the other imperialist countries of this period, France, Britain, and the United States. They too are affected by the transition to monopoly capitalism and by economic crises. But they do not have the accumulation of contradictions which typify Germany and Italy. Particularly at the level of state power, state apparatus, and forms of state, national unity nowhere shows weaknesses comparable to those of Germany and Italy. When National Socialism comes into power, the center of weakness does indeed seem to move to Spain, but in this case the economic development is quite different from that of the other two countries. Spain in its turn became the nodal point of imperialist contradictions in Europe. The establishment of fascism and National Socialism is well known to have been an essential factor in the weakness of the Spanish link. 3. The period of fascism and the Third International. The Comintern's general view and its changes of course, the problem of the period and steps in the class struggle. We must at this point dwell on the Third International's analyses. It is a striking fact that it could not correctly grasp the imperialist chain and locate the relative weakness of the various links. This was especially obvious in the distinctions it made between Italy and Germany, which led it to underestimate the danger of fascism in Germany. The International was unable to identify the similarity between the two cases, which lay precisely in their relative weakness in the chain. Dimitrov in fact recognized this in his report to the Seventh Congress in 1935. In this connection, we cannot avoid referring also to a number of mistakes committed by the communist parties, mistakes that hampered our struggle against fascism. In our ranks there was an impermissible underestimation of the fascist danger, a tendency which to this day has not everywhere been overcome. A case in point is the opinion formerly to be met with in our parties to the effect that Germany is not Italy, meaning that fascism may have succeeded in Italy, but that its success in Germany was out of the question, because the latter is an industrially and culturally highly developed country, with 40 years of traditions of the working class movement, in which fascism was impossible. Or the kind of opinion which is to be met with nowadays, to the effect that in countries of classical bourgeois democracy the soil for fascism does not exist. Such opinions have served and may serve to relax vigilance toward the fascist danger, and to render the mobilization of the proletariat in the struggle against fascism more difficult. 1. The important point to understand is why the International was not expecting fascism in Germany. This is related to the explanation it gave for Italian fascism. Fascism, in its view, had come in Italy because of its economic backwardness in capitalist development. It could not be reproduced in Germany because of the advanced economy of such a highly industrialized country. Martynov expressed the idea clearly enough in 1929, fascism will be our chief enemy in backward, semi-agricultural countries. 2. This had been the dominant interpretation of the Fourth Congress, 1922-3, where Zinoviev, against opposition from Bordiga and Radek, explained fascism as representing agriculturalists first and foremost. 3. The economistic conception of the course of imperialism is combined in this view with an evolutionist outlook incapable of comprehending the complex problems of uneven development, which can only be defined to the extent that the chain has been correctly determined. This conception of imperialism may be said to see the process as a linear economic evolution, the weakness of each country being determined by its progress or backwardness along the line of economic development. Fascism supposedly arrived in Italy because Italy was from this point of view a backward, weak, country, just as the revolution occurred in Russia because this was the most backward, weak, country in economic terms. But the weakness of the Italian link did not stem from such backwardness. This was in fact noted by the famous Comintern economist Eugen Varga, who posed the problem of imperialism quite accurately. In his own terms, the development of Italian capitalism has shown some very interesting features in the last 10 years. Italy is the greatest European power to embark so late upon modern capitalist development, but it has in a very short time taken on an exceptional imperialist character. The second peculiarity in the development of capitalism in Italy lies in the fact that the dictatorship of the bourgeois has there assumed the particular form of fascism. The problem which emerges is how far such a political system discourages or favors the development of Italian capitalism in relation to other countries. 4. There is no point in quoting the analysis the International, and especially the German Communist Party, KPD, made of the impossibility that National Socialism would come to power. There will be an opportunity to return to this. The most striking thing in retrospect is the terrifying blindness shown by the communist leaders. They were not expecting fascism in a highly industrialized and economically advanced country, i.e. in a strong country. This view had still more far-reaching consequences, which are particularly revealing. Evolutionist economism can well lead to an exactly opposite, and equally false, deciphering of the concrete situation. Jump a few years in time and see what was said about National Socialism after its arrival. It was perhaps most clearly put by Wilhelm Pike. National Socialism had come about in the most advanced industrial country in Europe precisely because of its economic advancement. 5. What before seemed the reason for fascism to fail there, was now brought forth as the reason for its success. What argument lay behind this volte-face? The economic progress of Germany, so it ran, made it, as the strongest industrial country, the country where capitalism was most rotten ripe. The evolutionary advance of a formation along the line of economic development constituted its weakness, because of the mechanical decomposition of capitalism, the miraculous contradiction between the productive forces and relations of production somehow fermented within it as if in a closed bottle. Fascism was the response to this weakness of Germany's economic strength. But this was precisely the economistic, evolutionist approach of the Second International, which expected revolution in Germany because of its economic maturity and rotten ripeness, which was attacked by Lenin with his concept of the weakest link. For the moment it should be borne in mind that the relative weakness of the German link in the imperialist chain was not solely a question of its economic situation, not even of its economic progress as conceived by the International. Finally, before embarking on an examination of the conjuncture of class struggle which led to fascism, we should again stop to consider some additional problems of the imperialist stage. These considerations will make it quite clear that fascism can only be explained by reference to the concrete situation of the class struggle, as it cannot be reduced to any inevitable need of the economic development of capitalism. It will also become clear how the Third International's economism led it not only to miss the imperialist chain and the order of the links, but constantly to underestimate, theoretically and politically, the role of the class struggle in the pace and direction of the development of imperialism, which its analyses of fascism demonstrate. To go to the root of the problem, in describing imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, Lenin characterized it as a rotten, parasitic capitalism, or again, from all that has been said in this book on the economic essence of imperialism, it follows that we must define it as capitalism in transition, or, more precisely, as moribund capitalism. 6. I shall attempt to give the correct interpretation of Lenin's analyses, which have had an incalculable effect, and to trace the International's evolution in relation to them. Firstly, the points made by Lenin belong directly to his intense polemic against certain conceptions of Koskai and the Second International about imperialism. According to Koskai, the age of imperialism would lead to superimperialism, i.e. to an era of peace both in the national class struggle, and in relations between nation-states, through a harmonious agreement of the dominant classes and the states dominating world imperialism. It would therefore be a stage in which capitalism had somehow overcome the economic contradictions of competitive capitalism, and found its final equilibrium. Lenin rightly took up the polemic against this conception, pointing out that imperialism, far from removing the contradictions of the capitalist system, could only aggravate them. As he saw it, the contradictions of capitalism persisted in a new and intensified form in the imperialist stage, leading to a sharpening of the class struggle in new and more acute forms. To go ahead some years, let us look at the International's analyses of the question, especially from the time of the Fifth Congress, 1924. It is no exaggeration to say that they are deeply economistic. This economism gave rise to a general characteristic of the analyses, which may be termed economic catastrophism, and was especially evident in its analyses of fascism in Europe. Economism here consists, first of all, in giving priority to the productive forces at the expense of the relations of production. This is accompanied, in the second place, by an economistic technologistic conception of the production process and the productive forces as being somehow independent of the relations of production. This makes it impossible to define correctly the way in which the production process is articulated with the field of the class struggle. Class struggle is outside the picture, in the sense that it is reduced to a mechanical economic process which is attributed primacy in historical development. Yet Lenin and Mao have many times stressed the fact that, while economics plays the determinant role in the last instance, the fundamental contradiction, it is the class struggle, i.e. in the end politics and the political class struggle, which has primacy in the historical process. This underestimation of the role of the class struggle which results from economism cannot be stressed too much. It makes it possible to understand the corollary of economism, the absence of a mass line. but what matters here is that it also makes it possible to understand the Comintern's economist catastrophism. 1. It was in fact because the Third International lost sight of the role of the class struggle that it was unable, for one thing, correctly to determine the tendential nature of certain aspects of the development of capitalism and imperialism. The very character of an historical tendency is, as Marx stressed, decided in the last analysis by the fact that the economic process is overdetermined by the class struggle, which has primacy. To take a simple example, which played an important part in the Third International's analyses of the fascist period, the tendency towards a falling rate of profit, which, according to Lenin, governs the export of capital in the imperialist stage. The Third International's economist catastrophism, predicting the imminent disintegration of capitalism in the imperialist countries, was based in large part on its conception of this tendency towards a falling rate of profit as an inevitable law of the imperialist process. But as Bettelheim correctly notes, this is a historical tendency and not a law of history. It does not demonstrate the future towards which the capitalist mode of production is inevitably moving, a future in which the rate of profit will come down to zero and toll the last hour of a mode of production thenceforth condemned. 7. What this tendency does reveal is the development of the contradiction peculiar to the capitalist mode of production, a contradiction which is reproduced at the same time as the conditions of capitalist production itself. So, as Marx pointed out, by its very reproduction this contradiction can have such contradictory effects that they appear as causes able to counteract or even temporarily to suppress the effects of the tendency. The crucial point is that the reproduction of this contradiction with its contradictory effects and with their impact on the historical tendency, depends on the class struggle. It is well known that the tendency for a falling rate of profit is always combined with a tendency for a rising rate of surplus value. This countervailing effect itself depends on the cost of reproduction of the labor force, and so on the rate of exploitation. The question which arises is then as follows: up to what point, in what determinate conjuncture, and by what means can the dominant class exploit the dominated classes, i.e. in what way and how will the latter in the end allow themselves to be exploited on both the national and international levels? This is the way to discover the limit, the length of time the tendency is retarded, in short, its historical rhythm. Only by bypassing the class struggle do we end up in economist catastrophism, misinterpreting what Lenin meant by the death agonies, the rotten ripeness of capitalism. 2. On the subject of economist catastrophism, there are useful examples other than that of the falling rate of profit. There is the equally obvious example of the development of productive forces. For Marx, of course, this question had absolutely no meaning if considered in isolation. The problem of the development of the productive forces has meaning only in its relation to the social relations of production, and therefore through the contradiction between the base, the production process, combining productive forces and relations of production, and a superstructure which no longer corresponds to this development. If superstructure means juridico-political and ideological forms, this contradiction quite clearly involves the field of the class struggle. The superstructure itself is not just a wrapping inside which the productive forces develop, it intervenes decisively in the production process. The contradiction between these topological figures of base and superstructure depends on the class struggle. The non-correspondence between base and superstructure does not automatically spell out some future catastrophe for a social formation. The explosion of this contradiction, and also the possibility of its eventual readjustment within the same mode of production, depends on this struggle. 8. The Third International had two alternating positions on this question, both of them typically economist. A. The first position postulated the final halt of the development of the forces of production under imperialism, 9 outside any context of superstructure and class struggle. As early as the Fourth Congress, under the rubric "The Period of the Degeneration of Capitalism," the International's resolution on tactics reads: after an appraisal of the world economic situation, the Third Congress could declare with complete certainty that capitalism, having fulfilled its mission of promoting the development of production, had reached a stage of irreconcilable conflict with the needs not only of historical development but also of the most elementary conditions of human existence. The general picture of the decay of capitalist economy is not mitigated by those unavoidable fluctuations of the business cycle which are characteristic of the capitalist system both in its ascendancy and in its decline. What capitalism is passing through today is nothing but its death agonies. The collapse of capitalism is inevitable. 10. This thesis of a halt in the development of the productive forces, as conceived and formulated here, was to be constantly repeated later. It became an essential part of economist catastrophism. It should be pointed out that in this view the forces of production were considered to be somehow isolated from the relations of production and from the ensemble of a social formation. One of the effects of such a conception is to disguise and obscure the counteracting tendencies which lie mainly in the role of the class struggle. In fact, it is not going too far to say that the Third International interpreted what for part of the interwar period was a real economic tendency, as an indication that an inevitable economic law was coming into irreversible operation. Nevertheless, Lenin had been quite explicit about this in his Imperialism. The tendency to stagnation and decay, which is characteristic of monopoly, continues to operate, and in some branches of industry, in some countries, for certain periods of time, it gains the upper hand. 11. B. This conception went together with a theory which differed only in appearance, related this time to the contradiction indicated between base and superstructure, a contradiction it saw in specifically economist terms. This thesis runs as follows: the halt in the development of the productive forces is belied by stressing that, on the contrary, imperialism continues to develop these forces abundantly, creating the preconditions for, and therefore the imminent arrival of, socialism. For the linear development of the forces of production itself increasingly brings them up against the surrounding superstructure, the deepening of the contradiction naturally leading, according to economist catastrophism, to the destruction of the system. This theory was developed at the Sixth Congress, 1928, in particular, and appeared to move the focus of the problem of the forces of production to the contradiction between base and superstructure, for the International had meanwhile accepted the idea that the capitalist economy had stabilized in the period prior to this Congress. The epoch of imperialism is the epoch of dying capitalism. The general crisis of capitalism is the direct outcome of the profound contradiction between the growing productive forces of world economy and national barriers. It proves that the capitalist shell has become an intolerable restraint on the further development of mankind, and that history has put on the order of the day the revolutionary overthrow of the capitalist yoke. Imperialism has developed the productive forces of world capitalism to a very high degree. It has completed the creation of all the natural prerequisites for the socialist organization of society. Imperialism seeks to resolve this contradiction between the development of the productive forces and the surrounding superstructure. In reality, however, this utopia comes up against such great and insurmountable obstacles that capitalism must with iron necessity break down under the weight of its own contradictions. 12. The terms of the problem may have changed, but not the problematic. The political superstructure is seen only as an epiphenomenal wrapping for the development of the productive forces, and the class struggle goes unmentioned. The contradiction between base and superstructure seems to be the automatic and self-generated consequence of the truly metaphysical primacy given to the productive forces, and one begins to wonder what the class struggle can have to do with all this. The Third International's economism was therefore expressed, in its strategy for the class struggle, as economist catastrophism. The main consequence is already clear enough, from the correct Leninist conception of imperialism as the death agony of rotten ripe capitalism, i.e. as circumscribing the conjunctures of the sharpening class struggle. It was generally concluded later that revolution was on the agenda in the European imperialist countries. And this conclusion, to be fair, was correct and in tune with reality for a time. Even during that time, however, this conclusion quickly acquired economistic connotations. It was a general kind of conclusion drawn from the abstract economic analysis, and applied, especially by the German Communist Party KPD in 1920 and 1921, and by the Italian Communist Party PCI in 1921, without any consideration of the concrete conjuncture of the class struggle. To say that proletarian revolution was on the agenda therefore already conveyed the idea of a revolution ready to break out no matter where or when, the mechanical outcome of an economic crisis, which was itself the result of these economic contradictions. The conception of revolution as being on the agenda was explicitly developed by Bukharin in the Russian delegation to the Third Congress of the International. If capitalism was already virtually finished, he argued, an unceasing revolutionary offensive was required to precipitate the birth pangs and bring forth victory. 13. He was speaking in opposition to Lenin, whose line was finally adopted by the Congress, supported, incidentally, by Trotsky, the rapporteur on the international situation. Lenin, for his part, established a periodization of the imperialist stage in steps and zigzags, according to the conjuncture of the class struggle. Far from holding to a mechanistic concept of the revolution as based on an evolutionist economic crisis, i.e. a non-historic conception, Lenin in 1921 took account of the turn in the class struggle. He raised the slogan to the masses, and so fixed as the main political objective of the step, of stabilization, the prior conquest of the masses. An important question of terminology should be pointed out here. Lenin appeared to be conscious of the economistic connotations the term stabilization would have carried for the Comintern, implying economic stabilization. He does not use this term but uses instead the term relative balance of forces, which refers specifically to the class struggle. It was only afterwards that the Comintern, in quoting Lenin, substituted the term stabilization. That it did so was no accident. In fact, this conception of Lenin's was not understood or applied either by communist parties, particularly the German and Italian parties, or by the Comintern from its Fourth Congress on. The conjuncture of the class struggle, which will be discussed in detail later, was increasingly modeled on and reduced to the economic sphere, whether stabilization in an economistic sense was accepted or rejected. Moreover, even where stabilization was accepted as having a purely economistic meaning, economic stabilization, it always implied a mere economic episode, a phase in the destruction of capitalism in the stage of permanent economic disintegration. The Fourth Congress, 1922-3, spoke of stabilization in an economistic sense for the first time, and drew from it wrong, ultra-right, conclusions about the step of the class struggle. The Fifth Congress, 1924, was silent on stabilization as a characteristic step of the class struggle, apparently no longer accepting economic stabilization. 14. This Congress took the Comintern's first ultra-left turn, making an equally incorrect definition of the step, although in the opposite direction from the Fourth Congress. On the other hand, the Fifth Plenum of the Comintern, March 1925, did refer to economic stabilization. Zinoviev declared, very significantly, that Lenin's 1921 formula of the relative balance of present forces had led, when things became clearer, to the stabilization formula. And Zinoviev was not very far wrong, for the official consecration of the stabilization formula meant the penetration of economism into the Comintern. 15. As for the Sixth Congress, 1928, it had the remarkable foresight to conclude, just before the 1929 crisis, that the end of the period of stabilization was at hand. But this end was envisaged as an economic crisis, which must in itself be catastrophic and final. The end of stabilization was therefore not related in the least to the characteristics of the class struggle, which explains the totally mistaken meaning this ultra-left Congress gave to this end of stabilization. 16. A general line, of economism, and the lack of a mass line, thus became dominant in the Comintern by a gradual and contradictory process. It was a line which governed both its right and left turns, to the extent that from 1928 the definitions of right and left cease to have any clear meaning, they can only have an approximate use, and should not hide the deep divisions located elsewhere. 17. 2. Immediate effects on the Comintern's analyses of fascism. In any case, this economistic mechanistic view, always combined, whatever its turns and meanderings, with economic catastrophism, had important consequences for the Comintern's positions on fascism. Although these positions evolved according to the turns and the overall development of the Comintern, the errors were clearly already there from the period after the Fourth Congress, 1922-3, when the Comintern began to be officially concerned with fascism. The first steps had in a sense been taken with the analyses made by the PCI leadership. The analysis of National Socialism therefore seemed to be the culmination of this contradictory process. However, after the victory of Italian fascism, there certainly had been some clear-sighted elements in the Comintern itself for a time, who spoke out against the tide on some specific points. For the moment I shall merely outline some of the Comintern's most typical positions on fascism, to illustrate the thesis I have put forward about its general conception and line. 1. Underestimation of the danger of fascism, plus incomprehension of its specific nature and historical role. Fascism, according to the Comintern, could not really last. This evolutionist conception of the economic crisis and of the abstract imminence of revolution, could only represent a turn or step in the class struggle as counter-tendencies in an overall tendency towards catastrophe. Such a conception provided no framework for any concrete historical periodization of the imperialist stage and for the pace of the uneven development of its links, which determines the length of a step or turn. The blindness of both the PCI and KPD leaders in this respect is staggering. Fascism, according to them, would only be a passing episode in the revolutionary process. Umberto Terracini wrote in Precor, just after the March on Rome, that fascism was at most a passing ministerial crisis. 18 Amadeo Bordiga, introducing the resolution on fascism at the Fifth Congress, declared that all that had happened in Italy was a change in the governmental team of the bourgeoisie. The Presidium of the Comintern Executive Committee noted, just after Hitler's accession to power, Hitler's Germany is heading for ever more inevitable economic catastrophe. The momentary calm after the victory of fascism is only a passing phenomenon. The wave of revolution will rise inescapably in Germany despite the fascist terror. 19 The repeated incantation of terms like necessity, inevitability, inescapability, which constantly recur in the Comintern's analysis should be noted in passing. 2. Fascism, as a mere passing episode in the automatic process of growing economic crisis evolution catastrophe revolution, was somehow supposed to crumble of its own accord. This idea was deep-rooted in the Comintern, the idea that the internal contradictions of fascism would lead to its imminent, automatic fall. Internal contradictions, unequivocally in this case, meant economic contradictions, governed by the catastrophic economic crisis. This conception of internal contradictions already appeared clearly in the resolution on fascism at the Fifth Congress, 1924, a Congress which had gone back on the theory of stabilization. In this epoch of the capitalist crisis, and the progressive destruction of the capitalist system, fascism ends after its victory in political bankruptcy, its internal contradictions leading to its destruction from within. 20 Varga, though he was the only economist in the world to predict the 1929 crisis, gave the following reasons for expecting Hitler's immediate fall in November 1933. The rule of fascism is still condemned by the internal contradictions between the interests and desires of the anti-capitalist masses, and the objective role of fascism as guardian of a capitalism which has collapsed. 21 This, despite Clara Zetkin's denunciation of the failure to understand Italian fascism and the prediction that its internal contradictions would lead to its immediate fall. 22 Not until Dimitrov spoke out in the profoundly ambiguous context of the Seventh Congress was this error again denounced. 3. A. Fascism was no more than a passing episode in the economic advance of imminent, necessary revolution. This was only the beginning of the spiral in the Comintern's theoretical and political understanding of fascism. Fascism was considered a positive moment in the bad side of history, as on the side of the masses in the revolutionary process. By its adventuristic politics, fascism is pushing the internal contradictions of German capitalism to the limit, and leading Germany to catastrophe. So an immense revolutionary upsurge is beginning in Germany. 23 Again, the establishment of an open fascist dictatorship precipitates the pace of Germany's development towards the proletarian revolution. 24 Fascism was considered a positive phenomenon bringing revolution closer because it accelerated the economic decay of capitalism. Any appreciation of fascism according to the conjuncture of the class struggle becomes impossible in this context. B. To take the argument further still, fascism had this positive meaning, because it was itself only a simple expression of this catastrophic economic crisis. This was the prevalent conception of the Comintern at the Sixth Congress, fascism as a purely defensive strategy of capitalism, a phenomenon reducible purely to the weakness of the bourgeoisie, an infallible sign of the imminence of its last hour. Fascist dictatorship is politically the weakest government the bourgeoisie has had in Germany. This thesis only re-emphasizes the PCI leadership's analysis of fascism in Italy, that fascism only expressed the weakness of capitalismo debole, and the resolution of the Comintern plenum of June 1923, confirmed by the Fifth Congress, according to which fascism expresses the disintegration of the capitalist economy. If fascism were only a measure of the weakness of the bourgeoisie, in that it bore witness only to the catastrophic economic crisis of capitalism, its corollary had to be the strength of the mass revolutionary movement, and this strength was in turn deduced, automatically and abstractedly, from this crisis. The rise of fascism must of necessity correspond to an offensive step by the labor movement and a defensive step by the bourgeoisie, a conclusion arrived at by reducing the class struggle to economics and to the Mechanist equation, economic crisis equals working class offensive. C. Fascism, then, was seen only as counter-revolution in the strict sense, that is, a direct and immediate response to the revolution. The PCI leaders had already moved towards this view in 1921, fascism is born of the revolutionary situation. 25 Zinoviev, in his speech to the Fourth Congress, had developed it. Fascism is a counter-revolutionary coup d'état. The Fifth Congress put it quite clearly, fascism is one of the classic forms of counter-revolution in the period of capitalist decline and proletarian revolution. There can be no doubt about the short-circuit economism creates here. It sees the decline of capitalism as a period abstractly defined by the notion of catastrophic economic crisis. This crisis determines the permanent and omnipresent potential for revolution, fascism itself being only counter-revolution in the real sense of the term, i.e. a direct response to a revolutionary situation. Die Rotfahne, the KPD Daily, wrote on June 15, 1930, the advance of fascism by no means indicates a retreat by the proletarian movement, but on the contrary, it is the counterpart of the revolutionary upsurge, the necessary concomitant of a maturing revolutionary situation. In fact, there was no question of a revolutionary situation here, in the sense of a concrete situation of class struggle, but an abstract economistic conception superimposed on reality. Here again Clara Zetkin stood apart, warning the International against interpreting Italian fascism as counter-revolution, as a phenomenon identical with the Russian White Guards or Horthy's counter-revolution in Hungary. 26. D. But to go further still, fascism, in this interpretation, has to be the last political form of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, to be necessarily and immediately followed by the revolutionary establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This kind of analysis was very common within the Comintern after National Socialism came to power. It was linked to the analysis of the PCI leadership, and of the June 1923 plenum, that fascism was the bourgeoisie's last card. Bukharin opposed such positions at the Fifth Congress, 1924. We communists ourselves have sometimes seen the situation too simply and believed that first there was democracy, after that comes fascism, and what must come after fascism is the dictatorship of the proletariat. That may happen, but it equally well may not. In the case of Italy, Mussolini's regime may not necessarily be followed straight away by the dictatorship of the proletariat, but by a new form of democracy. The important thing to see is that the Comintern's economistic, evolutionist conception led quite naturally to the formal, chronological conception of the steps of the historical process. One further move remained: would the vision of revolution automatically brought about through inevitable catastrophe produce a fatalistic view of fascism? In other words, would fascism, as the last step before the dictatorship of the proletariat, be seen as a necessary, and therefore inevitable, step in the move towards revolution in the imperialist countries? At first sight the Comintern does not seem to have made this move. Still we constantly come across formulae analyzing the positive sides of fascism as creating the final conditions for the socialist revolution, giving a strange appearance of necessity to fascism as the precursor of revolution. In this view of historical development, fascism as the last step before the necessary revolution is confusingly close to fascism as a necessary stage preceding the revolution. Many communists, moreover, drew the logical conclusion, and followed the Comintern line through, apparently holding this view quite openly. There is indirect evidence for this in Thalmann's official warning in Die Internationale, the German edition of the organ of the Comintern, in December 1931. We have not always struggled hard enough against the false theory of the inevitability of fascist dictatorship under monopoly capitalism. The PCI, for its part, did not mince its words. The Rome Theses of 1922 declared unequivocally, fascism is in reality an inescapable consequence of the development of the capitalist regime. 27 In any case, as far as the Comintern was concerned, although it may not formally have made the move in question, one can say that it behaved as if it had done so. It denied itself the means of successfully struggling against the resistible rise of fascism. 4. Conclusion: the transition to monopoly capitalism and economic crisis. It is now easy to see the blunders made by the Comintern about the period of fascism. How can the nature of the period be summarized in a few words? In general, it has to be made clear that it was a part of the imperialist stage. In particular, it represented the transition, in the imperialist countries, towards the dominance of monopoly capitalism. This gives us some knowledge of the fascist period. It is characterized by the contradictions of imperialism and monopoly capitalism, combined with the contradictions peculiar to a phase of transition. This provides the conditions for an acute sharpening of the class struggle which determines the course of the transition. In other words, the transition phase does not in itself explain fascism. The fascist phenomenon is by no means restricted to this period. The period is important only insofar as it circumscribes the conjunctures of the class struggle, and contributes to the emergence of the political crises to which fascism corresponds, political crises which are not determined solely by the character of the period, and which may well occur in other periods too. We have then circumscribed the problem of the interwar economic crisis, and its role in the appearance of fascism. In 1929 there was a world economic crisis, in the true sense of the term, which was only resolved decisively in the imperialist countries, including the USA, with the Second World War. I cannot go into details, but the following points should be stressed. This crisis was not that of the economic catastrophe of an imperialism already sinking under the weight of its own maturity. It was indeed occasioned by tendencies peculiar to capitalism in the imperialist stage, but only in the forms in which these tendencies were expressed historically in the transition phase. What is more, it can clearly be seen from the very character of the period that it was not, as the Comintern thought, a simple continuous, accelerating economic process. It was wrong to do as the International did under Vargas' aegis, and make a global characterization of the interwar period as a period of constant economic crisis, with high and low points too. This Comintern view was already apparent at the Fourth Congress, 1922-3, but it was taken up and stressed by the Fifth and Sixth. The general picture of the decay of capitalist economy is not mitigated by those unavoidable fluctuations of the business cycle in the decline of the capitalist system. Even before the present industrial recovery began, the Second Congress had predicted such a development in the not-so-distant future, and had already defined it unequivocally as a superficial wave against the background of the advancing destruction of the capitalist economy. In fact, the whole of the interwar period saw an unevenly developed accumulation of all contradictions, economic, political, and ideological, producing, rather, several economic crises. The picture we then get of the process is as follows: the post-war economic crisis lasted until 1921, then came economic recovery, and growing if fluctuating development until 1929, then acute economic crisis from 1929 to 1931, followed by progressive resolution of the crisis and a marked but hesitant recovery. In any case, to come back to the problem of the class struggle, these crises were either already over, the case of fascism, or already waning, and their direct effects on the class struggle were on the way to being relatively well overcome, the case of National Socialism, when fascism and National Socialism came to power. The conjuncture of the class struggle which led to them was not directly determined by any one economic crisis. The conjuncture thus circumscribed depended in the end on a periodization based on the steps and the turns of the class struggle. Part 2. Fascism and the class struggle. 1. The political crisis. Fascism and the exceptional state. The problem and the Comintern. I have given a general framework for the period encompassing the conjuncture of the class struggle which led to fascism. I now think it necessary, before embarking on an analysis of the conjuncture, to pose certain problems on which this analysis will focus. Although fascism must be situated in the framework of a given stage of capitalist development, it is obvious that this stage is not enough to explain fascism. The interventionist state does not necessarily take the form of fascism. Fascism therefore corresponds to a specific conjuncture of the class struggle. But we have to go further. Fascism does not constitute a simple variation of the capitalist state at a certain stage of its development. Fascism is a form of state and of regime at the extreme limit of the capitalist state. By extreme limit, I do not in the least mean a pathological form of the bourgeois political system, i.e. a form somehow alien to parliamentary democracy, but a form due to a quite particular conjuncture of the class struggle. This particularity is not itself exhaustively determined by the period of the development of capitalism within which this class struggle is located. This is the same as posing the problem of the political crisis, for the appearance of fascism corresponds precisely to a political crisis. The above propositions can therefore be clarified by making it evident that the political crisis is composed of a number of particular characteristics of the class struggle, the problem raised here being similar to the problem posed by the revolutionary situation. So we can be more specific. Although it is true that fascism is not alien to parliamentary democracy, and although it is also true that the bourgeois state, and the capitalist system, carry within them both the seeds of fascism and the seeds of revolution, and we must not forget this, it is still true that fascism cannot be explained just by the automatic, linear, necessary germination of these seeds, any more than revolution can be ascribed to such a process. However, the Third International often thought of fascism in this way, and together with its inability to locate the difference between fascism and the parliamentary democratic form of the bourgeois state, this led it to mistake the specific nature of fascism. Fascism grows organically out of bourgeois democracy. The process of passing from bourgeois dictatorship to open forms of repression is the essence of bourgeois democracy. 2. Again, Germany shows that the passage from democracy to fascism is an organic process which unfolds without particularly explosive or surprising events, or a marked high point. It can be completed gradually and directly. 3. The conception of a gradual and almost imperceptible transfer to fascism therefore goes back to the view that between fascism and bourgeois democracy there is only a difference of degree. Fascism is not a new form of government. Manuelski, OPCIT. Or again, it is by no means the task of communists to go around with distorting lenses in search of pseudo-theory of differences of some sort between democracy and fascism. For such had been the positions of the PCI, and they had already been strongly expressed within the Comintern during the Fifth Congress in 1924. 5. This context made it impossible even to pose the problem of the political crisis as the point at which contradictions were condensed, at which there was a break from the gradual pace of development, leading to fascism. The Comintern reduced every such situation to a revolutionary situation, seen as a continuous, progressive process of ripening. To come to the problem of the political crisis, the crucial question is whether it is possible to distinguish general features of a political crisis apart from those of the revolutionary situation in the strict sense of the term, i.e. of determining a quite specific form of state and specific forms of regimes. There are two sides to the one problem: is it possible to grasp a crisis as a general concept and so to determine the special peculiarities of the exceptional state to which it leads? Further, within the general framework of the political crisis, is it possible to determine the different and particular variants of crisis, each leading to specific forms of the exceptional regime, Bonapartism, military dictatorship, and fascism? 6. To Thalheimer, Gramsci, Trotsky. To direct our ideas, there are, in making this kind of examination of fascism, two distinct but related conceptions which are of use to us, that of August Thalheimer and Antonio Gramsci. In addition we have that of Trotsky. The first two are related, in that they both follow from certain analyses by Marx and Engels, developed by Lenin. They are chiefly concerned with a form of state which has as its essential characteristic a particular relative autonomy from the dominant classes, and which arises when the two main class forces in a social formation are in equilibrium. These analyses were applied concretely to the case of the absolutist state, equilibrium between the bourgeoisie and the landed nobility, and to Bonapartism, equilibrium between the bourgeoisie and the working class, Bismarckism being considered as an amalgam of the other two cases. 7. It is necessary to be careful with the term equilibrium since it has a particular meaning here, the meaning of an equilibrium between equals, a situation in which the two main antagonists are, according to the metaphor of the scales, in balance. In fact, the Marxist classics, Lenin and Mao in particular, often use the term equilibrium in a different way, to designate situations of relative stabilization of the relation of force between two forces which are nonetheless unequal. As far as Thalheimer is concerned, 8. He has left us some important writings in which he examines the case of fascism, following the problematic of Bonapartism. The essential factor of the political crisis which he attempts to define, for there are many other factors, is precisely that of the equilibrium between the two main class forces, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Such a crisis leads to Bonapartist forms of state, one of the essential features of which is the specific relative autonomy of the state from the dominant classes. The latter thus sacrifice their political domination for the benefits of a master/savior, to preserve their socio-economic dominance. Thalheimer sees fascism as a particular form of Bonapartism. For Gramsci the case is rather different. The difference is that, within the general framework of the political crisis, he defines a specific case of political crisis, that of the crisis of hegemony or of the crisis of catastrophic equilibrium which leads to the phenomenon of Caesarism. 9. In this case, it is not just an equilibrium between the two main forces present, but a specific equilibrium arising in such a way that to go on struggling can only lead to mutual destruction, and a perspective of catastrophe. This observation is important, and similar to something Marx too had said, which was also used by Thalheimer, though he did not give it a specific meaning as did Gramsci. Marx sometimes attributed French Bonapartism to this particular equilibrium, as resulting from the fact that the bourgeois class had already lost, and the working class not yet gained the ability to govern the nation. Catastrophic political crisis of this kind would give rise, according to Gramsci, to the phenomenon of Caesarism. Again, one of its essential features would be a specific form of the relative autonomy of the state from the dominant classes. Gramsci sees fascism as a quite typical case of Caesarism, while he seems hesitant about classifying French Bonapartism as a case of Caesarism, and only does so with many reservations, which by the way enables him, unlike Thalheimer at times, to avoid superficial analogy and identification between fascism and Bonapartism. As far as I know, Thalheimer and Gramsci were alone in formulating clearly the thesis on fascism which relates the political crisis to the equilibrium between equal forces. It is nonetheless true that from Otto Bauer to Angelo Tosca and Arthur Rosenberg, the same conception seems to underlie many old and contemporary attempts by Marxists to explain fascism. I need only mention how contemporary studies of fascism are rediscovering the work of Thalheimer in Germany and Gramsci in Italy. But these analyses, though they include important points, seem to me to be wrong on one essential point. Neither in Germany nor in Italy did the triumph of fascism correspond to a political crisis of equilibrium in any sense of the term. The working class had already been thoroughly defeated by the time fascism came into power, and the bourgeoisie did not have to pay for this defeat with any catastrophic equilibrium. In other words, throughout the rise of fascism, the bourgeoisie remained the principal aspect of the principal contradiction. With Trotsky things are more complex. In his writings on Germany, Trotsky for his part is very careful to distinguish between Bonapartism, which is based on an equilibrium between the two forces, and fascism. 11. Nevertheless, he seems to neglect the question of the specific political crisis which characterizes fascism. He insists basically on two characteristics. They are significant, for they show that despite their differences, Trotsky basically shared the Comintern's view. 1. That fascism represents an open civil war by the bourgeoisie against the insurgent working class, and therefore a revolutionary offensive by the working class. In this mistaken characterization Trotsky came close to the Comintern position. 2. That fascism was the typical manner in which the bourgeoisie in decline obtained the support of the petty bourgeoisie, just as Jacobinism was the typical manner of the rising bourgeoisie, and social democracy the typical manner of the bourgeoisie in the epoch of its stabilization, this being a general characterization deduced mechanistically from the period, and one which underestimates the specific class struggle. But Trotsky must be given his due. He clarified some important points about fascism, for one thing, its relations to the working class and the petty bourgeoisie. What is more, he was almost alone in having an astonishingly accurate foresight of the development of the process in Germany. But as is often the case with Trotsky, his analyses uncovered real problems, which are left unresolved, or given erroneous explanations. Even Isaac Deutscher, well known to be sympathetic to Trotsky's positions, has to say of his conception of fascism that, on some occasions he applied it rather imprecisely. He saw the imminence of fascism in France, and he insisted on labeling Pilsudski's pseudo-Bonapartist dictatorship over Poland as fascist. On the other hand, Trotsky described, rather unconvincingly, the ephemeral governments of Schleicher and von Papen, and also Doumerc's feeble government of 1934, as Bonapartist. Only in 1940 did he at last describe the Pétain regime as pseudo-Bonapartist rather than fascist. 12. 3. The analytical framework, political crisis, class struggle, and the institutional system. We have already drawn up a framework for investigating fascism, in the form of theses which require justification. The general characteristics of the political crisis can easily be defined. The element of equilibrium between equals is specific to certain kinds of political crisis, i.e. the general equilibrium crisis and the catastrophic equilibrium crisis. These are not the kinds of political crisis of equilibrium to which fascism corresponds. Moreover, although the conjuncture of class struggle peculiar to fascism has the general characteristics of the political crisis, it also has the particular characteristics of a quite specific political crisis. Such is the line of research which I shall follow in this study, focusing on the question of fascism. In particular, by examining every side of the political crisis of fascism, I shall indicate both the features of every political crisis in general, and those which mark it out as a particular kind of crisis. The essence of a political crisis which can lead to the emergence of an exceptional state lies in particular characteristics of the field of the class struggle, the field of social relations. 13. But the political crisis is associated with profound fissures in the institutional system, i.e. in the state apparatus, just as, From this point of view, the revolutionary situation is characterized by dual power, a feature specific to the state instance. The exceptional state is a response to these fissures, among other things. But this institutional crisis, although it has its own effects on the class struggle, is itself only the result of it. Institutions do not determine social antagonisms, it is the class struggle which governs the modifications in the state apparatuses. This requires pointing out, in view of the institutionalist functionalist conceptions which reduce this social crisis to an institutional crisis, and which have implications for the analysis of fascism, so that most studies of fascism in political theory reduce it to a crisis of the parliamentary democratic state. 14. So in presenting my analysis, I shall begin by explaining the features of the class struggle which characterize the political crisis of fascism. Their effects on the state apparatus during the rise of fascism will only be briefly indicated, since I shall go on to devote a special chapter to the systematic examination of effects on the apparatuses. This will also be my plan for fascism itself. I shall first describe the relation of fascism in power with the various classes and class interests engaged in struggle, devoting a whole chapter to the systematic examination of the fascist state. That will be the chapter in which the question of the form of the exceptional state will be discussed, together with the question of fascism as a specific form of regime of such a state. 2. The growth of fascism. Finally, I shall follow the policy of distinguishing between the steps in the growth of fascism. I shall not go into a long preamble on the subject here. I simply wish to make it clear that fascism does not come as a bolt from the blue. It is possible to speak of the growth of fascism as long as this does not mean the simple germination of seeds existing in parliamentary democracy, but a significantly different process, corresponding to a political crisis which can be described as the growth of fascism. The growth of fascism can therefore only be grasped by breaking entirely with the theory of an evolutionist, linear kind of organic and continuous development between parliamentary democracy and fascism. It was no accident that this break did not come until Dimitrov spoke at the 7th Congress of the Comintern. Stressing that fascism was not the simple and ordinary substitution of one bourgeois government by another but a change in the form of the state, he was at least able to point to the key problem of the rise of fascism. Comrades, the accession to power of fascism must not be conceived of in so simplified and smooth a form, as though some committee or other of finance capital decided on a certain date to set up a fascist dictatorship. In reality, fascism usually comes to power in the course of a mutual and at times severe struggle against the old bourgeois parties. All this, however, does not make less important the fact that, before the establishment of a fascist dictatorship, bourgeois governments usually pass through a number of preliminary stages and adapt a number of reactionary measures which directly facilitate the accession to power of fascism. 1. The question of the beginning of the growth of fascism should not be confused with the problem of the origins of fascism, a question to which priority has been given in the historiography of fascism. First of all, there is the striking fact that the start of the process is not the birth of fascist organizations, which on the one hand, vegetated for a long time in Germany and Italy before the process really began, and on the other, often existed elsewhere without getting underway at all. Secondly, and most importantly, what is characteristic of the start of the process is the accumulation, or rather the systematic coordination of particular characteristics. Finally, a remark about the pace of this growth of fascism. Again, the process has an uneven pace of development, measured by the forms in which the various contradictions accumulated. Of course, the process can still be divided into strict periods according to the development of the class struggle and the modifications in the apparatuses, but such periods have their own pace, slow or rapid, and varying duration, long or short. The way they are grouped is itself determined by the conjunctural forms of the political crisis in question. From the very nature of fascism, it is possible to distinguish the following periods in its growth. I list them now in order to clarify my account. A. The period from the start of the process to the point of no return. Although the fascist phenomenon can be resisted and avoided, there is a point in its growth after which it appears difficult to turn it back. The moment is not that at which fascism actually comes into power. The accession to power seems such a simple, final act, occurring only when the essentials are already decided and done with, in short, a confirmation of a victory already won. The importance of this has to be acknowledged. In reality, if one stays glued to what is happening in the political foreground, this foreground will in the end become a screen to hide the deeper workings of the class struggle where real power is at stake. B. The period from the point of no return until fascism comes into power. This is an important period, not so much because of the actual victory of fascism, as for its nature and specific political character. C. The first period of fascism in power. This is a period characterized by particular instability and ambiguity, because of the original, very complex, class character of fascism, i.e. because of the very ambiguous character of the popular support it has when it reaches power. This is the period in which fascism is still strongly influenced by its origins, finding itself generally obliged to make compromise measures of a kind to bolster many illusions. D. The period of fascist stabilization, which itself occurs in various steps. At the beginning of this period fascism is purified of its class origins, or at least of the ambiguity of its origins. This becomes evident with widespread, bloody purges of its own ranks. It therefore loses its facade, and from now on directly exercises its own class functions. Although it is not true, as Trotsky maintained, that fascism degenerates during this period into a common military dictatorship, as it always continues to have specific characteristics distinguishing it from that, it is true that fascism brutally rids itself of a part of the class weight under which it labors, so initiating the period of its stabilization. Part 3. Fascism and the dominant classes. In this section I shall first examine the relation between fascism and the dominant classes or class fractions within the periodization indicated above. I should at once make it clear that fascism is a very complex phenomenon. It can only be explained by elucidating its relation to the various classes in struggle. Nevertheless, it corresponds to a very particular situation of the various dominant classes and class fractions. 1. General propositions. I. Contradictions between dominant classes and dominant fractions of classes. The appearance and rise of fascism correspond to the deepening and sharpening of the internal contradictions between the dominant classes and class fractions, which is an important element of the political crisis in question. This can only be understood on the basis of a correct conception of the alliance of classes and class fractions in relation to political domination. In a social formation composed of many social classes, and in particular in a capitalist social formation, where the bourgeois class is constitutively divided into different class fractions, no single class or class fraction occupies the field of political domination. There is a specific alliance of several classes and fractions, which I have elsewhere described as the power bloc, le bloc au pouvoir. Thus, the contradictions between the dominant classes and class fractions often take on sufficient importance to determine the forms of state and of regime. As for these contradictions in the conjuncture of fascism, it must again be stressed that they are not confined, as is often assumed, to economics alone. In the growth of fascism, the intensification of the internal contradictions of the power bloc is characteristically revealed by their extension over the political and ideological planes. This has repercussions in the deep crisis of party representation and in the deep ideological crisis which affect the bloc. The growth of fascism is, then, characterized by the fact that the political struggle of the power bloc against the masses dominates the economic struggle, i.e. there is a declared politicization of the class struggle by the power bloc. But what specifies it here is that the effects of this politicization extend to the contradictions within the bloc itself. This is a remarkable feature, for all politicization of this kind does not necessarily have the same effect. Generally, it in fact petrifies the power bloc against its common enemy. 2. The crisis of hegemony. In the case of the growth of fascism and of fascism itself, No dominant class or class fraction seems able to impose its leadership on the other classes and fractions of the power bloc, whether by its own methods of political organization or through the parliamentary democratic state. Basically, the power bloc, like every other alliance, does not generally consist of classes and fractions of equal importance, sharing the crumbs of power among themselves. It can only function on a regular basis insofar as a dominant class or fraction of a class imposes its own particular domination on the other members of the alliance in power, in short insofar as it succeeds in imposing its hegemony and cementing them together under its leadership. The inability of any class or class fraction to impose its hegemony is what characterizes the conjuncture of fascism, that is, ultimately, the inability of the alliance in power to overcome its intensified contradictions of its own accord. This inability to impose hegemony within the power bloc is also, however, related to the crisis of hegemony experienced by it and its members in its political domination of the ensemble of the social formation. 3 modifications in hegemony. This being the situation within the power bloc, fascism also corresponds to a complete and specific reorganization of the bloc. This involves, a modification of the relation of forces within this alliance, a redistribution of the respective weight of the forces in it, and, b, the establishment by fascism of the hegemony of a new class fraction within the power bloc, that of finance capital, or big monopoly capital. At the start of the growth of fascism, hegemony is evidently unstable. During this step, various classes and fractions of classes occupy the hegemonic position. Then comes a step of genuine inability to assume hegemony, and finally fascism in power establishes the hegemony of a fraction which has not previously filled this place. This shift of political hegemony, as distinct from big capital's clearly well-established dominance in the economic sphere, is a function of fascism which the Comintern tended to fail to recognize, by making a simple identification between economic domination and political hegemony. Fascist dictatorship is no different from bourgeois democracy, which also achieves the dictatorship of finance capital. 1. For the breaking of representational ties, and the political parties. The conjuncture of fascism and the start of the growth of fascism correspond to a crisis of party representation as far as the power bloc is concerned. This is a very remarkable feature of the political crisis in question. In other words, there is a split between the dominant classes and class fractions and their political parties, i.e. a split in the relations both of representation, in the state system, and of organization. The importance of this element was pointed out both by Marx, in his analysis of the situation in France before the accession of Louis Bonaparte, and by Gramsci. These situations of conflict between represented and representatives reverberate out from the terrain of the parties, throughout the state organism, reinforcing the relative power of the bureaucracy, civil and military, of high finance, of the church, and generally of all bodies relatively independent of the fluctuations of public opinion. How are they created in the first place? 2. It is a significant fact that the traditional political parties of the bourgeoisie and its allies at no time adopted fascism completely, but even tried at times, when it was too late, to oppose its accession to power. In cases where these parties agreed to form governments with fascist participation, they did so only with the stated object, which they acted upon, of throttling the fascist parties, that is, of getting rid of them after using them against the masses. In this, the political parties were not followed by the classes and fractions they were supposed to represent. This by no means implies, as it has often been argued, that the ensemble of the bourgeois class and its allies openly supported the fascist accession to power with unanimity, throughout the growth of fascism. It was rather a question of profound political disorientation of the power bloc, within which the fascist party, with the open support of the big monopoly capital class fraction, came by steps and turns to fill the void left by the breaking of the representational ties of the classic political parties. As a result, the whole of the bourgeoisie and its allies stood by and watched the elimination of these parties by the fascist party. All this does not mean that nothing was happening within the political parties concerned, or that they still remained faithful, Far from it, to their role in a parliamentary democratic form of state. In fact, the beginning of the rise of fascism corresponds to a radicalization of the bourgeois parties, in the direction of forms of the exceptional state. However, the solution such parties sought was the hardening of the state in different forms, within a framework in which they would have been able to continue or restore their political leadership, i.e. they would ultimately have accepted the solution of a military dictatorship. To come back to the question of the breaking of representational ties, it was a progressive break, firstly affecting the relation of representation. With the beginning of the rise of fascism, while the parliamentary democratic form of state apparently remains intact, the relations between the ruling classes and class fractions on the one hand, and the state apparatus on the other, are no longer mainly established through the medium of these political parties, but increasingly directly. This has two effects: 1. The institutional duplication of these parties by a whole series of hidden parallel networks, operating as the channels of real communication of real power and decisions, varying from the emergence of pressure groups and private militia as nuclei of political reorganization, to the setting up of virtual parastate networks. 2. A new growth in the role of the state apparatus itself, i.e. the army, the police, the courts, the administration, to some extent short-circuiting the role of formal government, characteristically reversing the established juridical order, displacing the real power from the forum of the parties, now mere cliques, i.e. from parliament, to the state machinery proper. In short, by analogy with the situation of dual power which specifies the revolutionary situation, we may call what we see here a characteristic which specifies the distortion between formal power and real power political crisis. It is absolutely essential not to reduce this process to a straightforward transformation of legislative-executive relations, i.e. to a simple passage from a parliamentary state to a strong state, état fort, in which the executive predominates. This transformation, with many variations, is basic to the passage from the form of liberal state of competitive capitalism to the form of interventionist state of monopoly capitalism, but it is not in itself identical with the rise of fascism referred to here, even though there are features common to both, owing to the fact that fascism, of course, has its own precise place in the imperialist stage. The important point here seems to be that there are characteristic distortions between real and formal power, due directly to the breaking of the representational ties. The distortions and breaking do not of course appear in every transformation of the liberal into an interventionist state. This break between representatives and represented finally affects the organizational relation too. The aims of the extremely bitter struggles among the various political parties of the classes and fractions in power seem to miss the real political contradictions. The parties seem to confine themselves to aims relating only to the economic contradictions, even though these struggles are directly transposed into quarrels over political personnel, and they seem to lose sight of the concrete means of attaining their general political class interests. The bourgeois political leaders are in a pitiable situation, well described by Marx and Lenin. They are unable to give political organization to, or impose hegemony on, the alliance of classes and class fractions they represent. Cut off from the latter, puppets in the death agonies of parliamentary cretinism, their fear of the working class only sharpens their delirium. It is a situation which, before fascism comes into power, often gives rise to episodes of unprecedented bedlam. There is one last important point. Throughout the rise of fascism we witness a proliferation of the organizations, including the parties, of the dominant classes and fractions. This proliferation is characteristic of the impotence and the instability of hegemony, while a non-fascist solution to the crisis would, as Gramsci stressed, require the fusion of these organizations into a single party of the bourgeoisie. 3. V. The ideological crisis. The conjuncture of fascism corresponds to a crisis in the dominant ideology. This aspect of the problem cannot be too strongly emphasized. Basically, fascism cannot be explained and understood without a correct position on the decisive role played, in given historical circumstances, by ideology, and without a thorough examination of the ideological crisis experienced by the social formations in which fascism triumphed. By ideological crisis must be understood chiefly a crisis in the dominant ideology in a social formation, i.e. a crisis in the ideology of the dominant class in that formation. This ideology of the dominant class, the real cement of a social formation, is attacked first of all among the mass of the people, i.e. among the oppressed classes, whom it is the main function of this ideology to keep politically subject and subordinate. This is only one aspect of the question. In determinate conjunctures, it is possible to speak of a crisis going beyond the crisis of the dominant ideology, a generalized ideological crisis distinct from the former alone. In fact, within a social formation there exists not only a dominant ideology, i.e. an ideological discourse which the dominance of the dominant ideology makes relatively systematic, but also real ideological subgroupings. These subgroupings exist by virtue of the dominance within them of ideologies belonging to classes other than the dominant class e.g. working class, and petty bourgeois ideology. Of course, the dominant ideology, i.e. the ideology of the dominant class, is effectively dominant within the ensemble of a social formation only insofar as it succeeds by various means in also permeating the ideologies belonging to the ideological subgroupings. For example, the ideology of the dominant class dominates the ideological subgroupings of working class ideology insofar as it succeeds in permeating its ideology. Thus, trade unionist ideology, which is not as such the ideology of the bourgeois class, is simply a manifestation of this ideology in the working class, i.e. it is only the form in which bourgeois ideology dominates the subgrouping working class ideology by permeating it. It therefore becomes clear that every crisis of the dominant ideology affects the ensemble of the ideological world of a social formation. But it does not always affect it in the same way. For example, it is possible that an acute crisis in the ideology of the dominant social force could allow the ideology of the antagonistic social force to advance or progress in the formation. It is even possible for the one relatively speaking to replace the other before a revolution in the strict sense has actually taken place, the classic case being the surreptitious replacement of feudal by bourgeois ideology before the French Revolution. But it is also possible for a situation of generalized ideological crisis to arise. In other words, a situation where there is both a crisis in the dominant ideology and a crisis in the ideology of the main dominated social force, occurring for different reasons but running parallel to each other. This was precisely the case with fascism, a deep crisis in the dominant bourgeois ideology and, simultaneously, a deep crisis among the masses. This was not a crisis in the working class ideology dominated by bourgeois ideology, that is of reformist, revisionist ideology, which would have given room for the advance of Marxist-Leninist ideology. It was a crisis of Marxist-Leninist ideology itself. The important thing to consider for the moment, however, is the crisis in the dominant ideology, and one aspect in particular of this crisis, the fact that in the case of fascism, it affects not only the impact of this ideology on the dominated classes, but also the relation of the bourgeoisie, and its allies, to its own ideology. The ideological crisis in fact penetrates to the very heart of the power alliance itself. The dominant classes and fractions no longer seem able to live out their relation to their conditions of existence in the same way. In other words, the function of the dominant ideology is at an end for the dominant classes themselves. One of the effects of this situation, and not the least important, was in fact the breaking of the representational ties between these classes and fractions and their political parties, and the organizational weakness of these parties. Another was the characteristic, spectacular turn of the power block's watchdogs, its cast of approved ideological spokesmen, towards fascist ideology, and the systematic attack they launched on traditional bourgeois ideology. This conversion of the bourgeoisie's ideological spokesmen, together with the ideological crisis within the dominant classes themselves, was an important factor in the bourgeoisie's open and decisive passage to fascism. This ideological crisis, in the forms it took within the dominant class itself, could be said to be at the roots of a factor which contributed further to the political crisis, the break between the political representatives of the bourgeoisie, the parties and politicians, and its ideological representatives, the watchdogs and ideological spokesmen. The latter seemed to adopt and advocate fascism more radically, directly, and openly than the former, and often, because of their attacks on parties and politicians, came into sharp conflict with them. And it was not accidental that the bourgeoisie's ties with its ideological spokesmen proved the stronger. 6. The offensive by big capital and the power bloc. There is finally another element in the conjuncture of fascism, which cannot be overemphasized. Contrary to the prevailing view in the Comintern, the rise of fascism corresponds to a decisive turn in the relation between the forces present. It corresponds to an offensive step and an offensive strategy on the part of the bourgeoisie, and a defensive step by the working class. A. On attack and defense. As a start, it will be useful to clarify the notions of offensive and defensive steps, as well as the idea of offensive and defensive strategy. Is it, first of all, legitimate to have recourse to this distinction between attack and defense in analyzing the concrete situation of the relation between forces? 5. It should be noted in the first place that both Lenin and Mao base their political and military analyses on the irreconcilable difference between attack and defense. All their strategic calculations are based on this difference. As Mao emphasizes, in the Chinese Civil War, as in all other wars, ancient and modern, in China or abroad, there are only two basic forms of fighting, attack and defense. 6. Mao's concept of protracted war in no way negates this concept. The difference involves firstly the objective steps of the struggle, which depend on a whole series of objective factors of the relation between forces. In this sense, any protagonist in the field of the class struggle goes through an offensive step and a defensive step. Between these two lies that of a relative stabilization of the forces present, which Lenin defines as a relative equilibrium of forces, Mao as a step of consolidation in the relation between forces. Correct diagnosis of these steps lays the real basis for a correct strategy for the working classes, the masses, and their leadership. Correct strategy does not fall from the sky, nor is it made by decree. The second side to the question is therefore that strategy, in the real sense, is articulated on the basis of these steps. Such strategy has its own rules, and is itself based on the distinction between attack and defense. For Mao, there are three distinct moments involved: strategic defense, strategic consolidation and strategic counteroffensive, corresponding to different steps in the relation between forces. 7. Strategy says how the working class and the masses must act in each step, to reach final victory, through protracted war. Now, although strategy is based on the diagnosis of steps, it also intervenes as an element in the step itself, in the relation between forces. For example, a defensive step for the working class, requiring a strategic defense, is marked out among other things by the strategy of the enemy, by his strategic attack. There is therefore a double problem in the rise of fascism: I. The real nature of the step and the diagnosis the Comintern made of it. 2. The strategy which was then applied. B. The steps in the process. We can only get to grips with this problem in the section, Part 4 below, on fascism and the working class. The nature of a step depends on the relation between forces. But let it be clear that fascism by no means represents the only weakness of the bourgeoisie, as the Comintern believed, nor does the rise of fascism represent a defensive strategy, counter-revolution, on its part, thereby indicating a step in the working class offensive. On the contrary, the general outline of the model before and during the rise of fascism is as follows: 1. Defeat of the offensive by the working class and the masses after a prolonged and serious confrontation. 2. A step of relative stabilization between the forces present, marked by upsurges. It is not a situation of calm, as it is still located in the context of sharpening class struggles. But these upsurges do not go so far as to modify the unequal but fixed relation between forces. In short, it is a positional war. but one must beware of taking a step of stabilization to be an equilibrium between equal forces present. The bourgeoisie still maintains its advantage, pressing and dividing its adversary, and preparing to take the offensive. It is weak, mainly in not yet being strong enough to go into the attack. It is not as if it is weakened still further in this period. During this same period, the strategy of the working class not only fails to weaken the bourgeoisie, but on the contrary increases its strength. Only the Third Comintern Congress, 1921, seems to have identified the stage of relative stabilization successfully. The Fourth Congress, 1922-3, with its slogans of workers' governments, i.e. bourgeois governments with communist participation, identified the step of stabilization as a defensive step by the labor movement, and an offensive by the bourgeoisie, whereas in fact the bourgeoisie's offensive step, and the working class's defensive step began only with the start of the rise of fascism, following on from the period of stabilization. As for the Fifth Congress, 1924, it too disregarded the stabilization step, but in the opposite sense, in that it diagnosed a step of working class offensive. Trotsky's position is also significant for this question. 9. While correctly criticizing the positions of the Fifth Comintern Congress, which skipped the stabilization step and diagnosed a step of proletarian offensive, he in his turn repeated the error of the Fourth Congress, identifying the stabilization step as a step in the working class defensive. While in characterizing the period which followed, which saw the start of the rise of fascism, and for which the previous diagnosis would have been quite correct, Trotsky made the same mistakes as the Comintern. The end of the period of stabilization plus working class defensive, or downturn, would mean a reversal of the situation, and therefore a working class offensive. For Trotsky, as for the Comintern, fascism is a response of the bourgeoisie to an immediate danger threatening the foundations of its regime. Fascism is a state of civil war against the insurrection of the proletariat. This agreement between Trotsky and the Comintern is due, as I have suggested, to their shared economism. 10. The economistic view is evident in the omission by both of the stabilization step as the period before the rise of fascism begins. But they draw different conclusions. Economic disintegration equals proletarian offensive for the Fifth Comintern Congress, and economic stabilization equals proletarian defensive for Trotsky, following in the tradition of the Fourth Congress, at which economism had already come to the fore. What seems to have reunited them in the same error is the equation economic crisis, 1929, equals proletarian offensive 11-3. Start of the rise of fascism corresponding to the bourgeoisie's move to the offensive. This period is characterized by a new sharpness in the class struggle, a sharpness due to this offensive strategy, but giving the Comintern the illusion, especially after the Sixth Congress, of a repetition of the conditions of a revolutionary period. In the end, the success of fascism was not a proof of the bourgeoisie's weakness, but confirmed its strength for a long time. What basically happened in the rise of fascism, was that a political crisis of the bourgeoisie corresponded to an offensive strategy. This means, of course, that things are not going too well for the dominant classes. But to describe this political crisis as a weakness of the bourgeoisie is to say something about its relation of force with the working class, and that is precisely where the Comintern was wrong in its interpretation, making the equation weakness of the bourgeoisie equals power plus offensive of the proletariat. It was not until the Seventh Congress of the Comintern that Dimitrov dared to suggest, in veiled terms, that the rise of fascism represented a defensive step for the working class. The suggestion came in his criticism of the Fourth Congress conception of workers' governments, in that it adopted the slogan, and recommended the participation of communists in such governments. But, said Dimitrov, what the Fourth Congress did not do was to point out that such governments were quite definitely confined to the existence of political crisis. They could only be governments of struggle against fascism and reaction. 12. Reading between the lines, though Dimitrov was very careful not to say it explicitly, one finds the conception that a rise of fascism corresponds to a defensive step by the working class. Let us note in passing that Dimitrov was right to criticize the Fourth Congress, but the error of the Congress did not lie where he placed it. The slogan of workers' governments was adopted by the Fourth Congress because of its conception of stabilization. It already denoted a reduction of the class struggle to the economic sphere, implying, in fact, the equation economic stabilization equals working class defensive, just as the Sixth Congress, in the opposite sense, believed in the equation end of stabilization equals catastrophic economic crisis equals working class offensive. This explains the Fourth Congress workers' government's slogan, whereas Lenin, at the Third Congress, made no identification between stabilization and working class defensive. He was referring to class struggle, and, moreover, only used the expression of relative equilibrium of forces, and he put forward the slogan to the masses, a very different one from workers' governments. So it was not that the Fourth Congress was wrong, as Dimitrov said, in failing to relate workers' governments to a defensive step, but rather in its understanding of the real nature of the step, interpreting the step of stabilization of the class struggle as defensive. 13. 7. The fascist parties, fascism, and the dominant classes and class fractions, domination, hegemony, and the ruling class, the relative autonomy of fascism. The final important question concerns the relation between, I, the dominant classes and class fractions and, 2, fascism, firstly with the fascist party, then with the fascist state. The three main conceptions of this seem equally mistaken to me. A. The conception, increasingly dominant in the Comintern, according to which, by contrast with the parliamentary democratic state in the framework of which other dominant classes and fractions of classes play a decisive political role, the fascist state represents a total grip on the state by the big monopoly capital fraction alone. According to this conception, the capitalist state has thus reached a stage of total subordination to the narrow interests of this fraction, the fascist state being simply the agent, in the strong sense, of this fraction, a tool which it can manipulate at will, to the exclusion of the other dominant classes and class fractions. Clearly this view allows the fascist state no relative autonomy from the power bloc and its hegemonic fraction. This deep-rooted illusion in the Third International went back to a whole instrumentalist conception of the state, closely combined with economism, and still governs the analysis present-day communist parties give of the state in the age of state monopoly capitalism. In this respect, the analyses of the fascist state and the present-day state are absolutely identical. This was the view which became dominant with Dimitrov and the Seventh Congress. For now it should be observed that this conception is often accompanied by the apparently contradictory conception of the internal contradictions of fascism. Although it is often stressed that fascism represents the contradictory interests of various classes, these contradictions are nevertheless deemed to disappear miraculously at the institutional level of the fascist party and state. This conception of the relation between the fascist state and big capital after fascism comes into power determines the major mistake, which we shall return to, about the relations between big capital and the fascist party throughout the rise of fascism. The fascist party is mainly seen as the paid agent in the service of big capital. The fascist party, the military weapon in big capital's fight, is often identified as a pack of white guards, a mere armed militia in the pay of big capital, a tool it can manipulate at will. 14. So on the one hand the question which attracts most attention is the financing of fascist organizations, whereas the organizational relation between the fascist party and the bourgeoisie is much more complex. On the other hand, the military aspect is not only seen as the main aspect of the rise of fascism throughout, but even as being detached from the political aspect of the phenomenon, whereas in fact, firstly, the military aspect is constantly determined by the political aspect of the process and, secondly, the political aspect holds the dominant role, except in the very final step. This latter feature is peculiar to the rise of fascism. In this respect, Clara Zetkin's warning to the Executive Committee of the Comintern on June 23, 1923, is still correct. The error of the Italian Communist Party lies mainly in the fact that it has seen fascism only as a military terrorist movement, not as a mass movement with deep social roots. It must be stressed that before fascism wins militarily, it has already won the ideological and political victory over the working class. 15. B. The series of conceptions which construct fascism according to the schema of Bonapartism, i.e. a schema of a relation of equilibrium between equals, between the two main forces. This view was set out above all by Thalheimer, but was also strongly held by many Marxist theoreticians of fascism. It leads them to attribute to the fascist state a type and degree of relative autonomy which it does not in fact possess, and in the end makes them unable to define correctly the relations between fascism and big capital. It leads them, for example, to speak of a distortion between economic domination, the monopoly of a totally independent fascist state, misinterpreting Marx's famous formulations in the 18th Brumaire on the opposition of state and society and the independence of the state in relation to civil society. 16. This relative autonomy of the state, taken to the limit, would even mean breaking the tie between the state and the hegemonic fraction, hence completely false descriptions of fascism. Using the war economy, openly and for a long period, against the interests of big capital and in declared opposition to it. 17. C. The conception, current in social democratic circles and correctly opposed by the International, that fascism was the political dictatorship of the petty bourgeoisie. There is, in fact, a very close and complex connection between fascism and the petty bourgeoisie, which was underestimated by the International. But this conception, which attempts to establish the relative autonomy of the fascist state, assumes, just like the previous one, that it can be done by separating political from economic domination, with the difference that the state is not here seen as somehow independent vis-a-vis two forces in equilibrium, but as expressing the political domination of the petty bourgeoisie. The third force, faced with the economic domination of big capital. 18. The correct position should be put here too. Throughout the rise of fascism and after the conquest of power, fascism, the fascist party and the fascist state, characteristically has a relative autonomy from both the power bloc and the fraction of big monopoly capital, whose hegemony it has established. This relative autonomy stems from two sets of factors, a. From the internal contradictions among the classes and fractions of classes in the power alliance, i.e. from its internal political crisis, the relative autonomy necessary to reorganize this bloc and establish within it the hegemony of the fraction of big monopoly capital, b. From the contradictions between the dominant classes and fractions and the dominated classes, i.e. from the political crisis of the ensemble of the social formation, and from the complex relation between fascism and the dominated classes. This relation is precisely what makes fascism indispensable to mediate a re-establishment of political domination and hegemony. But this relative autonomy is not of the same type or extent as that of a state in the framework of an equilibrium, of force, between the two main social forces. Not that in this last case the state becomes a neutral mediator in the class struggle, it never ceases to organize political domination. But in this case it possesses a margin for maneuver, imposed by the conjuncture, which the fascist state, located within the framework of a different political crisis, has never possessed. In short, although the fascist state has a characteristic relative autonomy which, despite appearances, distinguishes it from the normal forms of the capitalist state, it cannot be considered as a particular case of the relative autonomy peculiar to the Bonapartist forms of state. 19. For the moment I shall confine myself to examining the first set of factors in this relative autonomy, and to indicating the steps it goes through, which are the same as those of the rise of fascism, a. From the start of the process to the point of no return. The fascist party, existing previously only in the embryonic form of armed bands, maintained by dominant fractions during the step of offensive by the proletariat, but abandoned by them during the phase of stabilization, now increasingly takes on the character of a mass party. It is openly maintained by big capitalist circles, but it is far from being the representative party of this fraction, let alone of the ensemble of the alliance in power. At the point of no return, the fascist party gains the support of the big capital fraction, in return for some guarantees. It attempts to consolidate its relations. with certain of the classes and fractions in power, and to neutralize the reservations of others. In short, it establishes organizational, party ties with a power alliance which has gone onto the offensive, and lacks its own representative political organizations. This distinguishes fascism from Bonapartism, which in general does not form a party proper. But its political ties to the masses remain very strong. b. The period from the point of no return until fascism comes to power. This completes the preceding period by the successful neutralization of the contradictions between the fractions of big monopoly capital and the other dominant classes and fractions, by means of compromises made by fascism to the latter. But at the same time, this is quite a sudden change of direction for the masses, disturbed by the ever clearer relation between the fascist party and the power bloc. This period sees the establishment of an effective alliance between the monopolistic fraction and the petty bourgeoisie, such as I previously outlined, by means of the fascist party. But this alliance is highly ambiguous, and carries within it the seeds of an explosion. c. The first period of fascism in power. This is the moment of truth, but the truth is still only relative. Fascism consolidates its policy of establishing the hegemony of big money capital, but treads cautiously with regard to the other classes and class fractions in power. At the same time, it finds itself obliged to make certain concessions to the masses against the will of the power bloc. This does not prevent the elimination of their vanguards and their organizations, quite the contrary. In addition, changes take place on the political scene. Through the fascist party, which is still strongly influenced by its class origins, and through the reorganization of the state system and apparatuses, the petty bourgeoisie, without ever becoming a politically dominant class, in this period becomes the ruling class and makes its debut as the class in charge of the state. This explosive situation is completed by a massive purge of the left wing of the fascist party itself, and by the end of the era of compromise, such a policy of compromise being, in contrast, typical of Bonapartism throughout. d. The period of the stabilization of fascism. The monopoly capital fraction establishes its hegemony and also achieves the status of ruling class, the identity of the hegemonic and ruling fractions also distinguishing fascism from Bonapartism, dislodging the petty bourgeoisie. But the latter continues to be in charge of the state. Its position is even reinforced by a complete reorganization of political personnel in general. The era of compromises, as a typical period, is now over. But stabilized. Fascism often finds itself obliged to impose on the power bloc certain concessions to the masses, underestimated by the Comintern, so that its links with them should never be entirely broken. At the same time, the establishment of the hegemony of big capital revives the contradictions within the power alliance. Fascism is obliged to be evasive in this respect, sometimes putting a distance between itself and the hegemonic fraction. Although it does conduct a policy which is, in the last analysis, overwhelmingly in the long-term interests of this fraction, it is not an agent under its orders. Finally, the situation on the political scene, the petty bourgeoisie as class in charge, and on the ideological scene, fascist ideology, also have their effects, together with the factors previously mentioned, and fascist policy in the end comes to antagonize big capital. 2. Germany. The economic contradictions. The above propositions are verified by the rise and establishment of fascism in Germany. As far as the dominant classes and class fractions are concerned, they make it possible to determine where the process began and what steps it went through. The generally accepted view, focused only on events in the political arena, is that the process began in the last period of the Brüning government, but it seems to me that it in fact began even before the last social democratic government, 1928, more precisely at some time in 1927. What the fall of Brüning represents is the point of no return. This is the period which saw a significant acceleration in the advancing dominance of monopoly capital in the German social formation. Concentration, which had marked time and even lost ground with the 1923 inflation crisis, was now taking place at a much faster rate than before, the number of cartels rose from 1,500 in 1923 to 4, to 2,500 in 1925, falling to 2,100 in 1930. One among limited companies, at the end of this period 16% were in combines, the most important of them at that, for this 16% represented 65% of total share capital. From 1926, the enormous and powerful IG. Farben Trust was in operation, and in 1926-7 the Vereinigte Stahlwerke was created, combining the four biggest German steel producers. From September 1929, after the fusion of the Deutsche Bank and Diskontogesellschaft, three big banks controlled all important financial operations. This process, in the concrete circumstances of the German social formation, was accompanied by a sharpening of internal economic contradictions among the classes and fractions of classes in power. These contradictions were characteristic of the transition to monopoly capitalism, with a relatively restraining effect on such development until fascism came to power, and persisting, though in a different form, while fascism was in power. The contradictions sharpen in the period from the start of the rise of fascism to the point of no return, grow more acute from the point of no return until fascism is firmly in power, and are thereafter neutralized. Firstly, there was the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the large-scale landowners who were of capital importance in Germany, and still had various feudal features. In fact, the alliance between monopoly capital and the large-scale landowners was maintained without a split throughout the rise and the rule of fascism. However, we should not be blind to the economic contradiction covered by the alliance. Large-scale landed property, which had already made the turn to capitalization of ground rent, still remained, as Koski pointed out, too fairly separate from industrial and finance capital. It therefore suffered from the backwardness of agriculture as a whole in relation to industry. The share of agriculture in total German production fell continually and the Junkers' economic power was progressively undermined. Between 1924 and 1929, the share of agriculture in Germany's total production fell from 22.7% to 20.9%. Big landowners were also affected by the significant fall in the prices of agricultural products, which created what has been termed the scissors between the prices of agricultural and industrial products, scissors which open wider still in the 1924-9 period. 3. The relative fall in agricultural prices suited monopoly capital, since it believed that any rise in agricultural prices would have repercussions on its own costs, notably on wages. Another important fact is that government measures on rent, i.e. one of the forms of distribution of total profits, which had begun before this period, were reinforced. The widespread introduction of capitalism in agriculture had as one of its effects a fall in absolute ground rent, the part of total surplus value cornered by capital rising proportionately. This involved fixing the level of urban and farm rents. Bettelheim correctly points out, this regulation has its origins in social problems, but its deepest root is the conflict between landed property and industrial capital. It marks a victory of industrial capital over land ownership. Legislative control of rents therefore has the effect of transferring profits from landed property to industrial capital. For lastly, during this same period, the big landowners took a decisive step towards mechanization, which increasingly put them in debt to the big banks. By concentration in the production of agricultural machinery and chemical fertilizers, big capital imposed monopoly prices. Processing industries, until then created on the spot and controlled by the big landowners, passed into the control of finance capital, and moreover assumed an increasing importance in the treatment of total agricultural production. By the creation of big consumer enterprises, chain stores, etc., a growing share of profit was transferred from big landed property to big commercial capital. But although I am emphasizing the new contradictions between large-scale landowners and big monopoly capital, we must not forget the persistence of traditional contradictions between the large landowners and medium industrial and commercial capital. It was precisely these contradictions which were exacerbated during the rise of fascism, in the period from the point of no return until fascism came to power. Because of its own contradictions with big capital in this period, medium capital even tried to make a rapprochement with the rich and middle peasantry, to some extent at the expense of the large landowners. Brüning, representing the interests of medium capital, set out a plan for colonizing some large estates, which were mortgaged up to the hilt and whose cultivation was quite uneconomic, and put forward a reform project to help medium rural property in Western Germany. The Catholic Centre Party, Brüning's party, was supported by the rich and especially the middle peasantry of the southwest and west-central regions. Schleicher himself did not grant the Squire Archie the import quotas they demanded. A hue and cry was soon raised against agrarbolshevismus. The resistance of the large landowners was in evidence throughout the rise of fascism. Their chief support in this resistance was the army, and during the second period of the rise of fascism, their resistance crystallized around President Hindenburg and the top ranks of the executive. It was this resistance which was neutralized by the coming to power and consolidation of National Socialism. In reality, the whole economic policy of National Socialism in this field was aimed at cementing the alliance between big monopoly capital and the large landowners, but to the clear advantage of the former and to the detriment of the rural masses. A whole series of measures enabled the large landowners massively to increase their exploitation of the small and middle peasants, but they still remained at a disadvantage relative to big capital. The National Socialist policy of fixing agricultural prices favored cereal prices, and therefore large-scale farming, to the detriment of stock prices and small-scale farming, but at the same time it only opened wider the scissors between agricultural prices as a whole and industrial prices. The policy of rent control followed the same course. In the final period of its stabilization, National Socialist policy progressively and systematically increased the hold of big capital over the agricultural sector as a whole. The large landowners maintained their participation in the processing industries and in the circulation of capital, but the main beneficiary of this policy was still big capital, as producer of chemical fertilizers, e.g. Farben, and of agricultural machinery. National Socialist policy in the exports field tended increasingly to favor industrial products to the detriment of agricultural products. The war economy decisively set the seal on this whole policy by aiming to make Germany self-sufficient. But the internal economic contradictions within the power alliance were primarily among the different fractions of the bourgeoisie itself, between big monopoly capital and medium capital. These contradictions involved both the resistance of medium capital to absorption by big capital, and its opposition to an economic process in which big capital tried to take an ever greater share of total profits. These contradictions intensified during the first period of the rise of fascism, when the concentration of capital was accelerated by the concrete conditions of the German social formation, by the imposition on medium capital of prices for necessary raw materials and means of production fixed by the big monopolies, cartels, and trusts, by inflationary tendencies which clearly favored big capital, and by the growing indebtedness of medium capital to the big banks, the result of its need to maintain the pace of technological innovation and the productivity of labor imposed by the big monopolies, etc. These contradictions are still clearer in the light of the fact that the distinction between big and medium capital was still at this period partially, but only partially, a distinction between different branches of industry, heavy industry on the one hand, and on the other, consumer goods or finished products industries, the so-called Fertig industry. One point has to be made here. Daniel Guérin has the credit of having emphasized this distinction, although it had already been established by Comintern authors. 5. But Guérin gives it an absolute value, relegating to second place the only fundamental distinction, that between monopoly capital and medium capital. In reality, big monopoly capital extended into the realm of the Fertig industry, just as medium capital extended into heavy industry. The distinction between heavy and light industry remained relevant in the transition process, but only partially so, insofar as it coincided with that between big and medium capital. It is by reference to the latter division, between the different fractions of capital, that the conflicts marking the rise of fascism are to be explained. Insistence on the distinction between branches of industry as the only one conceals the basic reasons for these conflicts. Still, medium capital invested in light industry increasingly came up against the big monopolies, which made it pay cartel prices for tools and raw materials. Inflation and the contraction of the internal market mainly affected consumer goods, and the tariff protection imposed by the big monopolies harmed the interests of light industry, which was more oriented towards exports. These were the reasons why throughout the period of the rise of fascism, medium capital followed a policy of compromise with the working class, to counteract the designs of monopoly capital. Such was the plan for capital-labor collaboration, first initiated by Muller's last social democratic government and pursued, though to a considerably limited degree, by Brüning and by Schleicher, the Social General. This policy increasingly aroused the opposition of big capital, for with the 1929 crisis, the contradictions between big and medium capital entered a phase of acute aggravation. The 1929 crisis did affect medium capital, but through its financial side it chiefly affected the big banks and big industrial capital, whose organic composition included a higher proportion of constant capital frozen by the fall in production. Big finance capital sought to monopolize the financial aid of the state, which socialized its losses through credits. By causing a contraction of the market, the austerity plan and the fiscal measures adopted harmed the interests of medium capital, which could not afford cartel prices. This policy of compromise with the working class, of class collaboration, followed by medium capital is quite remarkable, standing in contrast to the policy of big capital, and we shall come across it again in the Italian case. In fact, after the Second World War, this kind of policy generally appears to be much more characteristic of big capital than of medium capital. For economic reasons, higher organic composition of capital, super profits, the possibility of intensifying labor, etc., big capital is generally less resistant to compromises with the working class than is medium capital. Here it is necessary to emphasize first of all the extremely difficult economic situation big capital was in at the time. But the reasons for the different attitudes of big and medium capital towards the working class were essentially political, given the character of the period and the forms assumed by the contradiction between big and medium capital. Medium capital desperately tried to find a support in the working class, in order to counteract its own subjection to big capital. 6. Finally, contradictions also appear within what I have called big capital. It must not be forgotten that what was involved here was the transition towards the formation of big finance capital. In fact, discussion of fusion between commercial banking capital and industrial monopoly capital has too often tended to neglect the contradictions between them during the process of transition. This transition was no haphazard affair. The fusion between banking capital and industrial monopoly capital to form big finance capital was achieved in Germany to the advantage of banking capital and through the domination of industry by the banks. In this instance, although the big industrial complexes tried, during the first stage of the rise of fascism, to create their own banks, these banks could not in fact be maintained without the support of the big banks, and they were therefore subordinated to them. The result was strong resistance by industrial monopoly capital, a resistance which grew after the 1929 crisis, insofar as state aid went mainly to the big banks. Moreover, certain contradictions appeared between big capital invested in production and big capital invested in distribution. The big stores competed for growth as they were vertically integrated into the industrial trusts. The economic crisis of 1929, which had a specific effect on the aggravation of contradictions within the power bloc, began to ease off around 1932. 7. But these contradictions remained aggravated throughout the second step of the rise of fascism. The crisis had the long-term effect of accelerating the concentration and fusion of capital. It thus intervened in the growth of the domination of monopoly capitalism, by increasing its contradictions, and it was this process which rapidly came to the fore, even before National Socialism took power, as the leading factor in the internal contradictions of the power bloc. 8. With the accession to power of National Socialism and its subsequent stabilization, these contradictions were neutralized, in particular, those between big and medium capital. But this neutralization was the result of an economic policy favorable to big monopoly capital, i.e. to finance capital, favorable therefore to the establishment in the German social formation of the dominance of monopoly capitalism. Everything contributed to this end: forced cartelization, price stabilization, the denationalization of banks and enterprises, wages policy, fiscal and budgetary policy, public works and state requisitions, and above all, the war economy. This policy was particularly furthered by the markedly interventionist role of the state in promoting the domination, in the fusion process, of banking capital. 9. Too big and medium capital. Was fascism economically retrograde? We must pause here to show how Nazi policy succeeded in neutralizing these contradictions. Firstly, although Nazi economic policy massively favored big capital, medium capital was not thereby sacrificed. Far from it, it made great economic gains. Besides the masses, the main victims of the measures in favor of big capital were the small entrepreneurs. As for medium capital, it too made direct gains at first from the considerably increased exploitation of the working class. It also profited from the general economic recovery of Nazi Germany before the period of the war economy, notably because the reabsorption of unemployment stimulated a relative expansion of the German market. Forced cartelization itself, enacted in many state measures, did not take place through expropriation, i.e. by simply buying out medium-sized firms, but by subordinating them economically, the state policy of cartelization and regulation of the combines, and administratively, in corporate bodies, to big capital. Medium capital invested in the consumer goods industry suffered increasingly from the war economy, but medium capital invested in heavy industry profited, through subcontracting, from state requisitions. And even medium capital in the consumer goods industries, which recovered with the war economy after the contraction of the home market, also profited from army orders, leather, textiles, etc. 10. The last and most important factor was that National Socialism, to keep these contradictions neutralized, often had to exercise a kind of control over the developing domination of monopoly capitalism. Through massive state intervention, it even intervenes sometimes to hold back too brutal and savage an absorption of medium by big capital. This is an aspect of Nazi economic policy which has given rise to numerous illusions about a supposed subordination of big capital to the National Socialist bureaucracy and state. Something of the truth about this policy comes out in the 1938 Schacht-Göring conflict over exports, in which medium capital was one of the interested parties, and which ended in a compromise. This policy was not so very surprising given that Roosevelt, in the very different context of the United States, was also carrying out at this time an economic policy which massively aided the big monopolies, while making many concessions to medium capital. The problem is related to a more general question. In fact, the domination of monopoly capitalism does not of itself produce an insurmountable or even an explosive economic contradiction between big and medium capital. The important point, then, about the economic policy of National Socialism, is that while it overwhelmingly favored big capital, it was nevertheless regulated, not in the mythical sense of a planned or organized capitalism, sometimes attributed to it, but in the sense of a successful effort to smooth the way, by a controlled mastery of the process, which made it possible to neutralize the contradictions. This leads us to the problem of the Third International's definition of fascism. Especially after the Seventh Congress went over to the policy of popular fronts, and because of its ideas about the relationship between fascism and economic class interests, the field of interests which fascism exclusively represented was held to be ever narrower. From the dictatorship of capital in the period of its decline, Fifth Congress, fascism became the dictatorship of big capital, dictatorship of finance capital. Sixth Congress, dictatorship of the most reactionary, chauvinist, and imperialist elements of finance capital. This was Dimitrov speaking, Dictatorship of the 200 families. The implications are very clear: Popular Front politics based on the broadest possible anti-fascist alliance, including all fractions of capital except the ever narrower one which fascism was considered exclusively to represent. The present consequences of this policy are well known. It is not at all surprising that this kind of formulation about fascism is again to be found in the same form in the analyses of state monopoly capitalism as the exclusive instrument of a handful of monopolists. What needs to be made very clear is that despite the actual text of Dimitrov's report, and despite the correctness of his formulae for united and popular fronts, the turn occurs at this point. It is from this point on that the International decisively went over to the conception of a continuous narrowing of the economic interests the state supposedly represents, and this opened the way to the whole subsequent strategy of alliances. So it was no accident that this definition of Dimitrov's finally boiled down to the social democratic conception formulated by Otto Bauer. While in bourgeois democracy the whole of the bourgeoisie is in power, although under the leadership and domination of big capital, under fascism, big capital and large landowners rule alone. 11. It is in fact correct that fascism represents an effective reorganization and redistribution of the balance of forces among the dominant classes and fractions. It accelerates the consolidation and stabilization of the economic supremacy of big finance capital over the other dominant classes and class fractions. But this can by no means be interpreted as meaning that fascism represents the economic interests of big capital exclusively. Fascism rather operates, in the economic sense, as a factor neutralizing the contradictions among these classes and fractions, while regulating development to ensure the decisive domination of big capital. Finally, a remark on the definition of fascism, common in the Comintern, as the expression of the most retrograde or reactionary elements, see Dimitrov, among others. It is again necessary to take careful note of this, for where the Comintern leaders are concerned, such adjectives are not simple slips of the pen. If these adjectives were simply intended to describe a considerable increase in the economic exploitation of the masses, there would be good reason for using them. But this is something quite different. This definition stemmed from the Comintern's economistic conception that imperialism and the supremacy of big capital, as the death agony of decaying capitalism, automatically meant a halt in the development of the productive forces. The productive forces, in this economistic and technicist view, were seen as independent from the relations of production, the simple advance or halt of this technical process determining the nature of the capital involved, in this case a retrograde one. Such illusions can only arise from posing the question the wrong way. In fact, fascism really represented a development of capitalist forces of production, that is within the limits of imperialist social relations. It represented industrial development, technological innovation, and an increase in the productivity of labor, but all the while promoting the expanded reproduction of the conditions of capitalist production, that is, reinforcing class exploitation and domination. Caught in the trap of technicism, Marxist historians of fascism are still racking their brains to demonstrate its economically retrograde character, as if that was more important in their eyes, than class exploitation and domination. 12. To return to the facts, though I shall mention only a few. Industrial recovery after the 1929 crisis was stronger in Germany than anywhere in the world. In 1939, industrial production, 26% or above its 1929 high point, had more than doubled since 1933. In 1938, Germany produced 22.5 million tons of steel, as against 16 million in 1929, the extraction of iron ore had multiplied by 2.5, and so on. As for Italy, industrial recovery between 1922 and 1929 was the strongest in capitalist Europe. The index of gross industrial production, which, taking 1938 as 100, was down to 60 in 1922, reached 90 in 1929. It fell back to 75 in 1932 with the crisis. But the recovery after the crisis was quite spectacular. It did not equal the pace of Germany, but it clearly overtook the French, 86 in 1935, 100 in 1938, 109 in 1939. Between 1922 and 1939, the production of cast iron increased by a factor of 6, that of steel by 2.2, and that of electrical energy by 5. 13. This was of course accomplished within the framework of imperialist social relations. It culminated in war, and the prodigious destruction of the productive forces. To return to our problem, as far as the development of the capitalist productive forces is concerned, fascism would have really represented a retrograde movement if it had privileged the interests of the large landowners, of those of medium capital in its resistance to monopoly capital. Zinoviev had indicated this at the Fourth Comintern Congress, 1922-3, even in his error. The fascists, he said, are above all a weapon in the hands of the landowners. The experience of this reaction fills the industrial and commercial bourgeoisie with terror. 14. But as we have seen, this was not the case. I am stressing these figurative expressions of advance or retrograde movement only because of the illusion, very tenacious in the labor movement, that fascism is an attempt to break or turn back, as it were, the development of capitalism. In fact, from this point of view, fascism is not a backward turn, but rather a forward rush. Bordiga attempted to explain this when he attacked Zinoviev's view at the Fourth Congress. It is wrong to see fascism as the organization of the most backward elements of the bourgeoisie. Fascism is not the blindest and darkest kind of reaction, but the instrument of the most advanced, experienced and conscious elements of the bourgeoisie. 15. 3. The crisis and the politico-ideological process. These economic contradictions were reflected in an internal political struggle between the dominant classes and fractions in Germany, corresponding to the steps in the growth of fascism. 16. The first period of this process was characterized by instability of hegemony within the power bloc. Big capital was already establishing its growing economic domination, but it was far from having successfully established its political hegemony. This dislocation between economic domination and political hegemony often characterizes phases of transition, and has the effect of breaking the growth of economic domination. Following on the inflationary crisis of 1923, the Cuno ministry, even if formed under Ebert, was a direct emanation from big capital, the first since 1918. But this state of things did not last. 1924-8 was the reign of political coalitions, dominated by parties such as the Democrats, Rathenau, the Bavarian Catholic Center, and the Center Party, Marx, Wirth, Brüning, which still maintained its traditional representation of the interests of medium capital and capital invested in light industry. On the political scene, very bitter struggles developed against big capital, although this still participated in government here and there through the German nationalist and people's parties, Stresemann, Schacht, Thiessen. 17. Ministerial instability, 8 governments, all of the right, in 4 years, party rivalries, growing frictions within these parties themselves, were the first signs of the imminent instability of hegemony. Large landed property, for its part, was relatively well represented by the German nationalists, but particularly exercised its still important political influence by keeping its place within the executive. The top ranks of the army, especially, were still recruited directly from this class. What was taking place was therefore an offensive by big capital for political hegemony. At this level, the offensive was carried out partly by the direct participation of the German nationalists and People's Party in the government, partly by infiltrating other governmental parties, by twisting what they represented and by their own slide to the right, particularly true of the Catholic Center Party, and finally, by a growing infiltration of the executive itself. This seriously shook the hegemony which medium capital had successfully maintained, in collaboration with social democracy. But the resistance of medium capital and large landed property was still considerable, and largely succeeded in holding in check this offensive by big capital. Moreover, the contradictions between the banking and industrial components of big capital were appearing, in the form of internal friction between their political representatives and within the government apparatus. The shifting balance of influence among the elements of the power bloc explains the real incoherence, expressed in sharp about-turns, which was increasingly typical of government policy, and which was decisive during the first stage of the rise of fascism, in which hegemony was effectively unstable. The 1928 elections were a victory for the left parties, enabling the Social Democrats to participate in government. In 1929 came the economic crisis. Under Brüning, 1930-2, the second period of the rise of fascism began, the point of no return coming in the last phase of the Brüning government, with the opening of the period in which no element was able to gain hegemony. Internal political struggles within the power bloc became so sharp that no element in it succeeded, even for a short period, in imposing a policy which represented both its specific interests and the general political interests of the bloc. Collaboration with social democracy, advocated by medium capital and accepted by big capital and agriculture after concessions made to them, was a failure. The Brüning period saw an open political struggle between medium capital, whose general line Brüning followed, while he conceded more and more to big capital, but still not enough, and big capital and the large landowners. This was the situation until Hitler came to power, and was simply prolonged in different ways. But these events on the political scene were less and less important compared to what was happening on the real political battleground marked by it. In effect, the representational split between the political parties and the classes and class fractions they represented, began in the first period of the rise of fascism. In particular, it was big capital and the large landowners who moved away from their representatives. The landowners, especially, turned further and further away from parties, and set their political sights on military dictatorship. We shall come back to this in examining the rise of fascism within the state apparatuses. But in addition, party representation was short-circuited by the formation of paramilitary organizations, functioning this time, unlike the old Free Corps, the Black Reichswehr, as effective nuclei of class organization. This was chiefly the case with the Stahlhelm, directly financed by large-scale, particularly industrial, capital, which from then on was the main pole of nationalist agitation, bypassing the actual German Nationalist Party. This process of breaking the ties of party representation was apparently complete at the point of no return. From then on, the dissociation between real and formal power was total. The political parties of the power bloc became mere parliamentary coteries, while Parliament had long since ceased to be a place where real power was exercised. During the first period of the rise of fascism, big capital had still made successful attempts to infiltrate the political parties representing the other fractions of the bourgeoisie, but it now entered into open conflict with them. This culminated, in the autumn of 1931, in the National Opposition Front, whose real object was less the fall of Brüning than the transformation of that camouflage dictatorship, approved by Parliament, into a straight dictatorship governed by the interests of big capital. Finally, medium capital itself turned decisively away from its representatives, including Brüning, who still retained formal power. This position was now, in the eyes of medium capital, only one card to play in the game of pressurizing an executive which from now on ruled by decree. The substitution of political parties by corporative economic pressure groups, acting at all levels directly on the executive, had begun in earlier periods, but it was now pursued by the massive rebuilding of employers' associations headed by the Reichsverband der Deutschen Industrie and the Association of Employers' Unions, and by the growing political role these acquired as transmitters of real power. During the second period of the rise of fascism, open conflicts broke out between Brüning and Schleicher and these various associations, which were getting constantly stronger, but this was only an episode in the larger process. The governmental parties were themselves progressively won over to the project of an overt dictatorship, especially during the second period of the process, though they always trailed behind the classes and fractions they were supposed to represent. This was the case with all these parties after the Brüning government. The dictatorship was to be overt, but still to operate under their leadership. Except for the German nationalists, they opposed the idea of a military dictatorship under direct army control. As for the National Socialist Party, NSDAP, the German nationalists, deterred from their own plan for a military dictatorship, were almost alone in advocating that it should take power. Yet they did so more and more openly, despite the continuing friction between the Stahlhelm, which was closely associated to the German nationalists, and the NSDAP. The other political representatives of the bourgeoisie thought they could use the Nazi Party and subordinate it to their own political leadership. This was true of Brüning, even more so of von Papen, and finally of Schleicher, who vainly tried to achieve this aim by provoking a split inside the Nazi Party itself, in the Strasser affair. This crisis of party representation went hand in hand with the ideological crisis affecting the power alliance. Germany's passage to capitalism through Bismarck's revolution from above, under the political leadership of the feudal landowners, prevented the German bourgeoisie from forming a specific ideology to dominate the German social formation. Liberalism, an important aspect of bourgeois ideology in the process of laying the foundations of European capitalism, never succeeded in taking root in Germany. The dominant ideology until the end of the First World War was in fact feudal ideology, but feudal ideology transformed to embrace the bourgeoisie's own interests. Militarism, the cult of state despotism, etc., were so many characteristics of the ideological domination of transformed feudal ideology. Significantly enough, none of the broad, liberal nationalist movements of other European countries could be found in Germany before the war. German nationalism took direct military expression, it was dominated at that step by feudal ideology. In habits, customs, and mores, this was expressed in the ideal of the Prussian NCO, which had permeated the whole German social formation. With the end of the war and the formation of the Weimar Republic, there was an attempted breakthrough by liberal ideology, representing the interests of medium capital. But it was already too late. First of all, because the dominant ideology as a whole had been considerably shaken by the end of the war and the popular uprising. Secondly, because the Versailles Treaty, which caused a real national trauma, was considered a stigma on the birth of the Weimar Republic. Finally, because the transition to monopoly capitalism and the rise of the economic domination of big capital were already taking place. In fact, it is quite possible for the imperialist ideology of big capital to penetrate, to a large degree, an ideological system dominated by transformed feudal ideology. In this respect, imperialist ideology seems much closer to transformed feudal ideology than to the liberal ideology of the competitive capitalist stage. This is clearly the case today in many third world countries, especially in Latin America. Expansionist nationalism, militarism, the cult of despotism and state authority, respect for hierarchy and discipline in all fields, are points common to both imperialist ideology and a transformed feudal ideology. The ideology of the liberal bourgeoisie, in increasing contradiction to big capital, fought against this collusion between the two ideological subsystems, a collusion which tended to fuse them into the dominant ideology. The political representatives of medium capital, the Democrats of the Catholic Center, stubbornly resisted this ideology. Afterwards, during the first period of the rise of fascism, though feudal imperialist ideology made more and more open attacks on Weimar ideology, splits appeared between the strictly imperialist and the strictly feudal aspects of it. The technocratic side of imperialist ideology was increasingly evident, with the emphasis on technique and specialists, on the neutral technical state, on organized capitalism, etc. The reaction of the big landowners was expressed in a resurgence of reactionary feudal romanticism, with the emphasis on the community of the soil, on ties of personal loyalty among the workers on the land, in short, on a medieval kind of corporatism, extending from the peasantry to the entire national community. This corporatist ideal was to reappear in fascist ideology, but it should be noted right away that big capital remained quite free from this kind of ideological reaction. The first period of the rise of fascism in fact saw a significant sharpening of ideological struggle within the power bloc. In fact, ideological contradictions do not exist only in ideas. Ideology is embodied in a whole series of institutions or ideological apparatuses, which I shall call the ideological state apparatuses. The political weight and importance of these apparatuses depends on the step of the ideological struggle. During the first period of the rise of fascism, these ideological apparatuses came to play a decisive political role. To take a few examples, the various nationalist groups such as the Pan-German League, which appeared before the Weimar Republic, began to expand and have a growing influence. These groups were very numerous, very varied, and had roots throughout Germany. In each little town sections of many patriotic groups coexisted. They were very influential in local life, the notables were always well represented in them, so that very often local political life hinged around such groups. 20. The universities, the center of German intellectual life, provided the basic troops of the Free Corps, and thus their ideological and political influence grew. The ideological and political influence of the Church once again increased, after its eclipse during Bismarck's Kulturkampf, when revolution from above was made for capitalism. The media apparatus was extended, more papers and magazines, with a bigger circulation, the beginnings of radio and cinema as mass media, etc. Finally, various intellectual circles, clubs, groups, etc. began to play an important role. There was, then, a new growth in the political importance of the ideological apparatuses, as a corollary of the intensifying ideological struggle, but the important point is what happened in that struggle itself. Besides being an offensive against working-class ideology, led by the universities and the student movement, it was also a sign of the internal ideological disarray of the power bloc. Although these apparatuses appeared united in the common attacks on liberal ideology, the contradictions between imperialist ideology and feudal reaction were nonetheless fought out within them. There would be little point in going into detail. The most interesting phenomenon was that certain aspects of this ideological struggle contributed, through internal dissensions, to undermining the dominant ideology as a whole. If circles around writers like Spengler, the Juni Club, waged a straightforward struggle against liberal ideology from the side of imperialist feudal ideology, elsewhere things were much more complicated. The struggle against liberal ideology often exhibited an anti-capitalist, though far from socialist, element, stemming from the influence of petty bourgeois and working-class ideology in the generalized ideological crisis. 21. Since the Communist Manifesto, we have known that the dominant ideology always uses a language especially tailored to fit the dominated classes. Hence, Marx spoke of bourgeois socialism, to be distinguished from utopian socialism, and even of feudal socialism. But this case involves something more. In the attacks on liberal ideology there are definite elements of an anti-capitalist and anti-feudal ideological critique. This was true of many circles grouped around journals, forming what has been called the National Bolshevist tendency or the Linklut von Rechts, leftists of the right. 22. These were in the main, ideological attempts to conciliate nationalist traditions with elements of working-class ideology. They were often expressed in attacks on plutocracy and big money, and emphasized the historical importance of the working class. This is the tendency which brought together such writers as Ernst Jünger and Ernst von Salomon, who formed the group of revolutionary nationalists. For the moment, we should note that these attacks came from quite different circles from those of the National Socialist Organization. At the same time a split was taking place between the politicians and the ideological spokesmen or watchdogs of the power bloc. The attacks on liberal parliamentary ideology were increasingly directed against the politicians, against the incapacity, softness, and corruption of the parties. Even the German nationalists were not spared. These ideological movements were quite separate from the political parties. The only exception was the Jungdeutsche Orden, which was to number nearly 40,000 members, with its mystical religious base strongly overlaid with attacks on plutocracy. After 1930 it attempted to fuse with the Democratic Party, an attempt made, let it be noted, to counter the emerging fascist danger. The situation became sharper in the second period of the rise of fascism, for meanwhile the last bolt had been shot. This was the final attempt at ideological resistance by medium capital, through the social democratic government, and its abortive ideological initiative for a renewed conception of class collaboration, the Capital Labor Association strongly opposed by feudal imperialist ideology. It was fascist ideology that was to reunite the power bloc, under the hegemony of big capital. The rise of fascism, finally, represents an offensive step and an offensive strategy on the part of the power bloc, and of big capital in particular. In this respect, the period around 1927 still seems decisive. After the 1923 state of emergency, a simple warning shot, and the memorandum by the big industrial magnates calling for the prolongation of the working day, the abrogation of many social benefits, the suppression of bread subsidies, the denationalization of the railways, etc., governments increasingly satisfied their demands. The 8-hour working day was gradually stretched to at least 9 hours, often 10 and sometimes 12, a situation officially ratified by the Social Democratic trade unions in 1927. 23 The lockout became a general tactic of the employers, and it is significant that from 1927 onwards the number of working days lost through lockouts was greater than through strikes. 24 At the same time, the large landowners made an effort to nullify even more of the gains made by the middle and small peasantry, for example by tariff protection of cereals at the expense of the products of small and medium-scale farming, and by ending the colonization projects established in 1919 against the interests of big landed property. This development was finally accelerated by the definitive subordination of social democracy to the dictates of big capital. The way opened by the declared social democratic policy of Capital Labor Association led to Bruning's austerity plan and to the direct collaboration of the social democratic trade unions with Bruning, while the large landowners, grouped around Hindenburg, intensified their attack. But it was chiefly on the political plane that the stakes were down. First of all, the German bourgeoisie tried to settle or at least suspend its contradictions with the Western bourgeoisie, 25 which gave it a certain degree of free rein in its domestic offensive. This was expressed in Stresemann's foreign policy, which made possible, among other things, the remilitarization of Germany. So far as the domestic class struggle was concerned, I have already given the broad outlines of the offensive. The most significant element was the formation of groups operating, unlike the Free Corps, as effective organizational nuclei, already substituting themselves for the outworn political parties, the Stahlhelm, the Grün Front for the large landowners, etc. At the same time, numerous groups and associations of a mainly ideological character were formed, designed for a direct offensive against the masses. For the Nazi Party, Nazism, and the dominant classes and class fractions, hegemony and the ruling class. The last question we shall deal with here is that of the relation of the National Socialist Party, NSDAP, and National Socialism in general to the power bloc and, more especially, to big capital. In fact, the start of the rise of fascism marks a break in this respect, since this relation cannot be reduced to the question of the origins of fascism. In the preceding periods, there had been only armed bands and free corps, directly under the orders of big landowners and of capital, armed bands abandoned by their paymasters as soon as their direct military role was no longer required. The start of the rise of fascism made for a quite different situation. Coinciding with the step at which the power bloc took the offensive, the NSDAP became a real mass movement, and effective organizational relations were increasingly established between it and the power bloc. I have deliberately spoken here of a coincidence in time, to make it clear that neither chronological order, nor direct cause and effect relations, are meant. In other words, the establishing of a relation with the power bloc, in particular with big capital, was not a prior condition for immediately turning the NSDAP into a mass movement. These two elements rather appear to have been linked by the conjuncture, we could equally well change the given factors and say that precisely because National Socialism became a mass movement, and insofar as it did so, the power bloc increasingly turned towards it. For contrary to what most ideologues of totalitarianism say, 26 it is not true that the NSDAP first became a mass movement, only then to win the support of big capital. The Nazi Party, which seemed crushed after its abortive coup in Bavaria in 1923, was rapidly reconstructed, 27 from a membership of 27,000 in 1925, by the time of its 1927 Nuremberg Congress it had grown to 72,000, of whom 30,000 were in the SA. The figure quickly rose to 108,000 in 1928 and 178,000 in 1929. In 1926, Baldur von Schirach created the famous Union of National Socialist Students, which gained extensive influence in the university milieu and had success in student elections. It is true that the party had no appreciable electoral success until 1930, and it was this which led the Comintern to underestimate its importance for a long time. It nonetheless became a mass party from the first period of the rise of fascism. Things become even clearer when we take into account the growing influence of fascist ideology in the various nationalist movements. For example, the foundation in 1927 of the fascist paper Der Angriff, the attack, which quickly gained a wide circulation. During this period, political ties were established between the Nazi Party and big capitalist circles, ties which at the point of no return brought the party the support of this entire fraction. Significantly, Otto Strasser, whose left-wing ideas did not suit these elements, was replaced in 1927 by Goebbels as head of the Berlin-Brandenburg region. GAU. 1927 also saw the first radical reshaping of the National Socialist program, which muted some of its previous, rather too anti-capitalist demands. It was at just about this time that landowning and big capitalist circles came increasingly to support the party. The landowners, including certain members of the imperial family, joined en masse. Increasingly, the landowners as a whole, and even more so the big capitalist elements, came to support the National Socialists, the ties clearly taking on an organizational aspect. 1927 or thereabouts was the real beginning of the process by which the German Nationalist Party and other right-wing organizations were politically subordinated to the NSDAP. Hugenberg, elected to the presidency of the German Nationalist Party in 1928, openly made an alliance with Hitler in 1929, in a big campaign against the Young Plan. The United National Front was created, bringing together the German nationalists, the Stahlhelm, the Nazi Party, and the Pan-German League. In 1930, under Brüning's government, the national opposition was increasingly dominated by the NSDAP. Support and funds flowed in. In 1930, too, Hitler declared himself in favor of his party attaining power by legal and constitutional means. This was only an index of the political ties he had established with big capital. 28 During the second period of the rise of fascism, the NSDAP largely succeeded in resolving the political contradictions that divided the other fractions of the power bloc from the landowners and big capital, and in calming their fears about its accession to power. While the economic contradictions within the power bloc were growing, the NSDAP appeared to be the real political common denominator of the power bloc in its offensive phase. The main expressions of this were the open support of the state apparatus for the Nazi Party, the more than ambiguous attitude of the political representatives of medium capital towards National Socialism, e.g. the episode of Brüning's temporary ban on the SA, finally the total passivity of medium capital towards the removal of the last obstacles to National Socialism's accession to power, a passivity demonstrated in the replacement of Brüning by Hindenburg. But during this same step, the political ties between the NSDAP and the masses remained very strong. So much so, in fact, that big capital was often discomforted by the party's policies. Big capital also played the card, though by now in a defensive way, of a Hindenburg military dictatorship, for example in 1932, when it gave parallel support to the Hindenburg candidature against Hitler. With the coming to power of National Socialism, the political hegemony of big capital was secured, the dislocation between political hegemony and economic domination was resolved, and the growth of its economic domination accelerated. In this process, advancing by steps and with not a few diversions, big capital used the fascist party, the fascist state and fascist ideology to successfully impose a general policy which unified the power bloc under its aegis, overcoming politically the economic contradictions rife within it. During the first step of its rule, National Socialism proceeded to dissolve all political organizations belonging to the power bloc, i.e. it expelled from the political scene the power bloc's traditional representatives. A year after the Nazi Party came to power, it became the single party in Germany. 29 The last of the politicians, von Papen, Hugenberg, von Neurath, were expelled from the government, and further harsh measures were taken against them, even to the extent of physical extermination. At the same time there was a purge of the party's left wing with the famous Night of the Long Knives, the dissolution of the 2 million strong SA clamoring for the second, anti-capitalist, revolution, and the physical elimination of its leaders, Röhm and Strasser. The process was furthered by the elimination of remaining political resistance within the state apparatus. But this process took a quite particular course. With the increase in the political importance of the state apparatus, the shifting of weight within the apparatus from the army towards the police and administration and the massive filling of the upper ranks of the state apparatus with members of the NSDAP, the first period of National Socialism in power made clear the special ties between the petty bourgeoisie and the Nazi Party, and made the petty bourgeoisie the ruling class. It was from this class that political personnel were recruited for the top ranks of the state apparatus, personnel who had not yet broken representational ties with the petty bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeoisie thus derived definite advantages from this situation during the first period of National Socialism in power. At the same time as the Nazi Party was filling the whole state apparatus, which grew to monstrous proportions, with members of petty bourgeois origin and with their own quite specific petty bourgeois ideology, the state apparatuses originally tied to other classes, notably the army, were subordinated to the strictly petty bourgeois state apparatuses. The petty bourgeoisie thus also became the class in charge of the state, hence the process of Gleichschaltung and the problem of the fascist bureaucracy. Later on, with the period of stabilization, this led to the subordination of the NSDAP to the Nazi state apparatus in the strict sense of the term. 34 With the period of stabilization, the petty bourgeois upper ranks of the state apparatus and party leadership broke their representational tie to the petty bourgeoisie, which lost its place as presiding class but remained a supporting class of the National Socialist state. Despite the decisive setback to its interests affected by National Socialist policy, it continued to be the class in charge of the state. This subordination of party to state, although it did not go to the point of fusion, indicates that the petty bourgeoisie was losing the political means, i.e. the party, through which it had been able to operate for a brief period as the presiding class, but by means of its relation to the state apparatuses as a whole it continued to function as a social force. At the same time, there were accompanying and successive purges within the NSDAP, which were certainly not limited to its leftist leaders. 20% of its pre-1933 political organizers were expelled before the end of 1934. From this date, about 80% of the political organizers and party leaders were recruited from members who had joined after 1933. 31 This situation was itself due to the overall balance of forces which had led to the establishment and securing of National Socialist power. It was a situation in which big capital and the petty bourgeoisie grew closer by stages, moving from alliance to support. This situation, reflected in the political apparatus as a whole, was at the same time a factor in the relative autonomy of the Nazi state from big capital. To take a closer look, industrialists and financiers were certainly not strictly separated from the state apparatus. On the contrary, they were present in strength, especially through corporative organizations, through their participation in the Nazi Party, and also through a certain progressive fusion of a part of the party leadership, Göring, etc., with big capital to form an embryonic state bourgeoisie. This is one of the arguments against Thalheimer's thesis explaining fascism in terms of the Bonapartist model. The relative autonomy of fascism, according to him, was based on a crucial dislocation between the economic domination of big capital and its political hegemony, the safeguarding of its economic domination requiring it to delegate this hegemony to a master, Louis Bonaparte, Hitler. The main reason for Thalheimer's error was his neglect of the primary difference between fascism and Bonapartism, namely the existence of the fascist party and its objective role in relation to big capital. The fascist party in effect increasingly operated as the political representative of big capital, assuring its political hegemony and its direct participation in the commanding positions of the state apparatuses. 32 It is nonetheless true that the existence of the N-STAP was at the same time a factor in the relative autonomy of the state from big capital. The whole of this party, and particularly the subaltern strata and the base, still maintained strong links with the petty bourgeoisie, which had meantime filled the state apparatuses at every level. Even in the corporate organizations, where big capital directly participated, it was still the party which dominated. It is unnecessary to go into details of the continuous contradictions between big capital and the Nazi party state. They were part of the game which National Socialism was playing, juggling big capital with the other classes and fractions of the power bloc, and the power bloc with the masses. These contradictions became clear from the time of the four-year plan, and the clashes between Göring and Schacht in 1936, and with the organization of the war economy and the disgrace of Marshals Blomberg and Fritsch in 1938. This was not because war did not suit the interests of German big capital. It was in this case chiefly a question of attempts by the National Socialist state to control the development of big capital's domination over the other elements of the power bloc. 3. Italy. The economic contradictions. Before starting to examine fascism and its rise in Italy, I should point out that, despite its relatively different origins, it has certain points in common with the German case. I shall not stress these points, since it is my aim within the framework of this work, to take concrete cases as examples. I shall rather stress the differences between the German and Italian cases. In Italy, for reasons explained above, we also find crisis and contradictions within the power bloc. On the one hand, these contradictions are deeper than in the German case. On the other, following from this, fascism as a means of achieving the hegemony of big capital meets with stronger resistance from the other members of the power bloc. So although the rise of fascism was quicker than in Germany, beginning between late 1920 and early 1921, reaching the point of no return during 1921 and taking power in 1922, the process of stabilizing fascism in power was much slower. It was only in 1925, 3 years after its installation in power, that Italian fascism was stabilized, with the ultra-fascist laws, and entered its second phase in power. Firstly, the contradiction between big capital and the large landowners was much deeper than in Germany. It involved the problem of the mezzogiorno, which partly consisted in the contradiction between the northern bourgeoisie and the southern landowners. The backwardness of agriculture in relation to industry was much more serious, in that the existence of a semi-feudal form of agricultural production made the concentration of capital precocious and artificial. Although, during the second half of the 19th century, the nascent bourgeoisie and big landowners had found ground for agreement in protectionist policies, the contradictions surged up anew with the acceleration of capital concentration alongside persisting feudal structures in agriculture. With the crisis which followed the First World War, the breach between agriculture and industry was driven catastrophically deeper. Among other things, the absence of capital accumulation in agriculture left the landowners completely outside the process of industrialization. Their response was speculation in land. During the first period of the rise of fascism, a period marked by a decisive acceleration in the pace of capital concentration and by a fall in agricultural production and prices, the contradiction grew worse. This was evident in the competition of two big associations created in 1920, by the big industrialists, General Confederation of Industry, and the landowners, General Confederation of Agriculture. The latter was opposed to the fiscal policy of the state, which was of great importance in the Italian context of artificial capitalist development, because it favored industry exclusively, at the expense of an increasing budgetary deficit. In fact, the creation in 1919 of the Popular Party, the Peasant Party, was one aspect of this conflict. One in the Italian case, unlike the German, the traditional alliance between northern bourgeoisie and southern landowners was seriously jeopardized by the process of capital concentration and by the creation of big capital. Although it held together politically, the explosive seeds it carried at the economic level were brought into the light of day. This was all the more so as growing contradictions emerged between big and medium capital, contradictions inherent in the process of capital concentration. Here, too, they partially coincided with the contradiction between branches of industry, heavy industry on the one hand, consumer goods industry on the other. By 1919, the National Union of Mechanical Metallurgy was formed in Milan, grouping together medium-sized firms alarmed by concentration. Furthermore, an alliance was made between medium capital and the landowners against the economic domination of big capital. This was made possible by the economic weakness of big capital in Italy, and also because the specific unevenness of capitalist development permitted a conjunctural convergence of the economic interests of these two classes. This embryonic alliance became more and more specific, both in the policy of the Popular Party and that of the representatives of medium capital who held power in Italy during the rise of fascism, Giolitti, Nitti, Bonomi, Facta. In addition to these economic contradictions within the power bloc, there were, in this case too, contradictions within big capital itself, between banking and industrial capital. The process of capital concentration was less advanced in Italy than in Germany, and somewhat precocious. The contradictions between banks and industry were also particularly sharp. A real offensive by the big industrialists to gain control of the banks was made possible by the enormous profits they had made in the war, while Italian banking capital, unlike Germany, kept its speculative nature and hesitated to launch into industrialization. Banking capital attempted to defend itself against this assault by big industry. In 1918, the four main Italian banks formed a cartel. Though it was something of a failure, this attack nonetheless gave rise to intense convulsions. 3. In the context of the post-war crisis, Ansaldo, the industrial dinosaur which had gained control of the Banca Italiana Disconto, crashed in 1921, Ilva, which controlled Lloyd's Mediterranean, followed. The government was torn between the two antagonists. Bonomi refused state aid to heavy industry, and this led to his fall. Unlike Germany, it was only with the advent of fascism that industrial monopoly capital established its dominance over banking capital, within big capital as a whole. For all three contradictions were exacerbated during the second period of the rise of fascism, while the post-war economic crisis began to resolve itself towards the end of 1921. The share of industry in the national product, which had fallen from 30.6% in 1918 to 25.3% in 1921, rose to 29% in 1922. Production indices rose in all branches of industry, the budget deficit fell considerably, prices went down, and unemployment was reabsorbed. But the contradictions due to the process of capital concentration grew worse. Rivalry broke out in 1921 between the two banking groups behind Nitti and Giolitti, the discount bank and the commercial bank. There was a sharpening of the contradiction between big and medium capital, which took the form of the growing opposition of the former to the latter's policy, represented by Giolitti, of capital labor association and of keeping up wages. The same thing occurred between big capital and the landowners, with big capital opposing the policy of fixing agricultural prices by means of a fiscal system which worked ultimately in the interests of the landowners. It was the issue of the political price of bread which led to the fall of the Nitti government in 1921. As for fascism in power, the two following characteristics differentiated it from German National Socialism: a. Through a whole series of specific economic measures, Italian fascism intervened even more strongly than National Socialism to effect the economic domination of big capital over large landed property. In Germany, the capitalization of agriculture had begun before the advent of National Socialism, and was then only continued and intensified. In Italy, it was fascism which introduced this process. As A. Rosenberg said, Mussolini supported the southern landowners in their battle against the agrarian revolution, but he was never inclined to give back to these semi-feudal lords the decisive influence they had on the state during the liberal period. The Fascist Party remained the party of the modern North. Fascism broke the dominant influence of the backward feudal areas of the center and south of Italy. For the landowners and local potentates of the south, it was a question of the lesser evil. They evidently feared the Red Revolution as the greater evil, and that is why they supported fascism. But at the same time they knew that with the advent of fascism they would lose their former supremacy. 5. This was undoubtedly one of the reasons for the Popular Party's long period of opposition to fascism. But it was much more the capitalist landowners and big farmers of the north and center who supported fascism, rather than the semi-feudal southern landowners. Rural fascism was concentrated in the Po Valley, in Emilia, and in Tuscany. 6. B. Fascist economic policy also intervened massively in affecting capital concentration and the economic domination of big over medium capital, but this was a longer process. Taking into account the economic weakness of Italian big capital, fascism had for a long time to give much more consideration than did Nazism to the economic interests of medium capital, the early period of fascist economic liberalism, and secondarily, to the interests of the consumer goods industry. 2. Big capital and landowners. The problem of the relationship between big capital and land ownership in Italian fascism also poses a problem of prime theoretical and political importance, the relations between two modes of production coexisting, in a combined manner, in this formation, i.e. the relations between the capitalist mode of production, CMP, which has already entered the transition phase towards the dominance of monopoly capitalism, and the feudal mode of production still dominant in the countryside. The problem is currently being discussed quite widely in the Third World, particularly in Latin America. In fact, the relation of monopoly capitalism to large landed property is very different from that of pre-monopolistic, competitive, capitalism. In the latter case, it is possible, in certain circumstances, to speak of a combined coexistence of the CMP, dominant in industry, and the feudal mode of production, still dominant in the countryside. 7. But the term coexistence cannot adequately describe their relationship where monopoly capitalism is dominant in a social formation. This dominance implies the consolidation of the conditions of expanded reproduction of the CMP itself. The establishment of the dominance of monopoly capitalism thus implies not simply the dominance of the CMP over the feudal mode of production in the countryside, but the final dissolution of the feudal mode. This mode now exists only in the form of elements subsumed under the CMP in a social formation in which all that coexist, strictly speaking, are forms of the CMP, competitive, monopolistic, etc. 8. Italy offers a characteristic example of this. With the precocious formation of big finance capital, there was in fact a transition to the dominance of monopoly capitalism before fascism came to power, and while the feudal mode of production, unlike in Germany, still dominated relations of production in the countryside. The role of fascism, with the grain battle, comprehensive development, mechanization, transformation of the tenancy laws, transformation of small farmers into agricultural laborers, etc., was precisely to establish the dominance of monopoly capitalism in agriculture, by eliminating the feudal mode of production as such. 9. Because of the contradictions in this process, Italian fascism's relation to large land ownership differed from that of Nazism in those parts of Germany which still had feudal characteristics. Fascism imposed the turn to capitalism. In this conjuncture, it deepened the contradiction between landowners and big capital much more than in Germany, where the landowners had turned to capitalization well before Nazism. On the one hand, the massive introduction of capitalism into agriculture clearly produced some spectacular results in Italy, notably the yield of cereal production, which was chronically inadequate, rose from 10.5 quintals per hectare in 1909 to 15.2 in 1932. The total harvest rose from 4.85 million tons in 1909 to 7.59 in 1935 to 9, which was adequate for national consumption. Notable progress was also made with fruits and vegetables. On the other hand, however, the economic domination of big capital over large land ownership was clearly intensified. The proportion of industry in the national product rose from 25.3% in 1921 to 31.8% in 1929 and 34.1% in 1940, while that of agriculture fell in the same period from 46.3% to 38.4% and 29.4%. 10. The use of chemical fertilizers, which roughly doubled from 1922 to 1931, gave massive profits to big capital, especially to Montecatini. The same was true of mechanization, 6,000 tractors in 1924, 41,000 in 1940, given the high degree of concentration in this branch of industry. 11. The rate of development of capital between 1920 and 1939 was 1.50 in agriculture, 1.35 for the period 1894 to 1913, but it was 2.58 in industry. 1.65 for the period 1894 to 1913, 12, which indicates the proportionate fall of rent in the distribution of total surplus value. The scissors between industrial and agricultural prices opened wider. In this contradiction between the large landowners and big capital, which was particularly acute in Italy, fascism was still closer to big capital than Nazism, which did not come up against the contradiction in the same form. This phenomenon was not correctly diagnosed either by the Comintern or by the PCI. The Comintern, under the guidance of its president, Zinoviev, see his report to the Fourth Congress, had at first seen Italian fascism as mainly the expression not of big capital but of big feudal or semi-feudal land ownership. The fascists are above all a weapon in the hands of the landowners. The experience of this reaction fills the commercial and industrial bourgeoisie with terror, and they see it as black Bolshevism. 13. Such was the origin of all the erroneous interpretations of fascism as a political phenomenon peculiar to a society where the agricultural sector is predominant, a conception, like others, resulting from the definition of fascism as a retarding and retrograde phenomenon. A politically more interesting interpretation was given by the PCI, from its Lyons Congress, 1926, until at least 1928. In short, the PCI considered that fascism represented the interests of big capital and the big landowners equally, without always being able to specify either the hegemonic force in this alliance, big capital, or the reasons for its hegemony and the forms it took. The Lyons Theses, 1926, made this clear. They marked a step forward from Zinoviev's position, but still declared that fascism aimed to achieve the organic unity of the dominant classes, without any specification as to the hegemonic force under which this unity would be achieved. So fascism was not seen as representing an important modification in the relations between big capital and the landowners. In substance, fascism only differs from the program of conservatism and reaction which has always dominated Italian politics, in conceiving the unification of the reactionary forces in another way. At the time Togliatti shared this view, fascism becomes the decisive center of the political unity of all the governing classes, finance capital, big industry, and the landowners. 14. The conception underlying this definition was that fascism represented an alliance between monopoly capital and large landed property of a persistent feudal character, insofar as under Italian fascism, monopoly capitalism was developing in coexistence with feudal structures in agriculture. As Iserani expressed it still recently, the socialist revolution will have to transform these capitalist-based structures which have developed in our country where new forms of monopoly capital have been grafted onto the old feudal trunk, and which have not been liquidated in the overthrow of the fascist dictatorship. 15. This interpretation in fact led to a separation by steps of the democratic revolution, yet to be accomplished, from the socialist revolution. Its political implication was that alliances including the middle bourgeoisie were necessary for the transition to socialism, with the common objective of liquidating the feudal mode of production which still existed in the countryside. In another context, this well-known theory of the coexistence of the dominant monopoly capitalism with the feudal mode of production underlies the analyses of Latin American communist parties today. These advocate a struggle against dictatorship by means of alliances with medium capital, rechristened, to suit the circumstances, the national bourgeoisie, to liquidate feudalism, a national democratic revolution to precede the socialist revolution. In the case of Italian fascism, the program of alliances was put into practice by the PCI with its anti-fascist front. The thesis of persisting feudalism was used here to corroborate the line on alliances advocated by Dimitrov. Gramsci's authority was also claimed for it, support being drawn from his position on the Risorgimento as a revolution which failed because, unlike the French Revolution, it allowed big landed property, and therefore feudalism, to survive. Gramsci conceived the introduction of capitalism into agriculture on the French model, i.e. as a redistribution of the big feudal domain. 16. It was somehow concluded from this that the survival of large landed property automatically meant the survival of feudalism, and that it was still a necessary task to carry through the revolution and the national unity which the Risorgimento had failed to achieve. But an enormous mistake was made about Gramsci, here and elsewhere. It is true that Gramsci seems to have ignored the effects of monopoly capitalism on agriculture, and it is also true that Gramsci himself supported the thesis of Italian fascism as representing the capitalist landowning bloc, without clearly distinguishing the hegemonic force in this bloc. But in all fairness, Gramsci never departed from the line of making an alliance of the northern proletariat with the poor peasantry of the south, against the landowners and the whole of the bourgeoisie, and included the whole of the bourgeoisie in the bloc in question. 17. 3. The crisis and the politico-ideological process. So far as the political dimension of the rise of fascism in Italy is concerned, there were some points in common with the rise of fascism in Germany, but there were also differences. Despite its economic weakness and unlike Germany, with its revolution from above, the Italian bourgeoisie was able to give political leadership to the bourgeois democratic revolution, the Risorgimento. But it could only do so at the cost of major political and economic concessions to the big landowners. In general, although the Bismarckian state evolved with the squirearchy presiding, the German landowners had less political power than the Italian landowners, who benefited from the pronounced failure of national unity and from the political and administrative division of North and South. Still, because of this process of political leadership and the alliance between bourgeoisie and landowners, medium capital managed, through its political organizations, the Liberal Party especially, to acquire strong positions within the state, much more important than those held by medium capital in Germany. From 1920, Italy also experienced an offensive by big capital for political hegemony within the power bloc. This offensive succeeded in seriously shaking the hegemony of medium capital, which had been re-established after the war, and this opened a period of instability of hegemony. But although this offensive was instigated by the official representatives of big capital, in particular by the Orlando Sonnino Salandra Group 18, it was mainly carried out, because of the strong political positions held by medium capital, by the latter's political representatives. The whole problem was that these representatives were split into two major groups, the followers of Nitti, who was drawing closer and closer to big capital, and the followers of Giolitti. As for the latter, although his policy of class collaboration with the working class was inspired by the interests of medium capital, he too was increasingly being won over to big capital. 19. This offensive by big capital was again a relative failure, because of the resistance of medium capital and the landowners. The latter kept their political positions under the reign of medium capital, through the existence of a veritable state within the state in the south. They were worried by the rapprochement between the nationalists and big capital, and also by big capital's infiltration of the liberal camp. 20. One of the ways their resistance was expressed was through the political role of the Popular Party, a Catholic party basically representing the interests of large landed property, though it was of varied composition and also included poor peasants. This party essentially embodied the resistance of the landowners to big capital's infiltration of the representatives of medium capital. The hegemony of medium capital had left their political power intact in the South. It was because of this ambivalence that Don Sturzo's Popular Party was sometimes able to appear progressive. 21. These contradictions were exacerbated from 1921, a year which, with the point of no return, opened the period of incapacity of hegemony under the last Giolitti ministry. 22. Giolitti did not abandon his reform projects, which harmed the southern landowners and aided big capital. He drew ever closer to big capital, while at the same time trying to maintain his representative ties with medium capital. For example, he brought in measures to establish registration of assets, which directly harmed the interests of the Vatican and the Bank of Rome. He set up a commission of inquiry into war profits, etc. This situation was prolonged under Bonomi and Facta. The resistance to this big capitalist offensive for hegemony was stronger in Italy than in Germany. This determined the particular features of the rise of fascism in Italy. A. The political scene, in this case Parliament, where the representatives of medium capital reigned, gave them a state apparatus fashioned to their requirements and continued to be more important than in Germany until the end of the rise of fascism and even after its installation in power. The distinction between state apparatuses expressing different political forces was less evident than in Germany, with the exception of the southern state within the state, which posed a different problem. 23. Here too, of course, there was a dissociation between real power and formal power, but the parliamentary political scene kept its own identity. The big capitalist offensive and the resistance to it continued to have a big impact on this scene, and Italian fascism was obliged to follow much more of a policy of compromise here than was Nazism. B. The rupture of the representational tie between medium capital and its representatives came about more slowly, chiefly because of the strong positions of medium capital in the state. It was completed only after fascism came to power, and was one of the reasons for the long first period of fascism in power, and for its policy of caution towards these representatives. During the first period of the rise of fascism, there was again a dissociation between real power and formal power, and a rupture of party representational ties, at least for big capital and the landowners. 24. From 1920, the economic corporative bodies, Confederation of Industry, Confederation of Agriculture, played an increasing part, bypassing the role of the political parties. Paramilitary organizations were formed as nuclei of class organization, e.g. the armed corps created by D'Annunzio. Paramilitary squadre were also formed outside the fasci, even if most fascists took part in them. 25. Big capital aimed for a coup d'état and a solution through military dictatorship under the Duke of Aosta. The political role of the army was growing, under Generals Diaz and Battaglia. When the point of no return was reached, this development was intensified, accentuating the rupture of big capital and the landowners, both from their own political representatives and from those of medium capital, whom they nevertheless continued to infiltrate. In 1921, a federation of all Italian anti-Bolshevik unions and civil organizations was formed in open conflict with the representatives of medium capital. A nationalist fascist joint committee was formed to create the National Fascist Bloc. Paramilitary groups were formed throughout the countryside, in declared opposition to the Popular Party. The Liberal Party itself was in an increasing state of decomposition, with Salandra's right wing now dominant and organized into its own paramilitary organization, the Liberal Squadristi. 26. What was happening meanwhile among the political representatives of medium capital? In fact, while in Germany these representatives turned towards plans for military dictatorship, strongly mistrusting the Endstab and deciding to use it only as a last resort, the representatives of Italian medium capital, the left liberals, drew much nearer to the Fascist Party 27 headed by Giolitti, but with Nitti too, they presented themselves for the 1921 elections on a national slate, which united most of the Italian parties from the liberals to the fascists. These slates led to the election of 35 fascist deputies. Giolitti's plan was for a constituent assembly to initiate the hardening of the state by reinforcing the role of parliament, within which he would have the support of parliamentarized fascism. 28 The opposition of medium capital to the coming of fascism was therefore neutralized in this case mainly by its own political representatives, as their representational role, although weakened, was maintained throughout the rise of fascism. Italian fascism was able to do this only through a game of political compromises with these representatives. 29. In Italy, too, the crisis of party representation went hand in hand with a deep crisis in the dominant ideology. 30 But certain features distinguish this from the crisis in Germany. The process of transition to capitalism had been accomplished under the political leadership of the northern bourgeoisie, and with an ideology peculiar to the bourgeoisie, which was preponderant in the ideological system dominant in Italy. This was the nationalist and liberal ideology at work in Mazzini's movement. It is true that the liberal aspect of this ideology was undermined by the strong, continual intervention of the state during the development of capitalism in Italy, for example in the Crispi phenomenon. Nonetheless, liberal nationalist ideology, characteristic of bourgeois democratic revolutions, was remarkably persistent. This liberal nationalist ideology experienced a deep crisis after the First World War. In the first place, it no longer corresponded to the interests of Italian big capital, which was moving on to the ideological offensive. But while in Germany this offensive was carried out by the combination of imperialist ideology and transformed feudal ideology, in Italy, because of the contradiction between big capital and the landowners, and because of the dominance of this specific bourgeois ideology, it was brought about by an attempt at some kind of continuous transmutation of this liberal nationalist ideology into imperialist fascist ideology. 31 In other words, although big capital undermined the liberal aspect of this ideology, it seems to have taken its stand squarely in the liberal nationalist tradition. It developed and transformed the nationalist aspect of the ideology, in particular exploiting the feeling that the big powers had usurped the fruits of Italian intervention in the war. With its policy of expansion and annexations, the wartime policy of right-wing interventionism, the D'Annunzio movement, the occupation of Fiume, etc., nationalist imperialist ideology appeared to be the continuation of the Garibaldian national unity movement of the Risorgimento. 32 This was the case with the many nationalist ideological movements which arose in Italy as in Germany, particularly the Italian Nationalist Association, ANI, which was to play a very important role after the war. Medium capital reacted strongly to this ideological offensive by big capital, with the ideological element of opposition to the war, non-interventionism, and the liberal Giolittian ideology of capital labor association, while nationalist imperialism was more and more opposed to what it called Giolitti's socialist monarchy. But this ideological offensive was a covered one, in that it was masked by the direct monopolization of certain aspects of liberal nationalist ideology, the ideology of Italian medium capital. Italian fascism grafted itself into this ideological offensive. It was far from having the ideological originality of German National Socialism. As Rosenberg put it, Mussolini's brown shirts appeared as the heirs of Garibaldi's red shirts, and indeed the fact that Italian big capital and fascism took the ideological offensive behind the mask of the nationalist tradition of medium capital was one of the factors neutralizing medium capital's opposition during fascism's rise to power, in fact bringing it a quite unique support from the liberal representatives of medium capital. Big capital's offensive under cover of a renewal of the Risorgimento was soon countered by feudal ideology. If the expansionist side of imperialist ideology suited the southern landowners, it was not, as in Germany, because of the fusion of imperialist ideology with the transformed feudal ideology of a class which had already made the turn to capitalism. Expansionism and interventionism did not yet correspond to the economic interests of Italian feudal agriculture, only coincided with some conjunctural political interests. As in the case of the Libyan War, it was a question of luring the poor peasantry with the conquest of foreign lands, in order to avoid partition of their own. Finally, southern agrarian feudalism was disturbed by the appearance of the traditional Italian unity theme in the expansionism of imperialist ideology, since it was evidence of an offensive by big capital to gain hegemony, and of the risk that the landowners' political privileges would be abolished. So, contrary to the German case, there was a direct opposition between classical feudal ideology and imperialist ideology. It was expressed in a significant resurgence of feudal socialism, with strong Catholic overtones. This was very clear in the ideology of the Popular Party, which was directly opposed to the expansionist imperialist ideology of big capital, demanding intervention and Italian unity. In Italy too, there were movements critical of the dominant ideology, coming from circles linked to the power bloc. In their anti-capitalist form, these expressed the influence, within this generalized ideological crisis, of petty bourgeois and working class ideologies. One of these was the group around the journal La Voce, which united nationalists like Papini and socialists like Salvini. Another was the broad ideological movement based on the works of Oriani, reconciling nationalism with a marked populism, the rural anti-clerical group, later the Futurist Party, advocating the socialization of land, the corporate state, etc. But these apparently anti-capitalist attacks on the dominant ideology were made under the traditional guise of classical nationalist ideology. The theme of the Risorgimento as a revolution which failed appeared again. A new Risorgimento was advocated to accomplish the work of the first 33 and, in Oriani's words, to counterpose to the artificial bourgeois Italy which had emerged from the uncompleted Risorgimento, an Italy renewing itself in a vast popular Renaissance. 34 In this oblique and camouflaged form, the ideological movements of D'Annunzio, the Futurists, etc., were to fuse with fascism at the point of no return. Moreover, in Italy too, with the beginnings of the rise of fascism, and following the steps of its development, the ideological apparatuses were increasingly decisive, being the political battleground both of the ideological contradictions indicated and of the ideological offensive by big capital. In the universities, this offensive particularly stressed the Garibaldian nationalist side of imperialist ideology. Undoubtedly because of the D'Annunzio movement, the Church experienced both the ideological offensive of big capital and the feudal reaction to this offensive. Finally here too there was a progressive rupture, decisively marked by the beginnings of the rise of fascism, between the political representatives of the power bloc and its ideological spokesmen, its watchdogs. But this happened in a specific way, not so much, as in the German case, through direct attacks on parliamentary liberalism, but throughout under the guise of traditional nationalism, through demands for a change of elites. In Italy, too, the rise of fascism represented a step of offensive strategy on the part of the power bloc and, in particular, of big capital. The plan had already been drawn up on March 7, 1920 by the First National Conference of Italian Industrialists, which confirmed the predominance of Conf Industria over the entire economy. Giolitti was entrusted with its execution. In fact, this plan could be applied only after the turn in the real relation of forces which marked the end of stabilization, i.e. after the factory occupation movement of the summer of 1920. The failure of this movement opened the way to the offensive step of big capital. Lockouts became generalized, the strike movement was clearly on the decline. 35 At the point of no return, after the fascist movement had formed itself into a party and the Socialist-Fascist Pacification Pact was made, under the Bonomi government, autumn 1921, this offensive became stronger, dividend payments were suspended by the Bank of Rome under Bonomi, increased subsidies given to industry and financial groups under FACTA. The gains of the factory occupation movement, wage increases, and union rights of control in the factory, were undermined, in part by inflation. The average real wage fell, on an index of 100 for 1913, from 127 in 1921 to 123 in 1922. All this was not enough for big capital. The representatives of medium capital still persisted in policies of class collaboration. Already with the last Giolitti government, judged too indulgent towards the claims of the 1920 strikers, big capital had broken with the representatives of medium capital. This process was intensified with Bonomi and Facta, whom it saw as still too conciliatory towards the masses. But it was on the political plane that the offensive made its greatest impact. I have already indicated its main lines. I shall come back to it in examining the rise of fascism within the state apparatus. For the fascist party, fascism, and the dominant classes and class fractions, hegemony and the ruling class. The last question concerns the relation of fascism and the fascist party to the power bloc, in particular to big capital. Here again, while the fascist movement dated from the war period, in the form of the movement for intervention, it seemed crushed after the war. 36 reorganized from 1919, in the form of Fasci di Combattimento, basically armed bands and free corps, it barely survived until the summer of 1920. It was only after the bourgeoisie's turn to the offensive that the fascist movement took on the character of a political mass movement. At the beginning of 1920 there were 31 fasci in Italy totaling 870 members. By December of that year the fascist movement had grown to 20,000, and a year later, it numbered 200,000. 37 It was at the start of the rise of fascism, in 1920, that big capital began to give support to the fascist movement in the form of donations. At first this support was still wary. It was even more cautious than in the case of Germany, for Italian fascism had first to settle the matter of its relation with the landowners. 38 This was especially important as it relates to the particularly acute form that the contradiction between big capital and the landowners took in Italy. While Mussolini had foreseen the urban context as the center of Italian fascist activity, from 1920 it was in fact rural fascism which developed most, under the leadership of Grandi and Italo Balbo, and in the context of an offensive by the big landowners. Rural fascism, mainly in the form of free corps, attacked the peasant leagues, composed of agricultural workers and poor peasants, under communist or socialist leadership, the Red Leagues, or even under Catholic leadership, the White Leagues. In June 1921, Mussolini decided to make a tactical compromise with the political representatives of medium capital and to draw closer to big capital as well. He stood for election on the national slate and in August 1921 decided, at Bonomi's instigation, to sign a peace pact with the socialists, whom the representatives of medium capital were still counting on to pursue their policy of class collaboration. In doing this, Mussolini was trying to strangle rural fascism. The peace pact and the parliamentarization of the fascist movement were resented as being what in fact they were, for one thing, a maneuver against rural fascism, dependent on constant white terror in the countryside. This produced a serious crisis within the fascist movement and led to a real struggle for power between Mussolini and the grassroots, i.e. those in charge of rural fascism, notably the fasci of Emilia and Romagna under the aegis of Grandi. At the Rome Congress of November 1921, Mussolini, proposing the transformation of the fascist movement into a party, emerged victorious over rural fascism. At the same time there was the first rupture with the left syndicalist wing of the movement, represented by Farinacci, and the first turn towards abandoning the left syndicalist positions of the fascist party. The new fascist party now formed effective relations of political organization with big capital. From then on, financial support was abundant. Meanwhile, the fascist party engaged in neutralizing the opposition of medium capital and its representatives. This was effected by its liberal turn already inaugurated during the June 1921 elections. Mussolini now declared, "The state must be limited to its purely juridical and political functions. Let the state give us police to protect decent people from villains, a well-organized system of justice, an army ready for any eventuality, and a foreign policy to serve the national interest. All the rest, and I do not even exclude the secondary schools, must return to individual private initiative. If you want to save the state, you must abolish the collectivist state handed down to us by the force of events and by the war, and go back to the Manchester state. This declaration was designed to mask the interventionist role which the fascist state would have to fulfill to aid big capital, specifically to neutralize the opposition of medium capital. From then on the way was clear. In February 1922, Vatican support for fascism was won with the election of the new Pope, Pius XI, former Cardinal of Milan, and a notorious pro-fascist. The Vatican disavowed the policy of opposition to fascism of the Popular Party under Don Sturzo's leadership. 39 In August 1922, Mussolini abandoned his republican plans and accepted the survival of the monarchy, which, unlike in Germany, where its ties were mainly with the big landowners, was in Italy tied to capital, and mainly to traditional medium capital. Finally, in September 1922, the Fascist Party subordinated D'Annunzio's nationalist movement, by forming the National Fascist Party. But the Fascist Party's political ties with the masses remained very strong during this last period. In addition, big capital scorned the political compromises between fascism and the representatives of medium capital. Big capital once again played its second card of a military dictatorship, with the support of D'Annunzio's nationalist movement. When fascism came to power, the political hegemony of big capital was progressively secured. In the end, it was of the same kind as in Germany, though it developed at a slower pace and in rather different ways. From the March on Rome to the proclamation of the ultra-fascist laws, fascism followed a path of compromise with medium capital, in order to finalize its rupture from its political representatives. From 1925, all political organizations belonging to the power bloc were dissolved. The Fascist Party now reigned unchallenged on the political stage. At the same time, within the fascist ranks, there was a purge of the left wing, which as early as 1923 was calling for the second, anti-capitalist, revolution. 40 partisans of Mussolini and of the Second Revolution sometimes confronted each other in machine gun battles. Hence in 1923 came the first purge, involving some 150,000 fascists, most of whom had participated in the March on Rome. In 1925-6, marking the turn to the second step of fascism in power, that of its stabilization, there was a second purge, and recruitment to the Fascist Party was suspended until 1931. Finally, the last bastions of resistance by the landowners and medium capital within the state machinery were eliminated, the army and the upper ranks of the administration were decisively purged, and the crown lost its last prerogatives. Again, as in Germany, the petty bourgeoisie functioned as ruling class during the first period of fascism in power, and later simply as class in charge of the state. The process, however, developed at a different pace. It began as early as the March on Rome, with the formation of that massive fascist bureaucracy which Gramsci in particular emphasized. But Italian fascism used the political personnel of the bourgeoisie. It was only from 1925 that the petty bourgeoisie decisively took over the top ranks of the state apparatus. The rupture of representational ties between the leadership of the Fascist Party and the petty bourgeoisie from which its members were overwhelmingly recruited, marked the passage of the petty bourgeoisie from the status of presiding class to that of class in charge of the state, and simple supporting class, but it was not finally accomplished until 1928. The law of December 1928 completed the formation of the totalitarian state. As Mussolini himself put it, 1928 in fact saw a new purge. The Confederation of Fascist Trade Unions was dissolved, and its general secretary, Rossini, was sacked together with the corporate syndicalist elements he had placed in various posts in the organization. The subordination of the Fascist Party to the fascist state apparatus, in the strict sense, was now complete. The petty bourgeoisie, lacking an autonomous political organization to maintain its position as presiding class, fell back to the position of class in charge of the state. The petty bourgeois leadership of the state was finally cut off from the petty bourgeoisie itself. At the same time, big capitalist elements acceded directly to the commanding posts in the state, as in Germany, by means of their membership of the Fascist Party. 41. This relationship between fascism and the petty bourgeoisie was also a factor in the relative autonomy of the fascist state from big capital. But fascism, in establishing the political hegemony of big capital, also imposed a policy aimed at containing the economic contradictions of the power bloc. It tried to regulate and control the development of the domination of monopoly capital over medium capital and landed property, while at the same time accelerating it. This led to major contradictions between big capital and the fascist party state. As early as 1934, Confindustria and its president, Pirelli, protested vigorously against the increasing state intervention in the economy since 1926. This intervention was exercised in the interests of big capital, but it also imposed forms of control over the development of its domination, which were resented as bureaucratic fetters. The policy of autarky and the war economy aggravated these contradictions. Badoglio, the upper ranks of the army and the monarchy, were in increasing disagreement with the economic policy of fascism, hence the crisis of 1943. 42. Part 4. Fascism and the Working Class. In this chapter I shall attempt to analyze the relationship of fascism to the working class, on the one hand, to examine the situation of the working class in the conjuncture of the rise and rule of fascism, and on the other hand, to examine the policy of fascism towards the working class. 1. General propositions. I. Steps and characteristics of the process of defeat and the working class defensive. The beginning of the rise of fascism presupposes a significant series of working class defeats. These defeats immediately precede fascism, and open the way to it. The Comintern, however, generally considered the working class undefeated, even after fascism had taken power. The ultra-left period excluded all possibility of any other interpretation. The 12th plenum has shown that all the theories deduced from the history of Italian fascism to show that it is first necessary to defeat the working class, are no more than schematic abstractions. 1. For after the victory of Italian fascism and the ousting of Bordiga from the PCI leadership, the 1926 Lyons Theses had clearly stated, the victory of Italian fascism should be seen not as a victory against the revolution, but as a result of the defeat of the revolutionary forces. The meaning of this defeat should be clarified. It was not the defeat, inflicted in a single day, but a series of defeats in a process marked by various steps and turns. It was the consequence of this series of defeats that determined the situation of the working class throughout the rise of fascism. With the end of the First World War, a genuinely revolutionary period opened in Germany and Italy. Revolution was on the agenda, in the sense that there were conjunctures of objectively revolutionary situations. But the working class failed both to take state power, 1918-19 in Germany and Italy, and to secure its objectives in critical situations, 1920 in Italy, 1923 in Germany. It should at once be added that a defeat does not necessarily mean an open defeat in a situation of declared civil war. A defeat can also be a battle launched at an unpropitious moment. It should also be added that the problem is not really whether at every turn there were objectively revolutionary situations in the strict sense, for this is a debatable point for 1920 in Italy and 1923 in Germany. But it is certain that in both cases there was at least a significant failure by the working class to achieve the political objectives imposed by and attainable in a situation of open crisis. For a working class defeat is not simply to be measured in terms of its failure to take state power, to make the revolution, a possibility which probably did not exist or no longer existed in the two cases mentioned. It can also be measured in terms of its inability, in an open crisis, to attain possible political objectives, falling short of the seizure of state power, as part of a long-term strategy. These last failures gave way to what I described above as a period of relative stabilization, punctuated by moments of heightened class struggle. but the significant weakening of the working class in the relation of forces continued throughout this period of stabilization, making it possible to describe this as a virtual process of defeat. In fact, not every stabilization period necessarily represents a process of defeat. It is possible to find periods of stabilization in which, by a strategic consolidation, the working class strengthens its positions, in this positional warfare, and prepares to go on to the offensive. This is the strategic meaning of Mao's protracted war too. This was not the case with the stabilization step preceding the rise of fascism. While the bourgeoisie was growing stronger in this war of attrition, the working class and the masses grew weaker and weaker. As always happens in these cases, unless the revolutionary organizations have a conscious and adequate strategy, stabilization unfailingly plays into the hands of the enemy. It becomes a respite for him, and all the objective coordinates of the capitalist system contribute to this. It is however still the case that the decisive turn in the process coincides with the start of the rise of fascism, signaling on the one hand open offensive by the bourgeoisie, and on the other, a defensive step for the working class, in the full sense. The process can therefore only be explained by taking into account the nature of the period as a whole. In particular, there was at no point a catastrophic confrontation in Gramsci's sense, i.e. of such a kind that the forces of one or the other of the adversaries, or of both, are at a given moment entirely annihilated. This leads us to the second element of the period, which also gives one of the answers to the question, why fascism? A whole series of writers, including in particular Daniel Guérin, speak abstractly of the defeat of the working class before the rise of fascism, and conclude that fascism comes about solely because of economic contradictions in the capitalist system which the bourgeoisie cannot solve. In fact, despite the working class's failures, as measured in terms of the political objectives which the mass movement could have achieved, it had nevertheless managed to make real political and economic gains against the bourgeoisie. And although these were constantly undermined by the bourgeoisie, they still survived at the beginning of the rise of fascism, on a scale by then unacceptable to the bourgeoisie, because of the crisis it was undergoing. These gains, then, still survived when the relation of forces on which they were based had already been modified in favor of the bourgeoisie. 3. This is only apparently paradoxical, unless one considers that every change in the relation of forces is automatically accompanied by a mechanical reorganization and redistribution of the positions occupied by the adversaries, which would clearly be wrong. As for the strategy of the bourgeoisie towards the working class in this relation of forces, it could be maintained that when such gains are made in serious crises, the bourgeoisie first concentrates on modifying the real relation of forces on which these gains are based, and only afterwards does it move on to a direct attack against the gains themselves. This is for a simple reason, stemming from the very nature of the process: it is to deceive and lull the enemy, by hiding from him the real side of the class struggle, and to force him out onto one's own ground. The bourgeoisie therefore had to wipe out the political and economic gains of the masses in a short space of time, while the organizations of the working class were still strong and maintained a certain influence. But that was not all. In the conjuncture of the crisis of the bourgeoisie, it was no longer enough just to wipe out these gains. It was necessary to take the exploitation of the masses still further. To do this, in the specific conjuncture of fascism and after the failure of the policy of class collaboration, it was necessary to move on to eliminate the class organizations of the working class. Finally, memories of the past had a special importance for the bourgeoisie. After the war, despite the defeats of the working class, a great fear had already struck root in the hearts of the German and Italian bourgeoisie. The workers' councils would never cease to haunt them. It should thus be clear from all that has been said here, that the meaning of a working class defeat is relative, as is every idea about the field of class struggle. The idea stems from the relation of forces, and is measurable in terms of the possible objectives in given conjunctures. If the working class had already suffered a series of significant defeats when the rise of fascism began, this in no way means that, at least up to the point of no return, it could still not achieve the new, much more limited objective of checking fascism. One direct consequence of this series of defeats concerns the very form taken by the class struggle during the rise of fascism. In fact, both the Comintern, which saw fascism as a response to the upsurge of the revolutionary movement, and writers like Thalheimer and Tosca, who saw in fascism the response to a situation of equilibrium between the different forces, were agreed in admitting, in a purely abstract way, that the rise of fascism corresponded to the increasingly political nature of the class struggle. This was only true of the bourgeoisie, both in its internal struggles and in its struggle against the working class. It was no longer true at all of the working class struggle. It is characteristic of the rise of fascism that the struggle of the bourgeoisie against the working class assumes an increasingly political nature, while the working class struggle against the bourgeoisie falls further and further back into the domain of economic demands. In other words, in the complex articulation of economic struggle and political struggle, it is the economic struggle which progressively assumes the dominant role in the struggle of the working class. The working class is not demobilized, in the full sense of the term, during the rise of fascism. The strike movement in particular stays relatively powerful throughout the process. But with one crucial difference, the economic side of the struggle comes increasingly to the fore. The whole of this development, however, is obscured, for reasons relating to the still recent past of political struggles. The increasingly dominant role of economic struggle is hidden behind forms of action inherited, as it were, from a period of de facto primacy of the political, mass demonstrations, factory occupations, and various forms of direct action. At the point of no return, this dislocation between the content of the struggle and its forms becomes clear. This point coincides with the turn which finally makes the economic side of the struggle dominant over the political. After the political defeats, there are still outbursts of political fever, but far from being signs of effective political mobilization, they are now mere shadows of the past. It should finally be added that, on the side of the working class, a politically defensive step does not necessarily mean that economic struggle has primacy over political class struggle. Rather, the correct conduct of the struggle during a defensive step more than ever requires the primacy of the political, for which Lenin and Mao call. It especially requires such primacy in the strategy of alliances and compromises which the step implies. The rise of fascism, however, corresponds precisely to the junction of these two elements on the working class side, a politically defensive step, and a turn from the political to the economic aspect as uppermost in the class struggle. Two forms of the ideological crisis, the crisis of the revolutionary organizations. The rise of fascism corresponds to an ideological crisis of the working class, and to a significant crisis of the revolutionary organizations. On the latter point, as far as the German and Italian communist parties are concerned, I should at once specify that I have no intention of equating the idea of crisis of the revolutionary organizations with their strategic errors. In particular, I mean here the effects of this situation, effects which had a specific role in the advent of fascism. At the start of the rise of fascism, there was a marked split between the German and Italian communist parties and the working class. In short, these parties cut themselves off from the masses. The working class as a whole did not follow the leadership which the parties tried, without any mass line, to impose on the struggle. The parties were far from having really capitulated to fascism, as a solidly established anti-communist tradition would have it. They tried, especially in the case of the PCI, to oppose its accession to power, but did so too late and not very effectively. They made the attempt after the point of no return, when the split had already taken place. The mass of the working class did not follow them in their last desperate and posthumous attempts to stop fascism. The process was the more remarkable in that the parties never ceased to gain electoral victories throughout almost the whole of the rise of fascism. As the defeats of the working class had effects within the German and Italian communist parties themselves, these parties suffered from deep internal divisions throughout the rise of fascism. Leaving aside their political line, these divisions had particular effects. they often led to virtual paralysis in the face of the fascist menace, which disoriented the working class still more. This situation in the revolutionary organizations also coincided with an ideological crisis within the working class. This was one aspect of the generalized ideological crisis outlined above, which affected the German and Italian social formations during the rise of fascism. Marxist-Leninist ideology was profoundly shaken within the working class. Not only did it fail to conquer the broad masses, but it was also forced back where it had managed to root itself. It is clear enough what happens when revolutionary organizations fail in their ideological role of giving leadership on a mass line. Particular forms of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology invade the void left by the retreat of Marxist-Leninist ideology. The influence of bourgeois ideology over the working class, in this situation of ideological crisis, took the classic form of trade unionism and reformism. It can be recognized not only in the survival, but also in the extending influence of social democracy over the working class, through both the party and the trade unions, all through the rise of fascism. The advancing influence of social democratic ideology was felt even in those sections of the working class supporting the Communist Party. The most revealing phenomenon is not so much the direct influence of bourgeois ideology on the working class, expressed in trade unionism and reformism, as the influence of petty bourgeois ideology. In fact, bourgeois ideology was itself in crisis during the rise of fascism. This was what allowed petty bourgeois ideology to spread in the social formation, and to penetrate the working class much more thoroughly than could an uncontested dominant ideology. The petty bourgeoisie was itself going through a deep crisis. In this context, the ideology of the enraged petty bourgeoisie, as Engels put it, took quite specific forms in which it penetrated into the working class more easily than before, as the working class was itself in ideological crisis. To clarify these ideas, I would suggest that the anti-capitalist aspect always inherent in petty bourgeois ideology is strengthened and becomes relatively more important in this situation where the petty bourgeoisie is in revolt. This is how such ideology gains entry into the working class. The influence of petty bourgeois ideology on the working class takes specific forms, adapted to the actual conditions, that is the lived experience, LEVQ, of the working class. Certain of these forms were particularly strong in the working class during the rise of fascism, a. Anarchism, in the form specific to the working class, especially as anarcho-syndicalism, akin to revolutionary syndicalism, which combines contempt for organization and political objectives with ignorance, under the pretext of the lived experience of factory life, of the role of the mechanisms of political oppression, of the state, in the maintenance of the capitalist system. B. Spontaneism, i.e. contempt for organization, and the abstract cult of direct and spontaneous action, no matter where or how, the expression par excellence of petty bourgeois individualism. C. Putschist Jacquerie, which rejects Marxist-Leninist ideology and mass political struggle. Together with spontaneism and anarchism, it is based on a totally abstract cult of the exemplary violence of active minorities, which is perhaps the most characteristic feature of the rebel petty bourgeoisie and of petty bourgeois Jacquerie. The dimensions of the problem are now apparent, and some comment is required. There is no doubt that these forms, notably anarcho-syndicalism, were at one time positive forms of spontaneous proletarian expression. Lenin himself had treated them as such, for nor is there any doubt that the forms mentioned often contained, during the rise of fascism, an element of instinctive class reaction by the working class to the political line of the revolutionary organizations. But in the context of the rise of fascism, this class instinct, cut off from Marxist-Leninist ideology and facing these particular forms of petty bourgeois ideology, foundered under the influence of the latter. A very important question is raised here, in that it is absolutely impossible to explain the complex impact of fascism on the working class without taking into account this ideological factor. In fact, this influence of petty bourgeois ideology on the working class directly accelerated its political demobilization. Fascist demagogy, in the real meaning of the term, with its populist working class side and its illusory promises, also helped to neutralize it. It did more. Fascism thoroughly exploited the influence of petty bourgeois ideology on the working class, taking precise and open advantage of some of the forms in which it appeared among them. In other words, not only did the content of fascist demagogy contribute to the passivity and neutralization of the working class, but so did the forms in which it was presented, both verbal forms and forms of action, and which reached the working class through the influence of petty bourgeois ideology. A clarification is now necessary. If we have referred to the influence of petty bourgeois ideology on the working class, in open contradiction to Marxist ideology, it is also necessary to mention the influence of petty bourgeois ideology on Marxist-Leninist ideology itself, and particularly on the class organizations of the proletariat. Together with economism, this influence was one of the factors leading to the left opportunism of the PCI during the rise of fascism in Italy. It also influenced certain aspects of KPD policy during the rise of fascism in Germany, though it must be clearly understood that the two cases are far from identical. But left opportunism was a deviation within Marxist-Leninist ideology itself. It was evidence in particular of the influence of petty bourgeois ideology on Marxist-Leninist ideology. It was precisely in this sense that Lenin described it as an infantile disorder of communism, while the direct influence of petty bourgeois ideology mentioned above, as spontaneism, anarchism, putschism, etc., has nothing to do with Marxist-Leninist ideology. In this sense, there is absolutely nothing ultra-left about it, for left opportunism, strictly speaking, only occurs within Marxism-Leninism. The left opportunist elements bore a very grave responsibility in the advent of fascism, but it was a responsibility of a different order from that of the other expressions of petty bourgeois ideology, which were directly used by the fascist parties. The problem, however, does not end there. The Comintern, whose policies, as we shall see, were ultra-left only in appearance, taxed all those who opposed its policy of de facto resignation to fascism with ultra-leftism, and called them watchdogs of fascism. Trotsky may have borne the main brunt of this, but the German left opposition and many others suffered it too. This is the origin of the very strong tradition that ultra-leftism was the precursor of fascism, which is so persistent in the labor movement. By the term ultra-leftism the communist parties increasingly came to mean all opposition to a policy of resignation. No more need be said. We should on the other hand recognize the quite striking phenomenon of definite and clear collusion between the spontaneist elements, anarcho-syndicalists etc., including many of their leaders, and the fascist parties, which they often joined openly, forming their left wing. Especially in Italy, but in Germany too, there was a large and significant number of cases. The large scale of the phenomenon shows that it was not simply a question of individual defections due to chance or straight opportunism. 3. Social democracy, class nature and function, policy, and the thesis of social fascism. The rise of fascism characteristically saw the persistence and extension of the influence of social democracy on the working class, and a particular line of social democracy towards fascism. This raises two problems: a. How to explain the persistence of social democratic influence, with reference both to the nature and the role of social democracy, and to the specific conjuncture of the rise of fascism. b. How to define the objective responsibility of social democratic policies in fascism's accession to power. I shall first examine one of the Comintern's ideas about this, which was both profoundly mistaken, and disastrous in its practical application. I refer to the theory of social fascism. Firstly, the theory itself. It appeared in two forms, both implying a straight identification of social democracy with fascism. This theory, already expressed by the Fifth Congress, 1924, attained its greatest influence after the Sixth Congress, 1928, by which time it was fully developed. A. The first form amalgamates and fuses social democracy and fascism. The resolutions of the Fifth Congress had already formulated this, Fascism and social democracy are two sides of one and the same coin of the dictatorship of big capital. Social democracy is already transforming itself from the right wing of the labor movement into the left wing of the bourgeoisie and therefore of fascism. 6. In 1924, Stalin affirmed that fascism was not simply a combat organization of the bourgeoisie, but a political phenomenon relying on social democracy. 7. This theory was elaborated after 1928, and especially at the 10th plenum in 1929, when the term social fascism was officially used for the first time. Manuelski, at the 6th Congress, said, "Social democracy increasingly takes the initiative from the bourgeoisie in repressing the working class. It will become fascist." The transformation of social democracy into social fascism has already begun. Hans Neumann raised the issue still more sharply in 1930, the question for the bourgeoisie is not fascism or social democracy, but fascism and social democracy together. 8. And finally, the endlessly repeated quote from Stalin, "Fascism is the bourgeoisie's fighting organization that relies on the active support of social democracy." Social democracy is objectively the moderate wing of fascism. These organizations do not negate, but supplement each other. They are not antipodes, they are twins. Fascism is an informal political bloc of these two chief organizations. Works, Volume 6, Moscow, 1952-5, p. 294. b. In its second form, the theory appears more subtle. It poses not a unification of fascism and social democracy, but an apparent alternative. The bourgeoisie would play either the fascist card or the social democratic card. 9. But this form only seems more subtle than the other. In fact, there is no periodization of this alternative. On the contrary, it is emphasized that the alternative exists in the one conjuncture, the choice depending on quite secondary factors. The difference between the two cards is stressed as being minimal, the social democratic card being a little more legal than the fascist one, and we are straight back at the first form of the theory of social fascism. I shall now simply elucidate the essential presuppositions of the theory. It is strictly governed by a number of positions such that it cannot be isolated from them, or be accepted without the positions indispensable to it being accepted too. 1. It is basic to the theory that it ignores the difference between the specific form of state and regime which is fascism, and other forms of the bourgeois state. Since fascism and the parliamentary democratic state are one and the same thing, the dictatorship of big capital, social democracy, in this second form of state, is identified with fascism. So it was no accident that the theory of social fascism was unfailingly accompanied by the identification of fascism with the other forms of bourgeois state. As Thalmann quite clearly said, there have appeared in our ranks tendencies to distinguish in a liberal fashion between fascism and bourgeois democracy, between Hitler's party and social fascism. 10. Again, Manuelski's report to the 11th plenum in 1931, all too obvious mistakes are being made among us. It is said that bourgeois democracy and fascism, social democracy, and Hitler's party, are antagonistic. These mistakes are extremely harmful, even fatal. 11. The theory of social fascism, coupled with the identification of forms of state, led to some very revealing predictions. Not only would social democracy have nothing to fear from the victory of fascism, it would even share power with the Nazis, giving concrete form to the informal bloc of National Socialism and social democracy which fascist power would be. As Manuelski said, the fact that the bourgeoisie will be obliged to repress the workers' movement by fascist methods does not mean that the hierarchy will not govern as before, that is with the participation or support of the social democracy. Fascism is not a new governmental method distinct from the system of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Anyone who thinks this is a liberal. 12. Or to quote Thalmann again, if the Nazis should come into the government, there will be no question of the bourgeoisie renouncing the collaboration of social democracy in achieving the fascist dictatorship. 13. 2. This theory is based on an inaccurate appreciation of the mass character of the fascist party itself, and of its specific political nature. Stalin's analysis of 1924 was remarkable on this score, both for its intuition and for its totally false conclusions. Having stated that fascism was not a mere weapon of the bourgeoisie but a mass political phenomenon, Stalin concluded that it was based on social democracy, i.e. that social democracy in some way formed its popular base, its mass base. A popular base peculiar to fascism was to him incomprehensible or unimaginable. 3. A mistake therefore arises concerning the nature and function of the fascist party, parallel to that about the nature and function of social democracy as the weapon of the bourgeoisie. This is wrong both about its mass base and class representation, and about its role for the bourgeoisie, the two phenomena being related. As for the first error, about the nature and function of social democracy, the Comintern had from the beginning, but especially after its fourth Congress, been unable to recognize the persistence of social democracy in the working class and the reasons for it. The Comintern continually expected social democratic influence in the working class to be on the verge of disappearing. This of course stemmed from its misunderstanding of the conjunctural factors in this persistence during the rise of fascism, but not only from that. It also stemmed from the Comintern's economistic perspective, which led it to underestimate the importance of political and ideological factors. The underestimation appeared firstly in the Comintern's particular interpretation of Lenin's endlessly quoted theory about the relation of social democracy to the labor aristocracy. Social democracy gradually came to be seen as a largely economic phenomenon. The only real popular basis of social democracy lay in the economic interests of the labor aristocracy stratum, created by the distribution by the imperialist bourgeoisies of the crumbs of their surplus profits. Carried to its logical conclusion, this meant that social democracy could have no real mass base, all the more so because economist catastrophism led the Comintern to expect the imminent diminution of these surplus profits and therefore of the labor aristocracy itself. As for its massive influence outside the stratum, while the Comintern did not neglect the phenomenon, it treated it lightly, as representing social democratic illusions in the working class. It is important to note that this term hides the Comintern's complete underestimation of the weight of ideological factors. In fact, the Comintern expected the imminent dissolution of all these social democratic illusions by the demonstrative effect of the facts themselves, which would be seen in a moment of blinding truth with the advancing rise of fascism. Remarks like "the workers themselves are becoming more and more aware" were abundant, and were still passed around after fascism came to power, an event which was supposed to awaken the workers from their social democratic illusions. Social democracy, except sometimes in revolutionary periods, has in principle a permanent mass basis in a capitalist formation, although this is subject to very important fluctuations. This is mainly due to the influence of bourgeois ideology on the working class, but also of petty bourgeois ideology. The bourgeoisie being unable to rule through organized physical repression alone, and ideology not existing only in ideas, the bourgeois state has at its disposal in all circumstances one or more ideological state apparatuses specially designed to inculcate bourgeois ideology into the working class. A party of the social democratic type, the problem of trade unions will be discussed further on, constitutes such an apparatus in the normal forms of the bourgeois state. A party of the social democratic type, according to Lenin's definition in 1921, that would be a workers' party carrying out the policy of the bourgeoisie, a social trader within the working class. The class base, a fairly large part of its members and activists, and the lower ranks of the party machine are generally of working class origin. This distinguishes it from bourgeois parties with a working class clientele, such as the Popular, Catholic, Party in Italy and the Catholic Center in Germany at this time. Moreover, social democracy cannot simply be identified with particular parties. If a party no longer fulfills this role, if it is discredited, another will necessarily take its place. 14. The Social Democratic Party fulfills its role as an apparatus within the normal forms of bourgeois state, i.e. within forms of state corresponding to a determinate policy of the bourgeoisie towards the working class, running from class collaboration, where this party openly supports or participates in the government, to the point at which the policy of the bourgeoisie demands that the working class be crushed. From another aspect, as this is a mass party within the working class, the struggle of the working class is necessarily channeled through it and affects it in a specific way, partly by means of other organizations depending on it, the trade unions, or on which it itself sometimes depends. The party, at the risk of losing the institutional function which is necessary to its survival, must maintain its representative base. It is bound to a certain policy of compromise with the working class, a policy which is, in the last analysis, that which the bourgeoisie can allow within the normal state forms and its own determinate policy. Moreover, major cleavages within such a party cannot be avoided, among the different ranks, the leaders and the bureaucracy of officials, the lower straiten nearer to the masses, and the militants. In other words, a party of the social democratic type cannot be used by the bourgeoisie anyhow and anywhere, as a mere tool for universal use. Its social function as an institution is quite specific. Fascism also constitutes a particular form of state and regime, corresponding to a determinate policy of the bourgeoisie. As such, it amounts to a reorganization of all the state apparatuses, including the ideological state apparatuses. In this reorganization, a party of the social democratic type not only has no place, it must even be completely destroyed, as in fact happened, precisely because of its mass base in the working class, and because class struggle is channeled through it. The policy of the bourgeoisie from now on is to annihilate the working class. This does not mean that massive organized physical repression of the working class, which a social democratic type of party could not carry out, is sufficient to achieve the domination of the bourgeoisie. Other apparatuses have in some way to take over its role. Among them are the fascist organizations, whose mass base and organizational structure are in fact external to the working class, petty bourgeois, and whose ideological role is quite different from that of a social democratic type of party. 15. Finally, still in this specific context, the theory of social fascism also had the following connotation for the Comintern: in the period before National Socialism came to power, German, and also Austrian, social democracy was at this time a highly centralized, disciplined, and bureaucratized party, which successfully blocked the development of the labor movement, its economic and political demands. So, by stifling socialist democracy and socialist aspirations, it exercised a fascist-type repression of the mass of the working class, using fascist methods and practices. There can be no question about the role of social democracy, which is precisely to mislead the masses and hold back the revolution. But it is evident that it did not and cannot fulfill this function in the same way as the fascist party, which is the only strict point of reference for an examination of the theory of social fascism. In fact, practices or methods do not exist in a void, but in relation to the apparatuses which support them, their nature is governed by that of the apparatus. Social democracy and fascism do not fulfill this role in the same way, either in the repression of the working class, in the strong sense, or as far as ideological or organizational forms are concerned. Taking all these considerations into account, then not only do social democracy and the fascist party not supplement each other, in Stalin's terms, they negate each other. It is absolutely impossible for them to occupy the same place in the same form of state. For considered now from the point of view of the strategy of the bourgeoisie, which at a given moment in time would play either the social democratic card or the fascist card, or even both at once, the theory of social fascism is based on a significant mistake about the rise of fascism and its periodization into steps and turns, depending on the real relation of forces in the class struggle. It is really no accident that this conception of social fascism, and the identification of the parliamentary democratic form of state with the fascist state, was accompanied by a linear conception of the organic process which entirely ignored the problem of the political crisis and the rise of fascism. What in fact happens is that the bourgeoisie plays the card of class collaboration, to put it that way, at the end of the period of stabilization and the beginning of the rise of fascism. This card can be played either with social democracy in power, the German case, or via bourgeois political parties without the direct collaboration of social democracy. In other words, the move coincides with the turning point in the process of working class defeat, and with the upturn of the bourgeoisie's offensive. But such a policy is a failure in these circumstances. It does not allow the bourgeoisie to annul the political and economic gains of the working class, still less to carry the exploitation of the masses a decisive degree further. From this point, and throughout the rise of fascism, only the political representatives of medium capital try to do things in this way. And it is an important fact that these politicians were increasingly isolated both from big capital and from their own class fractions. Big capital for its part no longer toys with class collaboration on the side, supposing it had ever done so, but turns decisively to the fascist solution. This is clear, so long as one is not blinded by events on the political scene, and takes into account what lies behind them and the split between representatives and those they represent. Can a general conclusion about the rise of fascism be drawn from this process, a widely relevant conclusion such as fascism follows social democracy? I think this is going too far. It stems from the concept of fascism as the last card of the bourgeoisie, i.e. a confession of weakness by the bourgeoisie, and prolongs the illusion of an organic continuity between social democracy and fascism. In fact, it is far from certain that big capital has ever been won to the social democratic line of class collaboration. This is rather a solution imposed on big capital by medium capital, and dictated more by the relation of forces between them than between big capital and the working class. Moreover, the turning point in the rise of fascism sees the hastening of working class defeat and brings big capital openly onto the offensive. In these circumstances, social democracy does not seem to offer the means necessary for big capital to carry out its policy. What were Trotsky's ideas on this, as he was one of the strongest opponents of the theory of social fascism? 16. In connection with the question of the era, a polemic arose over fascism, no less distorted and unscrupulous. The opposition maintained that the bourgeoisie advances its fascist shoulder only at the moment when an immediate revolutionary danger threatens the foundations of its regime. In this sense, active fascism signifies a state of civil war on the part of capitalist society waged against the rebelling proletariat. Contrariwise, the bourgeoisie is forced to advance its left, the social democratic shoulder, either in a period that precedes that of the Civil War, so as to deceive, lull, and demoralize the proletariat, or in a period following upon a serious and lasting victory over the proletariat, i.e. when it is forced to lay hold of the broad masses of the people parliamentarily, among them also the workers disappointed by the revolution, in order to re-establish the normal regime. In opposition to this analysis, which is absolutely irrefutable theoretically and which was confirmed by the entire course of the struggle, the leadership of the Comintern set up the senseless and oversimplified contention of the identity of the social democracy with fascism. Proceeding from the incontestable fact that the social democracy is no less servile towards the foundations of bourgeois society than fascism and is always ready to volunteer its nisky at the moment of danger, the leadership of the Comintern entirely expunged the political difference between the social democracy and fascism, and together with that also the difference between a period of open civil war and the period of the normalization of the class struggle. In fact, despite his correct criticisms of the Comintern, this analysis of Trotsky's, wrongly identifying fascism as the response to a revolutionary movement and to a declared civil war, also ends up with the conclusion of social democracy first, the period after the defeat of the proletariat, normalization, and fascism afterwards, in the period of revolutionary upsurge following the period of defeat. If the start of the rise of fascism coincides with the turning point in the defeat of the working class, it must not be forgotten that the proletariat, contrary to what Trotsky thought, does not rise again after this defeat. The bourgeoisie is now engaged in a permanent offensive. The defeat produces neither a situation in which big capital means to make the broad masses participate in the normalization of the regime, nor a situation which would lead it to civil war against the uprising proletariat. The precise nature of the rise of fascism clearly demonstrates that social democracy, employed by big capital in the preceding periods, is not or is no longer an adequate instrument for carrying out its policies, even though social democracy in Germany and Italy was itself contributing to class collaborationism during the rise of fascism. Its use in these circumstances relates mainly to the forms assumed by the contradictions between big and medium capital. 17. All this does not of course mean that social democratic policy towards fascism is free of grave responsibility for its success. It bears all the more responsibility, in that its mass influence was considerable. Apart from the factors already pointed out, this is because the workers' movement was on the defensive, and this has always signaled an upturn for social democracy. The capitulation of social democracy is typical of a party of class collaboration, although there was not strictly speaking any direct collusion between social democracy and fascism. For the communist parties and their policy, the turns of the Comintern and the strategy of alliances. The rise of fascism and its accession to power correspond to an incorrect strategy of the PCI in the one case and the Comintern and the KPD in the other. The essential point to be discussed here is the struggle against fascism, the key to which lies in the strategy of alliances. There is too much of a tendency to identify the line and practice of the PCI with those of the KPD, under the general heading of ultra-leftism. It is true that there are resemblances, but the two cases nonetheless differ, for one thing, because a different Comintern position is involved in each case. In particular, the line of the PCI was at the time contrary to the official line of the Comintern, and openly combated by it, while that of the KPD was a strict application of it. Moreover, the ultra-leftism of the PCI was something quite different from the reputedly ultra-left line of the Comintern in the case of National Socialism. There is often, too, a tendency to study the line of these parties in the abstract, without seeing its relation to a completely mistaken conception of the steps and turns of the struggle. It was bound up with a wrong appreciation both of the nature of the period of fascism, and of the nature of the step within which the line of alliance strategy was being applied. To take the Italian case first. The Comintern, at its Third Congress, recognized a period of stabilization of class struggle, and launched the slogan, "To the masses." 6 months later, in December 1921, its executive adopted the Theses on the United Front, in pursuit of this watchword. These theses, ratified by the First Plenum, February-March 1922, and the Fourth Congress under the title Theses on the Unity of the Proletarian Front, were added in abbreviated form to the Fourth Congress resolutions. It should furthermore be noted that these theses were elaborated under Lenin's direction. The Comintern recognized, I, a turn in the class struggle, 2, its own sectarian errors during the previous period, and 3, the persistence of social democratic influence in spite of the split. It now turned its efforts to the formation of a proletarian united front. A rank-and-file united front, of course, implying the independence and autonomy of the communist parties within this front, and the participation of communists primarily in the rank-and-file organizations of the working class, but also implying a certain policy towards the Social Democratic Party, derived from a particular understanding of it. The United Front tactic means that the communist vanguard must take the lead in the day-to-day struggles of the broad working masses for their most vital interests. In these struggles the communists are even ready to negotiate with the treacherous Social Democrat and Amsterdam leaders. The existence of independent communist parties and their complete freedom of action in regard to the bourgeoisie and the counter-revolutionary social democracy is the most significant historical achievement of the proletariat, which the communists will in no circumstances whatever renounce. Nor does the United Front tactic mean so-called upper-level electoral alliances which pursue some parliamentary purpose or other. The United Front tactic is the offer of a joint struggle of communists with all workers who belong to other parties or groups, and with all non-party workers. Its true realization can come only from below, from the depths of the working masses themselves. Communists, however, must not refuse in certain circumstances to negotiate with the leaders of the hostile workers' parties, but the masses must be kept fully and constantly informed of the course of these negotiations. 18 The theses on the United Front flowed directly from the Leninist slogan, "To the masses," but with the Fourth Congress and Comintern policy in the period straight after it, there was a change to the slogan of workers' governments, Arbeiterregierungen, or governments of alliance between communists and social democrats, with definite objectives. Such a workers' government is only possible if it is born out of the struggle of the masses, is supported by workers' bodies which are capable of fighting. The overriding tasks of the workers' government must be to arm the proletariat, to disarm bourgeois, counter-revolutionary organizations. Even a workers' government which is created by the turn of events in Parliament, which is therefore purely parliamentary in origin, may provide the occasion for invigorating the revolutionary labor movement. It is obvious that the formation of a real workers' government which pursues a revolutionary policy, must lead to a bitter struggle, and eventually to a civil war with the bourgeoisie. 19. We know what to think of this, and Dimitrov attempted to specify it. Still we should restrict ourselves here mainly to the first theses on the United Front, which were in fact directly relevant to the policy of the PCI. I shall not discuss Comintern developments between the Fourth Congress, 1922-3, and the Sixth Congress, 1928, as this period is of no direct interest for the rise of fascism. I would simply note that it is characterized by a great confusion on the question of alliances, and that this stems from the Comintern's alternating definitions of steps. The Fifth Congress made an ultra-left turn, neglecting stabilization and changing the position on workers' governments. While the Fourth Congress had seen these as a step towards the dictatorship of the proletariat through revolution, the Fifth Congress, the Congress of Bolshevization, identified them with the dictatorship of the proletariat, implying that they could not come as a particular step before revolution. This amounted in practice to a rejection of the theory of workers' governments. The theses on the United Front remained intact in appearance, but, at the same time as the theory of social fascism first appeared, it was specified that the United Front was nothing more than a revolutionary method of agitation and mass mobilization, and that its main objective lay in the struggle against the leaders of counter-revolutionary social democracy. The Fifth Plenum, 1925, accepting stabilization, took up once again the policy of contact at the highest levels, and the Comintern carried on an intense struggle against the left party leaders who had attended the Fifth Congress. With the Comintern's Sixth Congress, 1928, the decisive turn took place. 20. Even though in Germany the defensive step of the workers' movement had just begun, with the start of the rise of fascism, the end of stabilization was defined, in economist catastrophist terms, as a step of proletarian offensive and imminent revolution. The offensive strategy was openly proclaimed. The theory of social fascism was put forward, and in the strategy of alliances a turn was made to class against class and the rank and file united front. The Third Congress had also spoken of a rank and file united front, but the difference here lay in the concrete policies of the Comintern and the KPD towards social democracy and the masses supporting the social democratic organizations. There can clearly be no unity with the social fascists. 21. The social fascists know that for us no collaboration is possible. No communist shares the illusion that fascism can be fought with the aid of social fascism. 22. This line was by no means applied only to the leaders of the Socialist Party. Hunt the social fascists from their posts in the factories and the unions, hunt the little social fascists from the factories, the employment exchanges, the apprentices' schools, strike at the social fascists in the schools and the recreation grounds. 23. The left wing of social democracy was moreover considered the most dangerous enemy. The new rising tide of the revolutionary labor movement urgently confronts the Comintern and the sections with special acuteness with the task of decisively intensifying the struggle against social democracy, and especially against its left wing as the most dangerous enemy of communism in the labor movement and the main obstacle to the growth of militant activities of the mass of workers. 24. As for the social democratic masses, Thalmann has a revealing way of putting it. As long as they are not delivered from the influence of the social fascists, these millions of workers, of the German Social Democratic Party and its associated trade unions, are lost to the anti-fascist struggle. 25 This strategy was accompanied by the concept of the main enemy being not fascism but social democracy, the defeat of which was the precondition, even chronologically, of a victory over fascism, because the National Socialists have been able to make important electoral gains. Some comrades underestimate the importance of our struggle against social fascism. This undoubtedly expresses a deviation from our political line, which is that our duty is to deal the main blow to the SPD. All the strength of the party must be thrown into the struggle against social democracy. 26 But the most important problem in our struggle against National Socialism, is that of the correct revolutionary strategy to carry out the decisions of the 9th plenum and to strike hardest at social democracy, as a precondition for victory over Hitler's fascism. 27 Finally, with the blinkers up against the fascist danger, Thalmann, in his closing speech to the 12th plenum, September 1932 in the present stage of the advance of fascism, every weakening of our struggle against social democracy becomes a grave mistake. This orientation led to disastrous results. But it would be quite wrong to think that behind this radical terminology, the KPD was carrying out an intransigent, if sectarian, struggle against fascism, and for the revolution. Not that it failed to carry out the implacable struggle it advocated against social democracy, the problem was that it did nothing but that. In fact, something very important gradually happened to the Comintern during this very period, something identifiable precisely in the case of Germany, which acted as the test case for Comintern's strategy. Even the distinctive features of the left-right turns then began to be confused, in the sense that certain elements which were to be very much in evidence at the 7th Congress, the Dimitrov one, were already developing in the period 1928 to 35. In other words, the relationship of the 6th and 7th Congresses was quite different from the classic, simple swing from left opportunism to right opportunism, and rather one of two diametrically opposed expressions of the same wrong general line, a model which to a certain extent even held for the Comintern in the period before the 6th Congress. In fact, after 1928, this model is no longer adequate, the same general line was increasingly affirmed, despite appearances, by its identical concrete effects. Though they were attenuated with and after Dimitrov, they were clearly at work in the so-called ultra-left period. In particular, the radical words of the KPD were matched only by its triumphant faith, at the same period, in the parliamentary electoral struggle, and by its strong social chauvinism, leaving aside the question of the defense of the USSR. A striking indication of this is that its ultra-leftism was quite different from that of the Italian party during the rise of fascism in Italy, or from its own leftism in the period 1920–2. The change is such that, after 1928, one can no longer periodize Comintern development by the same yardstick. This does not however mean, as one might be tempted to think, that the 7th Congress, 1935, pointers to which had appeared in 1934, was not an important moment for the Comintern. To be still more specific, 1935 was not a turn in the same sense as those before 1928, firstly, because 1935 was not a volte-face, strictly speaking, in relation to 1928, it was not really the other side of a single coin. Nor, on the other hand, can 1935 be seen as the mere continuation of 1928, the changing features of the same facade giving concrete expression to the constantly developing general line of the Comintern. If the latter is somewhat nearer the truth, it is still far from accurate, and this was important. 28. Firstly, on the question of alliances, the line of the 7th Congress had two sides to it, the Proletarian United Front, and the Anti-Fascist Popular Front. The first corrected some errors of the preceding period, and seemed basically to be a return to the 1921–2 theses of the United Front. 29 Communists, of course, cannot and must not for a moment abandon their own independent work of education, organization, and mobilization of the masses. However, to ensure that the workers find the road of unity of action, it is necessary to strive at the same time both for short-term and for long-term agreements that provide for joint action with social democratic parties, reformist trade unions and other organizations of the working people against the class enemies of the proletariat. The struggle for the establishment of a united front raises another very important problem, the problem of a united front in countries with social democratic governments, or coalition governments in which socialists participate. Our attitude of absolute opposition to social democratic governments, which are governments of compromise with the bourgeoisie, is well known. But this notwithstanding, we do not regard the existence of a social democratic government or of a government coalition with bourgeois parties as an insurmountable obstacle to establishing a united front with the Social Democrats on certain issues. We believe that in such a case too a united front in defense of the vital interests of the working people and in the struggle against fascism is quite possible and necessary. 30. This policy towards the social democratic parties and organizations was anyway not enough. The pact is an auxiliary means for obtaining joint action, but by itself it does not constitute a united front. The communists and all revolutionary workers must strive for the formation of elected non-party class bodies of the united front, at the factories, among the unemployed, in the working class districts, among the small townsfolk and in the villages. 31. So much for the proletarian united front. Let us now come to the anti-fascist Popular Front, an idea directly related to the recognition of the fascist danger, Dimitrov having tacitly admitted that the rise of fascism corresponded to a defensive step for the workers' movement. I will quote the whole of the key passage dealing with it. In mobilizing the mass of working people for the struggle against fascism, the formation of a wide anti-fascist front is a particularly important task. The success of the whole struggle of the proletariat is closely bound up with the establishment of a fighting alliance between the proletariat, on the one hand, and the laboring peasantry and basic mass of the urban petty bourgeoisie. In forming an anti-fascist popular front, a correct approach to those organizations and parties whose membership comprises a considerable number of the working peasantry and the mass of the urban petty bourgeoisie is of great importance. In the capitalist countries, the majority of these parties and organizations, political as well as economic, are still under the influence of the bourgeoisie and follow it. The social composition of these parties and organizations is heterogeneous. They include rich peasants side by side with landless peasants, big businessmen alongside petty shopkeepers, but control is in the hands of the former, the agents of big capital. This obliges us to approach the different organizations in different ways, remembering that often the bulk of the membership ignores the real political character of its leadership. Under certain conditions we can and must try to draw these parties and organizations or certain sections of them to the side of this anti-fascist popular front, despite the bourgeois leadership. Such, for instance, is today the situation in France with the Radical Party. 32. Finally, this Congress advised communists to participate, under certain conditions, in governments struggling against fascism. Now these positions constitute an important step for the Comintern, although it is still necessary to distinguish what Dimitrov said at the time from the practical application of these directives and their later evolution. The important points in the theses themselves are as follows. 33. A. Dimitrov's definition of the class basis of fascism is decisively restricted, so opening the way to the broadest anti-fascist alliances with the liberal bourgeoisie. B. Although Dimitrov says that the Popular Front must be founded on the basis of the United Front, he attributes much more importance to the Popular Front, which for him seems to govern the Proletarian United Front. C. Dimitrov accords small importance to the Communists' own mass work among the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie, although Communists must carry out their own work among the social democratic masses of the workers. It seems as if the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie must firstly and mainly be drawn in through their own parties, which if they did not exist, would have to be invented. D. Official and pronounced emphasis is laid on the national side of communist policy. There is no more to be said here. We do know that in revised and corrected form these theses still govern the policy of frontist electoral alliances held by various communist parties today. They were of course still some way from this, it would be wrong to equate Dimitrov with the present-day parties. But the way was already wide open. The fascist organization, fascism, and the working class, the condition of the working class under fascism. The final problem is about the actual relationship of fascism to the working class. In this respect, the role of the fascist party and of fascism in power is a double one: organized physical repression and an ideological function. The complex policies of fascism towards the working class ensure its coordination. As far as physical repression is concerned, it is well enough known, and there is not much to say about it, except perhaps that while in the case of the Free Corps and the White Guards this repression takes a quite naked form, when fascism organizes itself into a mass political movement, repression is always governed by its ideological function. This function, moreover, never ends. Even after fascism comes into power, it has the same aims as the repression, but operates through the petty bourgeois anti-capitalism of fascist ideology. But it only really becomes effective in the working class by taking up certain authentically proletarian themes, this being particularly the case for the left wing of fascism. Throughout the rise of fascism, this working class side of fascist ideology is very strong. This did not escape Comintern analyses. Vigorously persistent during the first period of fascism in power, it declines during the period of its stabilization, while the really petty bourgeois aspect comes to the fore in the form of corporatist ideology. Even here, things are more complicated than they seem. In effect, the corporatist ideology of fascism in power seems to present several aspects: a. Authentic residues of feudal ideology, of a mystical community of personal ties hiding class exploitation and oppression, an aspect strongest in rural fascism. b. The aspect analyzed by Marx and Engels, originating in the illusions aroused by the conditions of life of small producers in the manufacturing period. These were Fourierist illusions of the period of guilds and fraternities, and they constitute one of the typical forms of petty bourgeois ideology, its nostalgia for a mythical past in the face of the threat of proletarianization, an aspect which fascism used amongst the petty bourgeoisie, and also amongst the working class. c. The reformist, class collaborationist aspect, that of regulated agreement between the representatives of equal partners within the institutions of an arbitrating state, an aspect entirely lacking in fascist corporatist ideology. d. Further, corporatist ideology can in given circumstances express otherwise authentic proletarian aspirations in an oblique way. Under the illusion of the factory as an economic unit sealed off from the world of political authority, this corporatism expresses the aspiration for a conquest of power and an elimination of authority, property, and leadership. Corporatism here takes the meaning of restricting power and authority by workers' control within an organization in which the mass of the workers can impose their will on the employers. This conception is directly related to the revolutionary syndicalist tradition. Proudhon, with his seal of approval for Napoleon III's corporatist projects, is an illustrious precedent. This particular corporatist aspect is constantly present in the ideology of left-wing fascism, while the fascist and National Socialist leaders are extremely cautious in the use of this double-edged weapon, the Fourierist use of corporatist themes. The ideological role of fascism leads to a specific policy towards the working class. During the rise of fascism, the fascist organizations do not simply appear to be mere yellow organizations, repressive gangs and strike breakers. While carrying out systematic attacks against working-class organizations, mainly the political organizations, and breaking political strikes, fascism might simultaneously take part in working-class struggles. It supports, and even sometimes organizes, bitter strikes for certain economic demands. There is no doubt that this is mainly a tactic governed by fascism's ideological role. But this tactic also stems, to a certain extent, from the popular support fascism has obtained. It cannot be said that fascism has ever gained a real mass base in the working class, but it has nevertheless succeeded in getting a foothold in it. The Comintern always recognized this. Fascism in power completely neutralizes the working class, in part by organized physical repression, but at the same time by means of a complete reorganization of the ideological state apparatuses, this will be analyzed together with the fascist state. The result, sought and achieved, is a considerable increase in the exploitation of the working class, exercised in a variety of ways. Again, we must go further, for ideological factors alone are not enough to explain this neutralization of the working class. Firstly, it must not be forgotten that fascism effectively succeeded in reabsorbing unemployment, an element which undeniably played a part in this neutralization. Then, the working class was only one of the victims of fascist economic exploitation, not even, as a whole, the main victim. In economic exploitation, the poor peasantry in the countryside and even the petty bourgeoisie and non-productive employees, clerks, etc., suffered more, in relation to the previous period. At the same time, the rise in the exploitation of the working class was mainly relative to the growth of profits, it was not absolute. Finally, this policy of increased exploitation of the working class was carried out, not without many hesitations on the part of big capital, by a calculated plan of stages and divisions. This was clearly the case for the first period of fascism in power, the period of economic compromises imposed on big capital during the period of the destruction of working class organizations. This policy was pursued mainly by the systematic creation of privileged categories of workers over and above the mass of the working class. 2. Germany. The process of defeat, the defensive and the politico-ideological crisis. In Germany, the process followed particular steps and turns which I shall only touch on. 1. 1918–19. Failure of the German Revolution and defeat of the Spartacist militants. But given the nature of the confrontation, which did not take the form of a general civil war, the revolutionary forces were not eliminated, and the working class was far from crushed. The only exception was Bavaria, where after the defeat of the only openly proclaimed Soviet Republic, May 1919, executions numbered hundreds, and the counter-revolution firmly took command. March 1920. The Kapp Putsch. The working class and the masses succeeded in defeating this by mobilizing in a general strike called by a united committee of the Independent Socialists, USPD, and the Social Democratic Left, joined by the KPD, Spartakusbund. 2. But considering the conditions in which the putsch ended, this can be seen as a relative failure of the working class. In effect, no use was made of its victory. With the promotion of von Sehnheit, who had refused Reichswehr support to preempt and fight the putsch, a general amnesty rapidly voted for the rebels, and the refusal to reorganize the army, the great victor of the situation was in fact the Reichswehr. The strike committee, under the leadership of the Socialist Legion, tried to form a workers' government. But it only succeeded in getting Niski thrown out. After all this came the rising of the Ruhr workers, rapidly crushed by the Reichswehr. There was a split of the ultra-left elements from the Spartakusbund, creating the German Communist Workers' Party, KAPD. In December 1920, the Spartakists and the USPD fused. The KPD became a mass party, its membership rising from 80,000 to 350,000. 1921. A series of putschist attempts in Prussia by the KPD, probably falling for police provocations. There was an armed rising at Mansfeld under the leadership of Max Holz. The insurgents succumbed at the end of a week of heroic struggles. The call for open insurrection from the Central Committee of the KPD on March 16, and the call for an insurrectional general strike published in Die Rotfahne on March 28, were not followed. This was a debacle for the KPD. In a long letter of August 14, 1921, addressed to the German Communists, Lenin wrote that hatred of the opportunists of social democracy pushed the German workers into premature insurrections. 3. After this failure, KPD membership fell from 350,000 to 180,000. The Comintern, at its third Congress, passed a severe judgment on this putschism. 1923. The Great Turn. The Fourth Congress of the Comintern had already taken place, 1922-3, it had interpreted stabilization economistically, identifying it with a defensive for the working class, and launched the slogan of workers' governments. Based on this slogan, the KPD, which had never attempted in the meantime to build the rank-and-file united front, made a volte-face towards a right-wing policy under Brandler and Thalheimer. It somehow missed out the united front and went straight into parliamentary alliances between the leaderships. At the KPD's Leipzig Congress in January 1923, the questions of mass action and the alliance between the working class and poor peasantry were neglected, while workers' governments were formed with the Social Democrats in Saxony and Thuringia. Radek, who did see the need for an alliance with the petty bourgeoisie, advocated making it by exploiting its nationalism and by pacts with the extreme right-wing tendency of National Bolshevism, culminating in the famous Schlegeter line. In defense of Leo Schlegeter, a Nazi shot by the French for attempting to sabotage a railway in the French-occupied zone. 4. In July 1923, with inflation, the failure of passive resistance in the Ruhr, reactionary government policy, Kuno, etc., there was a situation of open crisis. The influence of the KPD in the working class increased relative to that of social democracy. Was it an objectively revolutionary situation? Opinions are divided. For Rosenberg, 5. The situation was similar to that of the spring and summer of 1923, but conditions changed later. The passive resistance campaign in the Ruhr had already ended by the autumn, with the French bourgeoisie flying to the aid of its German sister, and authorizing the intervention of the German policy. Stresemann's work of financial adjustment had already begun. Radek, the Comintern delegate in Germany, agreed with Rosenberg, "We have let pass the most favorable historical situation there has ever been." For Trotsky, there was a revolutionary situation throughout the period from July to November. For Thalmann and Stalin, the revolutionary situation was created only in the autumn of 1923. For Badia 6 and Kar, 7, who reject Thalmann's and Stalin's arguments over the difference in the situation early and later in the year, there was at no point in the year an objectively revolutionary situation. In any case, there was open crisis. It contained certain objective possibilities for mass action and working class victories, even if these had fallen short of the direct seizure of power. The KPD, dragging the German working class with it, capitulated without offering battle. The Communists of the Ruhr, a left tendency, went into combat in isolation in April. A week later they were crushed by the German police, supported by the French occupation forces, and were disavowed by the Central Committee. Insurrection was then decided on by the Comintern and the majority of the Russian Politburo for October 1923. But in the absence of mass work and of the organization of a united front, the preparation of the insurrection from above by Brandler and the Comintern at Chemnitz, October 21, with trade union delegates, foundered on the hesitation of the latter. There was an about-turn by the leadership, and an absence of liaison with Hamburg. There under Thalmann, on the night of 21–2 October, the KPD declared a general strike and launched the insurrection. The central leadership of the party did not issue the call for the general strike, and even washed its hands of the Hamburg militants, who were soon defeated. The reversal by the leadership consisted not in that it changed the forms and aims of the struggle, but in that it fell back into the immobility of 1922–3. It was a very serious setback for the KPD. Repression clamped down, the party was banned and discredited among the working class, which came out of the experience defeated. This defeat heralded in a decisive fashion the step of stabilization, not yet the defensive as such, for again because of the nature of the confrontation, the working class was conserving its strength. Moreover, the ban on the KPD and the state of emergency were lifted in 1924. The revolution had missed its chance for a long time, but for all that, fascism had not yet found its moment. This would not be long delayed. There were a series of setbacks, relative to the objective possibilities, but they were accompanied by some real political and economic gains by the working class and the masses. Firstly, the Weimar Constitution, though it contained Changes signaling the advent of the interventionist state of monopoly capitalism, was based on the extension of universal suffrage to both sexes, and on direct and proportional election. This made room for the presence of small parties in parliament, and the direct expression of the masses there. The 8-hour day was introduced, collective bargaining was instituted, and unemployment insurance set up. Factory committees, even if they no longer bore any relation to the workers' councils of 1918 to 19, being scarcely mentioned in the Constitution and limited mainly to social work, could nevertheless inspect the books of the factory and participate in trade union development. Agricultural workers obtained the right of association and flocked into the unions en masse. These gains by the working class, surviving after a fashion through the period of stabilization, were constantly undermined during the rise of fascism. But they were far from being wiped out. 8. In fact, the factors previously mentioned must not be forgotten here. Throughout this process, it was the representatives of medium capital who presided on the political scene, and because of their contradictions with big capital, they followed the policy of class collaboration. Even Brüning, governing by decree, was supported by the trade unions and made concessions to them, and this was the case with Schleicher too. These were concessions in the sense that the government did not go far enough for big capital in undermining previous gains. This policy was also based on the open or tacit collaboration of social democracy, and because of the nature and function of the latter, the gains could not just be wiped out. Finally, it is as well not to underestimate the importance of the form of state of the Weimar Republic. As Rosenberg pointed out, in a country like Germany, in which 3/4 of the electorate belong to the laboring classes, a bourgeois parliamentary majority is possible only when the bourgeois parties assume populist aspects and make concessions to the masses. If the government had tried to carry out an extremist capitalist policy in the Reichstag, with the means of legal democracy, it would not only have had the opposition of the communists and social democrats to reckon with, many representatives of bourgeois parties would have hesitated to go back to the voters and defend an extremist policy. Dictatorship was necessary in Germany, at least as much because of the left National Socialists and the Christian workers, as because of the socialists and communists. 9. The more so, in that big capital needed not simply to win back the gains, but to exploit the masses still further, and to establish its hegemony over medium capital. What was happening meanwhile in the working class? During the period of stabilization, the working class was progressively demobilized. Social democracy and the social democratic trade unions bowed more and more to the policies of the bourgeoisie, decisively so, once the rise of fascism had begun. This point was also the start of growing working class disaffection from the political struggle, and a retreat to the struggle for economic demands, which had its own effect on the economic struggle itself. Trade union strength collapsed after the setback of 1923. The start of the rise of fascism, in 1927-8, coincided with the lowest point in their membership, and the 1929 crisis did little to change this. 10. This decline in trade unionism was not associated with any resurgence of political struggle, there was rather a demobilization of the working class. Moreover, during the rise of fascism, the red trade unions did not manage to reach a mass audience, and even shared in the decline. From 1927, the number of working days lost through lockouts was greater than those lost through strikes, with the sole exception of 1930. The important thing, however, was that the economic aspect prevailed in these struggles. In fact, the only strikes now were defensive, isolated, and sporadic, almost exclusively for wage demands. For example, in 1928 in a metal workers' strike in the Halle region, the communists tried to link the question of a pay rise to that of restriction of the working day, to 8 hours. The attempt failed, the workers demanded a rise of 15 Pfennig, and the government arbitrator awarded them 3 Pfennig. There was a lockout, a new arbitration by Braun awarded 5 Pfennig, and there was a return to work. 11. At the same time, the working class placed more and more confidence in legal forms of struggle, such as government arbitration. In 1930, although it was a year of open crisis, the only notable big strikes, initiated by the RGO, the Communist Revolutionary Trade Union Opposition, in the Mansfeld region, and in the metallurgical industries of the Rhine and Berlin, were solely against wage cuts, though 130,000 workers were on strike for 2 weeks. It was as if the RGO itself, at the instigation of the KPD, was trying to bypass the passivity of the Social Democratic trade union leadership simply by bidding higher on the wages front alone. Finally, a last series of defensive strikes took place against von Papen's wages policy between September and October 1932. Now, Thalmann, in his report to the 12th Congress of the KPD at Wedding, considered all these strikes to be of an offensive nature. Although the struggles are still being contained, they are increasingly moving towards a break. Simard, the Comintern delegate, speaking at the same Congress, was more circumspect. Although these strikes are due to the capitalist offensive, they are beginning to take the form of a counter-offensive. 12. The dominant aspect of economic struggle was often disguised by forms of action inherited from the recent past, for example, violent street demonstrations and hunger marches which were savagely repressed by the police, Jacquerie-type movements among the small peasantry, bomb attacks on the revenue authorities and tax strikes. The despair of the masses had lost all political orientation and was from this point on rapidly absorbed by the National Socialists. At the same time, throughout the rise of fascism, there was an almost total absence of mass political action by the working class. In fact, the KPD was more and more cut off from the mass of the working class, especially from the start of the rise of fascism. It had for quite a long time been a real mass party, because of its implantation, but also and more particularly because of its actual influence in the working class. From 1923, and throughout the rise of fascism, there was a steady increase in its electoral influence, despite certain ups and downs. May 1924, 12.6%, December 1924, 9%, 1928, 10.6%, 1930, 13.1%, July 1932, 14.6%, November 1932, 16.9%. But if its vote was constantly going up, the effective membership of the party fell steadily until 1930, the year of the specter of mass unemployment. 13. The basic problem, however, was something which became clear with the start of the rise of fascism, namely that of social democratic influence on KPD voters and even on its members. In other words, this electoral success of the KPD was by no means due to real mass political action, but to the fact that the working class, disoriented by this political vacuum, now voted for and often joined what it saw as a party like the rest. 14. One important measure of this is that the KPD seemed to win votes not in working through a united front, but mainly when it undertook joint action of an electoral nature, and at the highest level only, with social democracy. This was true of the plebiscite against the Prince's Ransom, 1926. It brought the KPD 500,000 new voters. 15. Moreover, from 1930 on, the KPD made electoral progress not in the most radicalized regions, but precisely in those regions of Protestant Germany which had been the calmest since 1918. 16. The KPD's implantation did not signify any radicalization in these regions, where it in a sense just took up the baton of social democracy. These were the regions most favorable to Hitler in the 1932 elections. 7 to 800,000 of the new communist votes went to Hitler for the presidency in 1932. The split between the KPD and the mass of the working class was expressed above all in its growing inability to draw the working class into political action. The organization of a mass demonstration in Berlin on 1 May 1929 was a significant failure. On August 1, 100,000 people took part in an anti-war demonstration in Berlin, but this was a swan song, and what is more, it should be measured against the influence the KPD previously wielded in the city. 17. Finally, in May 1932, attempts to form a front for anti-fascist action failed. Between 1929 and 1932 the KPD and its trade union organization issued the call for a general strike about 6 times, which almost always fell on deaf ears. 18 During the rise of fascism, and even long before, the KPD was itself strongly divided. After the removal of Brandler and Thalheimer, the left faction of Ruth Fischer and Maslow took over the leadership. This faction was itself replaced as ultra-leftist. At the fifth plenum of the Comintern in 1925, Thalmann took back the leadership, and carried out the expulsion of ultra-left elements accused of Trotskyism. In 1928, elements described as right conciliationists were expelled, and this led to the creation under Fröhlich, Rosa Luxemburg's old comrade in arms, of the KPD, German Opposition Communist Party. 19 To give an idea of the scope of these successive purges, it should be noted that during the 20s, only 20% of its cadres had belonged to the Spartacist League. By 1932 only 4 to 5% of the communists were founder members, and in 1931, in Berlin, more than 40% of the full-timers had belonged to the party for less than a year. 20 This division, parallel to the split between the KPD and the masses, deflected energy into the internal struggle, and often paralysed the party in its confrontation with National Socialism. What then was the nature of the ideological crisis within the working class? Firstly, it was expressed in the growing influence of social democratic ideology, even extending, as we have observed, into the ranks of the KPD. It was also expressed in the influence of the ideology of the petty bourgeoisie in revolt. The anarcho-syndicalist tendency, which had almost disappeared in Germany at the end of the last century, reappeared during the rise of fascism in the Freie Arbeiterunion Deutschlands. Spontaneous tendencies developed rapidly, together with the general demobilization of the working class. This was one of the reasons for the absence of mass organization, particularly obvious in the decline of trade union strength, including that of the RGO, despite the 1929 crisis. Moreover, the dissident groups to the left of the KPD also came up against the relative disaffection of the masses from organizations, and nowhere managed to get a firm foothold. Finally, the Blanquist-Putschist tendencies, strong in the period 1920-3, made their mark. They reappeared in particular among the unemployed and the workers of recent peasant origin, without openly joining National Socialism. Some of them were influenced alternately by the KPD and by the National Socialist Party. Chiefly because of social democratic influence, but also because the KPD had existed for so long, these ideological currents within the German working class were not clearly expressed in autonomous movements and organizations. In contrast to Italy, where things were much clearer, these ideological currents remained diffuse in Germany. At the same time, National Socialism managed to neutralize the working class much more successfully. These diffuse ideological influences within the working class are to be discovered mainly by examining the left aspect of National Socialist ideology, the tactics of this party and its forms of action, during the rise of fascism. It then becomes clear that National Socialist ideology exploited the anarcho-syndicalist current. Strike action was exalted as a means to the emancipation of the working class, on condition that the strike was economic, trade union apoliticism. Affirmations of the need for apolitical trade unions as representatives of the workers recur again and again. Corporatism takes first place. This aspect of corporatism shows itself in Strasser's emphasis that the Nazi state, unlike the state of the politicians, would be based on a powerful hierarchy of trade unions, bridling the employer through economic organizations consecrated by the apolitical state. National Socialist ideology also exploited the spontaneist current, especially to attack the workers' organizations, but also to win fractions of the working class to National Socialism. The NSDAP presented itself, on the organizational plane, as an anti-party. Stress was placed on the formation of action squads meeting for given actions, the link between their members supposedly resting on their direct and personal link with the Supreme Chief. Declarations against organization, and emphasizing will, abounded. The Blanquist Putschist current was also exploited, and this was particularly evident in the essay. The emphasis was on the anti-capitalist revolution, to be achieved through a military coup. The frictions which arose between the SA and the Nazi political apparatus under Hitler, e.g. the SA mutiny in Berlin in 1931, as well as similar stirrings in the peasant sections under Dar, did not stem only from their anti-capitalist aspirations, but also from their putschist inclinations towards the tactic of the coup d'état. They made a cult of violence and activism, denouncing programs, doctrines, and the like. 2. German social democracy. As for social democracy, its hold on the working class increased throughout the rise of fascism. Although its vote fell after 1928, it stayed above 20%. On the other hand, despite this electoral decline, there was a steady upswing in its membership, 937,000 in 1928, 984,000 in 1932. 21 Its members were recruited for the most part from industrial workers. It was also in the most concentrated industrial regions that it obtained the best electoral results. 22 Although it recruited heavily among the most highly skilled and best paid industrial workers, as we shall see, this was true for the KPD too, it also recruited laborers and the lowest paid workers, notably in textiles, and massive numbers of agricultural workers. 23 Even before the war, the SPD already had some 150,000 full-timers, 100,000 party members were employed in its social security services, employment bureaus, and local authorities. As for its general political line, Lenin had shown how through revisionism, Koskaya, etc., social democracy had succeeded in carrying out bourgeois politics within the working class, mainly expressed in reformism. Throughout the rise of fascism and alongside the policy of class collaboration, which constantly held back the development of struggle, the SPD leadership and that of its associated trade unions were capitulating more and more to National Socialism. From the start of its last government in 1928, social democracy rejected any measure to modify the state apparatuses, while National Socialism was already beginning to infiltrate these. On May 1, 1929, faced by a KPD demonstration in Berlin which had been banned by the Prussian Social Democratic government in order not to give a pretext to the Nazis, the Prussian police fired on the demonstrators, killing 33 of them. After its fall from government, the SPD was to follow a policy of the lesser evil, Tolerierungspolitik, to bar the way to fascism. In parliament, it openly or tacitly supported Brüning. At the end of 1931, Social Democracy formed the Iron Front, on the model of the Harzburg Front, grouping the trade unions, the SPD, and the Catholic Center, with the sole aim of electoral struggle against the anti-social measures of the government it otherwise supported. In the last presidential elections, it supported Hindenburg. After 1924, Social Democracy possessed an armed workers' militia with a strong membership, 160,000 the Reichsbanner. It constantly refused to use it, so as not to provoke the enemy, until it was dissolved by Hitler. In 1932, at the time of von Papen's unconstitutional deposition of the Prussian Social Democratic government, the Trade Union Center and the SPD refused to take part in the strike proposed by the Communists. Vorwärts wrote, "The working people struggle ballots in hand against social reaction in power," and the SPD brought a case against this action in the Supreme Court. The day after Hitler's nomination as Chancellor, retreating behind the procedural legality of Hitler's nomination, it refused to participate in the general strike again called for by the Communists. 24 Vorwärts wrote, "To let loose a general strike today would be to waste the aspirations of the working class on nothing." Although it organized demonstrations against the regime, often of remarkable size, notably at Lübeck over the arrest of the SPD deputy labor, these demonstrations led to nothing, though Vorwärts itself, after the Berlin demonstration, carried the headline, on February 7, "Berlin is still red, 25 tempted by admittedly late KPD proposals for unity of action, the SPD, while timidly looking for a way to carry out some clandestine resistance, nevertheless moved towards legal opposition to Hitler. After the March 1933 elections, it foresaw a rapid fall of the government through its internal contradictions. Its parliamentary group was reduced, it is true, to 60 deputies. Of the 119 elected, 18 were in prison. A large number, in disagreement with the leadership, took the road of emigration, and others abstained from the Reichstag proceedings, but it approved the government's foreign policy and its struggle for equal rights for the German people. It refused, however, to vote for the plenary powers which Hitler demanded. The trade union officials, after flirting for a while with the idea of a revolutionary strike, turned to securing the economic defense of the workers under Hitler, and hoped for better times. Led by Theodor Lippert, the trade union leaders decided to participate in the Festival of Labor organized by the Nazis on May 1, 1933. In June 1933 would come dissolution, banning, and the end. One last remark is necessary here: the SPD and the trade unions were themselves divided. Firstly, the leadership, apart from leaders of the kind of Niski and Severing, who well deserved their sinister reputation among the working class, and who always openly considered Nazism the lesser evil to Bolshevism, there was the center, which went into exile after Hitler's seizure of power, and the left. The latter, represented in particular by Rosenfeld and Seydwitz, had for a long time been favorable to a united front with the Communists. Certain left elements were to split in 1931 to create the Socialist Workers' Party, SAP. But the essential factor was that an important stratum of minor officials and militants were opposed to the leadership's policy and to the party machine. During Müller's last social democratic government, this was expressed in opposition to cuts in unemployment benefit, leading to the fall of the Müller cabinet. 26. Lastly, the whole of the Reichsbanner, under its commander, Holtermann, called for active and energetic resistance to National Socialism. This is important, and it is a factor we shall encounter again in examining the attitude of the KPD towards the rank and file of social democracy and towards the social democratic masses. In conclusion, SPD policy was faithful to its counter-revolutionary nature and function. There was no actual collusion between social democracy and fascism. Throughout the rise of fascism, it still tried in its own way to defend and preserve the economic interests of the working class, which it had to do to keep its representational base in the class. Nonetheless, it certainly bears the greatest share of responsibility for fascism's coming to power. 3. The German Communist Party, KPD. I shall now turn to the policy of the KPD during the rise of fascism. Its policy was dictated, amongst other things, by an incorrect understanding of the period, as one of revolutionary working-class offensive, and by an underestimation of the fascist danger. The policy as a whole was ultra-left only in appearance. I have given my views above about the description of the Sixth Congress as ultra-left, and these considerations are equally applicable to KPD policy, taken as a whole. This does not mean that the KPD's specific policies did not have certain real ultra-left aspects during this period. These problems of political line do not seem to stem mainly from the nature of the strata in which the KPD had its roots. Several authors, including Walter Ulbricht, describe the KPD as truly ultra-left, and attribute this to its alleged mass base in unstable lumpen strata. This idea, though widespread, is wrong. In 1928 about 40% of party members were skilled workers, largely in industries, such as engineering and construction, where wages were among the highest. The other side of the argument, which imputes its capitulationist policy to this high percentage of labor aristocracy in its ranks, is no more valid. The KPD recruited among laborers too, 28% of the membership and 13 to 5% of the leadership in 1928, and among the unemployed in enormous numbers after 1930. In 1932 only about 22% of its members were actually in work. 27. Finally, when Dimitrov said defensively that the KPD was not strong enough to raise the masses, and lead them in a decisive struggle against fascism. 28. This was by no means meant in the numerical sense. In 1932, the KPD had 300,000 members. As far as the line itself is concerned, the inclusive designation of social democracy and the social democratic trade unions as social fascist and as the main enemy, bore a heavy responsibility for the failure of the United Front. This was not so much because of the refusal of all contact between the leaderships, and even between the secondary ranks, it was particularly because of the policy towards the social democratic masses, considered lost as long as they were under the influence of social democracy. Nothing could make this plainer than the clarifications Thälmann found himself obliged to give in May 1932, at the formation of the Front for Anti-Fascist Action, in response to social democracy's Iron Front. In his reply to 21 questions from social democratic workers, Thälmann specified that unlike in the past, workers' membership of social democratic organizations was not an obstacle to their participation in the anti-fascist front, but this did not go beyond the stage of declarations of principle. 29. It was only finally in March 1933, when Hitler was already in power, that the KPD proposed joint action with the Social Democrats, but then it was already too late. Throughout the rise of fascism, this conception of social fascism was associated with the view that revolution was imminent, and with a misunderstanding of the difference between the parliamentary democratic and fascist forms of state. Every common struggle for what was scornfully termed the defense of democratic liberties was rejected on the grounds that it would run the risk of misleading the masses, distracting them from their revolutionary offensive. Even apart from the fact that the KPD's main activity was still directed against social democracy, this activity was conceived of as a struggle between organizations, not as a mass struggle on a mass line. What really happened to the rank-and-file United Front? The remarkable thing, as Dimitrov was correctly to recall, was that nowhere did the KPD set up specific forms of rank-and-file United Front organizations, which as organizations outside the party could cement the union by steps, combining economic and political struggle, with politics in command. The only form of rank-and-file struggle the KPD accepted was trade union struggle through the trade union opposition, the RGO. The RGO was to be the spearhead of the rank-and-file United Front, in the now all but defunct factory committees. Nothing came of it, firstly, because of the policy towards workers in social democratic unions, secondly, and most importantly, because the RGO tried to cut out the Social Democrats simply by putting in higher claims, while the party leadership proclaimed, from on high, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Of course, trade unions have a part to play, but the crux of the matter was that, because of the KPD's lack both of specific rank-and-file United Front organizations, and of a mass line, the RGO itself constantly ended up just fighting for rather higher wage increases than the Social Democrats managed to obtain through a policy of class collaboration. This had a dual effect. The RGO was engaged in an economistic struggle for economic demands, not that every struggle for such demands need be economistic, as Lenin showed, while it was simultaneously considered the main instrument of struggle in the rank and file against social democracy. In other words, the RGO was at one and the same time driven to wage an economistic struggle in the field of workers' demands, and to be the political instrument of an incorrect political line. As a trade union organization, it could not be the main organization of a correctly conceived rank-and-file United Front. 30. This is also the key to the whole problem of trade unions in the Comintern, and its continual about turns. I shall return to this problem in examining Gramsci's position. In spite of everything, i.e. in spite of the leaderships of the KPD and SPD, there were some beginnings of united rank-and-file action on the political as well as the economic plane. Thälmann, of course, condemned this, even in September 1932, that is after the launching of the Anti-Fascist Action Front in May. Great confusions and dangerous illusions are appearing in the tendency towards unity in the working class. Because of the Nazi terror, there is a notably strong disposition towards unity, but there are also dangerous ideas such as unity above all leaders, or again, the leaders of the two parties, the SPD and KPD, bear the responsibility for the failure of the United Front. Such tendencies can have very grievous consequences. 31. The absence of mass struggle by the KPD within the working class is the more remarkable in that officially revolution was imminently expected. But according to economist catastrophism, the situation would come to maturity through the growing economic crisis. This economic crisis would bring the majority of the working class into the ranks of the KPD, and of course such a development was always on the agenda. But to prepare the revolution, the party had first to work to win this majority. Work for it? Rather they would wait for it, until the moment of insurrection arrived punctually on the great day. And this is relevant to the key problem of the KPD's electoral illusions. It was no accident that, in this context, the idea of winning the majority of the working class only concealed the importance the KPD attached to electoral struggle as the favored form of mass action. This importance was evident firstly in the interpretation of election results. Every electoral success was considered irrefutable proof of a KPD advance among the masses and of the collapse of social democracy. After Hitler's triumph in the 1930 elections, in which the KPD gained some votes and the Social Democrats lost some, Die Rotfahne wrote on September 15, "The pace at which our influence is growing among the workers, the pace at which we are winning the masses of workers, has proved to have a greater impetus than we thought before 14 September. Yesterday was Herr Hitler's red letter day, but the electoral victory the Nazis claim is the beginning of the end." The importance the KPD gave to the electoral struggle is also apparent in the plebiscite against the Prussian Social Democratic government in 1931, when the Comintern forced the KPD, despite the resolution of its Central Committee, to make an alliance with the National Socialists and the Stahlhelm. This makes clear not only the logical conclusion of the line that social fascism was the main enemy, but also the importance given to the electoral struggle. Die Internationale wrote about the plebiscite, "The KPD army has grown uninterruptedly during the past year thanks to the correct policy of the party. The correct decision about the plebiscite campaign has brought into its army new masses who until now were under the influence of the National Socialists or the Social Democrats." It is perhaps scarcely necessary to point out that the KPD did practically nothing about the poor and middle peasantry in the countryside, nor about the petty bourgeoisie. They were scarcely mentioned in the party programs and resolutions before 1930, the date at which the KPD recognized the growing influence of National Socialism. The idea was that the masses would automatically take the side of the working class, once the economic crisis and the revolutionary situation were ripe. 32 It was during this same period, mainly after 1930, that the social chauvinist side of KPD policy grew decisively. This was shown by its use of the Versailles Treaty question. In examining the National Socialist position on this question, I shall show what confusion the German masses were thrown into by the KPD position, which was identical on several points with that of National Socialism. It is necessary to go back to the famous 1923 Schlegeter line, CP 169 above, to find a similar case. But while a right turn was involved at that time, at the Fourth Congress, and was subsequently denounced as such, the social chauvinist aspect was in this case triumphant at the height of the so-called ultra-left period. But to return to the legalistic aspect of the KPD's response to fascism. The KPD also had its shock troops, organized in the Rote Front Kampfverbund, League of Red Front Combatants, which had 100,000 members in 1924, it was banned in 1929, but continued to exist illegally. Although this organization did intervene, actively if sporadically, against the National Socialists, not only did it fail to throw itself into the battle in a decisive and organized way, but from 1931, when, with the approach of the point of no return, the military side of the struggle in fact came to the forefront, it explicitly kept out of the fighting. The KPD withdrew its slogan, "Strike at the fascists wherever you find them." 33 This was firstly, as Thalmann pointed out, because the slogan risked distracting the attention of the alarmists from the main enemy, social democracy. It also hampered the electoral process. 34 Even on the morrow of Hitler's accession to power, at the time of the Nazi demonstrations in front of the Karl Liebknecht House, letters of protest were sent to the chief of police, but the League received the order not to intervene. The KPD was still expecting Hitler's imminent fall and the outbreak of a revolutionary situation. It prided itself on having succeeded in keeping its forces intact despite Hitler's accession to power. At the 13th Comintern plenum, after Hitler's victory, Manuelski replied to foreign communists who accused the KPD of not fighting, that if the KPD had undertaken armed struggle against Hitler it would have been falling for a provocation. 35 The KPD took part in the elections of March 1933, after Hitler had come to power, and the appeal by its Central Committee after the elections declared, March 15, 1933. Despite the pompous declarations of the government, the 5th of March is not a victory for fascism. For of course the National Socialists got only 43% of the votes, the Social Democrats kept their position, and the KPD, despite the savage repression against it, still had 4,800,000 voters. Lastly, the KPD's underground apparatus turned out to be non-existent, despite the fact that it did carry out a campaign for the March elections. On the night of 22 to 23 February, the night of the Reichstag fire, 4,000 communist organizers were arrested at one fell swoop, without a blow being dealt. For a party which believed in imminent revolution, this seems incredible. 36 In the face of the terrible consequences of this line, the KPD's belated attempts to block the path of fascism, though real enough, remained ineffective. Once Hitler came to power, they were limited to sporadic demonstrations and street skirmishes. In the month following his accession, there were 62 deaths in street battles, 29 communists, 8 socialists, 14 Nazis. These were defensive battles against Nazi attacks. Attempts to organize strikes failed. In short, although it would be wrong to say that the KPD simply capitulated, it is nevertheless true that it bore a heavy responsibility, much greater than that of the Italian Communist Party, for National Socialism's coming to power. Surely, though, such a political line must have aroused strong opposition within the communist parties and at the base, among KPD militants. In fact, it was evident from the discussions at the 13th Comintern plenum of November-December 1933, the first plenum after Hitler's accession to power, that the reactions were very strong, especially within foreign communist parties. The mass of the militants, the organizations, some members of central committees, and even some members of the political bureaus, mainly of the French, Czech, Polish, Austrian, and Swiss communist parties, were literally stupefied and indignant at the strategy being pursued. As for the KPD, the party most closely controlled by the Comintern, reactions during the period 1928 to 33 seemed less strong, but they were nevertheless there. Although information about this is lacking, the continual, official public warnings from the leadership to various local federations and to rank-and-file militants about not applying the line, are unmistakable indications. At the beginning of 1932, the Central Committee criticized the Württemberg organization for waging its main struggle against Nazism and not against social democracy. 37 The same also happened to the local organizations of Nuremberg, Hamburg, Oberhausen, and Brunswick. Among the KPD leadership, an opposition tendency was apparently formed in 1931, including Neumann, Romelli, Munzenberg, leader of the Red Aid, and Wallenberg, the Comintern military expert. This tendency stood for both a tough struggle against Nazism. The Neumann group, it will be remembered, was condemned for holding to the slogan "Strike at the fascists wherever you find them," and for dealing the main blow not at social democracy but at Nazism. But nothing came of it. The 13th plenum, approving the German policy without the slightest hesitation, repeated all the previous mistakes and persisted in them yet more intensely. Before concluding, it is necessary to point out one last fact. Although terribly demoralized by Hitler's victory, the communist militants, as well as many socialists, fought with exemplary heroism in the resistance to the Nazi regime. That they did so from the very beginning is made evident by the massive number of convictions and deportations they suffered for acts of resistance. We should remember these unknown militants, who fought in the darkest hour against barbarism. Many political organizers, responsibles in both senses of the word, fell with them. Remembrance is all the more necessary since the bourgeoisie and its watchdogs scarcely ever mention any but imaginary resistance by the army, by a few isolated priests, and, of course, by Stauffenberg, in his last-minute somersault. For National Socialism and the Working Class. A. The Nazi organizations and the working class. I shall turn now to the relations of National Socialism, first party, then state, to the working class. The first question to examine, because it has given rise to many misunderstandings, is that of the actual National Socialist base in the working class. In 1928, with the beginnings of the rise of Fascism, National Socialism launched a vast attempt, led by Strasser, to gain a foothold in the working class, with the slogan "Into the factories." Hinein in Die Betrieb, the HIB Action, 38 in 1929, the National Socialist Factory Cells Organization, NSBO, was set up. At the time of the seizure of power it numbered 400,000 members, a considerable number, taking into consideration that the RGO, in 1932, had no more than 200,000 members, though many communists were then actually operating within the social democratic trade unions. To which strata did most NSBO members belong? It has been argued, notably by Daniel Guerin, 39, that the labor aristocracy provided a good number of members. But, provided we are agreed on the term, that seems incorrect. 40. The skilled, highly paid workers in key industries, mostly social democrats but also communists, remained overwhelmingly loyal to their organizations. The NSBO did recruit elements of the labor aristocracy, usually already belonging to right-wing organizations, but these were generally on the staff of their firms, high-ranking technicians, engineers, administrative personnel, etc. These were not productive workers, whereas the labor aristocracy is a stratum of the working class itself. Yet the NSBO also recruited among the rank and file. This mainly applied to workers of recent peasant origin. 41. In newly established factories, the proportion of the peasantry in the population as a whole fell from 35% in 1914 to 23% in 1925. These workers came especially from the eastern regions, where the agricultural crisis was particularly acute, and where National Socialism found mass support among the poor peasantry. Finally, the NSBO recruited among the unemployed, of whom there were 5,500,000 in Germany in 1932, and for whom it had a special paper, Der Erwerbslos. Because of poverty, many unemployed became paid members of the SA. Often, too, employers asked for National Socialist Party cards before giving jobs. But this phenomenon was on a smaller scale than might be thought, provided the necessary distinctions are made. 42. It is firstly necessary to distinguish the occasionally unemployed workers from déclassé lumpen elements. It was among the latter that National Socialism mainly recruited. Secondly, unemployed workers who already had an experience of class struggle should be distinguished from unemployed youths, who joined National Socialism more easily. Again, it is necessary to distinguish between the unemployed workers, Arbeitslosen, and the unemployed in various categories of salaried employees, administrative workers, etc. Berufslosen. It was especially among the latter that recruits to National Socialism were made. The percentage of NSDAP members belonging to the working class proper varied, between 1930 and 1934, from 28% to 32%. This was still much less than the percentage of the working class in the population as a whole, about 45% or 43%. The same conclusions can be drawn from an examination of the election results, in which, however, the ideological influence of National Socialism on the working class appears rather more strongly. From 1930, National Socialism seemed to gain a small percentage of working class votes, and this at the expense not of social democracy but particularly of the KPD, in its strongholds like Merseburg and Chemnitz-Zwickau. But it is clear from these results, including those of the 1933 elections under Hitler, that the mass of the working class remained loyal to the SPD and KPD. 44 That is not the problem. The thing to be explained is the neutralization and passivity of the working class which National Socialism effected. The ideological aspect of National Socialism is fundamental here. Firstly, this ideology had a strong anti-capitalist side, a typical sign of the petty bourgeoisie in revolt. In the generalized ideological crisis of the rise of fascism, this petty bourgeois anti-capitalist aspect, against plutocracy, taxation etc., was extended to the working class. But that was not all. National Socialism, under the inspiration of its left wing led by the Strasser brothers, took up some really socialist-sounding slogans. 45 Thus from 1920, point 13 of the party program called for the nationalization of limited companies. Gregor Strasser announced that the Marxists were right to demand ownership of the means of production, but that not the working class alone would be the owners, but the people as a whole. With the national community having ownership, Eigentum, possession, Besitz, could be hired out, under some controls, to individuals. Otto Strasser, for his part, wanted each comrade of the people to be not only co-owner of the national wealth, but also co-possessor. Pronouncements in favor of socialism and hostile to imperialism were abundant. Gregor Strasser wrote, "To see German industry and the German economy in the hands of international finance capital, is the end of any possibility of social liberation, the end of any dream of a socialist Germany. We, the young Germans of the war generation, we National Socialist revolutionaries, will engage in the struggle against capitalism and imperialism incarnate in the Peace of Versailles. We National Socialists have recognized that there is a link between the national freedom of our people and the economic liberation of the German working class. German socialism will be possible and durable only when Germany is free." These were anti-imperialist noises, under the cover of nationalism, to be sure. But it should not be forgotten on this point that the KPD, steeped in social chauvinism, put forward an electoral program in 1930 which was not so very different from these declarations. As Badia notes, communist propaganda on this point, while it was fundamentally different from Hitler's demagogy, did run the risk of sowing a certain confusion among Germans without much political education, so that they might not think there was much difference in the aims of the two parties. 46 There were in fact many Germans without much political education who did think this. Who would have educated them? Lastly, the corporatist side of National Socialist ideology, as presented to the working class, must not be neglected. Corporatism, especially for Otto Strasser, suggested not just co-management, but actual workers' control of the factories under national ownership. As for the concrete policy of National Socialism towards the working class during the rise of fascism, it has to be recognized that from 1928, although it attacked the political organizations, it spared the trade unions. It sometimes took part in the struggle for economic demands. In 1930, it supported the strikes of the metal workers of Mansfeld and Berlin. Even in 1932, together with the RGO, it initiated the famous Berlin transport strike. b. The condition of the working class under Nazism, the question of the fascist trade unions. National Socialism came to power. I shall first examine the exact economic situation of the German working class, a matter on which precise information has now shed new light. Firstly, National Socialism achieved a spectacular decrease in unemployment. There were about 5.5 million unemployed in 1933, less than 1 million in 1937, and scarcely 40,000 in 1939, until unemployment disappeared completely during the war. As for the economic exploitation of the working class, it must be noted that any increase was above all relative to the growth of profits during a period of clear economic revival, of growth of production and increase of labor productivity, Such a thing had never occurred when the working class had a free trade union and political movement. 47 Profits grew, between 1933 and 1938, by 127%. The total volume of production increased by 113%. As for workers' wages, which were fixed by wage scales, the nominal gross hourly rates went up by 14% from 1933 to 1939, and by 9% from 1939 to 1942. Of course, the rise in the cost of living has to be taken into account. That of food prices and consumer goods prices together came to around 6%. On the other hand, although obligatory loans imposed on wages often reached 15–20%, the prolongation of the working day by paid overtime must not be forgotten, making the rise in weekly wages greater than the rise in hourly rates. In short, avoiding the mistake of some studies of National Socialism which rely on overgeneralizations about wages as a whole, the standard of living, real wages, of industrial workers did not fall under National Socialism in relation to the previous situation. It even improved in certain respects, without however reaching the level of 1930–48. Those whose purchasing power and standard of living went down were mainly non-productive employees, especially clerks and officials, whose purchasing power fell by 20% between 1933 and 1942. 49. Still more relevant is the differentiation of industrial workers into wage categories. To a certain extent, this worked naturally, according to the laws of the labor market, but above all, it came about as a result of the clear National Socialist policy of dividing the working class. This differentiation involved both workers in certain branches of industry and highly skilled workers. For the period before 1937, Bettelheim points out, there was a rise in actual gross wage payments. Certain labor contracts provided for wages above the standard rate. This was increasingly often forbidden after the measures taken in 1936 to freeze real wages, depending on changes in the distribution of labor among different branches of industry, etc. But during this period, the law governing minimum rates, blaming the former collective contracts for a tendency to equalize wages, explicitly stipulated, minimum rates must be established in such a way as to leave room for the payment of each member of the firm according to how much he produces. On the other hand, there is room for adequate reward for any exceptional service. Now, Tim Mason 50 has recently shown that even after the very strict fixing of maximum wage rates by the state in 1938, several employers, faced, among other things, by the scarcity of specialized labor in priority industries, and resorting to plundering each other, managed to get round the obstacle either by offering bonuses or by paying wages above the permitted rates. The state was perfectly aware of this situation. It left them alone or even encouraged them, in order to divide and overcome the spontaneous reactions of the working class, evident in absenteeism, falling productivity, etc. So the systematic accentuation of the wages hierarchy was, as Newman stresses, the very essence of National Socialist wages policy. It is of prime importance that this problem be understood, not as an economic matter, but as a crucial political problem of control of the masses. Although official statistics say nothing on the matter, the index of labor income shows that the scissors between the income of skilled and semi-skilled workers widened considerably. The trend would be still clearer if the figures included the income of unskilled workers. 51. In short, in this process of growing economic exploitation, it appears that National Socialism handled its main enemy, the working class, and the latter's relation to other popular classes, by a calculated plan to divide it. Of course, it was not only or even mainly through its economic policy that National Socialism could neutralize the working class. It also did so by police terror, and especially by the total reorganization of the ideological state apparatuses and the function they fulfilled. It should be pointed out here that this neutralization of the working class proceeded by steps. In particular, during the first period of National Socialism in power there was a policy of compromise, to some extent imposed on the dominant class by National Socialism. 52. After it came into power, National Socialism dissolved the free trade unions, in May 1933, abolished the right to strike, introduced the work permit, in 1935, and instituted compulsory state arbitration for labor disputes. But until July 1933, the members of the factory cells of the NSBO, mostly members of the SA, often established control of hiring and firing, and even went so far as to arrest bosses they considered antisocial. In May 1933, the Labor Front, Arbeiterfront, was instituted as the National Socialist Trade Union Organization, and membership of it rapidly became almost compulsory, through many kinds of pressure. At the same time, the members of the NSBO saw the Labor Front take over all their authority. Gregor Strasser, the NSBO leader, was executed on the night of the Long Knives. But friction continued between the employers on the one hand, and the Labor Front and its head, Dr. Ley, the Minister of Labor on the other. The latter's corporative plan aimed to dissolve the employers' organizations too, and to enlist the bosses into the Labor Front itself, which would thus become the main organizer of the economy. At the beginning, it succeeded in this to a certain extent. The German Confederation of Industry was dissolved in 1934 into 7 different corporations, trade groupings, integrated with the Labor Front into corporative institutions within the factory, councils of confidence and factory committees. No workers' representative was directly admitted to these employers' corporations, which had a semi-state nature, having as their presidents a member of the Endstab and applying the leadership principle. At the beginning, leaders such as Kessler, and Goltz after his recall, could still put on a plebeian face. But the bosses did not see it that way. By July 1934 they were asking for the dismissal of Ley, whose demagogic and socialist-inclined projects were disturbing the economy. Open conflict broke out between Schacht, as economics minister, and Ley. At the end of 1934, the Confederation of Industry was reformed, the leadership principle was abolished, and Ley capitulated at the Labor Front Congress in Leipzig in March 1935. From then on, not only were the corporative organizations, labor communities, directly managed by the Confederation of Industry, but the Labor Front itself was directly controlled by the bosses, who were represented in the front within each firm. At the national level, while no representative of the Labor Front had a seat on the Reich's Economic Council, the employers in fact controlled the Labor Council. Excluded from collaboration with the bosses in the economic domain, the Labor Front was also excluded from such collaboration in the social domain, i.e. the former factory committees. This collaboration was between bosses and councils of confidence, composed of workers directly nominated by the bosses. Although the Labor Front's local officers were generally named by the local sections of the Endstab, it was still suspect, because of its contact with the mass of the working class. So far as the National Socialist trade union apparatus is concerned, it clearly demonstrates the complex nature of the trade union as an ideological state apparatus, and, despite appearances, it reveals certain aspects of the class collaborationist nature of trade unions in the normal forms of the bourgeois state. 53. In the first place, the main function of the Labor Front, although it was thoroughly infiltrated by the secret police, was not its policing role. This was never expressed better than by Himmler, head of the Reich Secret Police, when he visited the offices of the Labor Front leadership in 1936. The SS and the police can only ensure internal security if men are won to the idea of National Socialism. This task falls particularly on the Labor Front. And in fact the role of the Labor Front was mainly ideological. Its head of propaganda, Selzner, declared that its essential task was the preparation of all members for National Socialism by education. The Labor Front's role was limited to representing the workers' economic demands to arbitration commissions, on condition, of course, that they had no political character and did not jeopardize public order and social peace. Yet the Front was considered by the National Socialist leadership to be a purely political instrument. They could not have put it more clearly. It is an apparently paradoxical fact, therefore, that the National Socialist leadership never ceased to mistrust this single union, however well purged, transformed, and state-run the labor front was. For every bourgeois state, of whatever kind, has to keep one or more ideological apparatuses as weapons trained on the working class, and always fears these will be attacked in the class struggle, so it was with the labor front in the National Socialist state. Saying that is precisely not to make a superficial analogy, like that of social fascism, between the social democratic trade unions and the labor front. It rather establishes the natural kinship between the ideological apparatuses of every form of bourgeois state which lies behind their key differences in function, objectives, and methods of action. This view should be contrasted with that which claims there is a natural difference between the free trade unions and the state-run fascist unions, on this occasion the labor front. The case of fascism even allows us to advance a supplementary proposition. Although the bourgeois state can in principle do without an ideological apparatus of the party type especially intended for the working class, the NSDAP, a typically petty bourgeois party, fulfilled this function only by substitution. It is absolutely incapable of doing without a trade union type apparatus. The French Revolution had already experienced this when, contrary to accepted ideas, it sought firstly to get rid of the party type apparatus, and only later, by means of the famous Le Peletier law, tried to restrain the union type apparatus. Louis Bonaparte understood the matter very well. But because of its ambiguous function, this apparatus, an absolutely essential part of the bourgeois state apparatus, is always mistrusted by the bourgeoisie. As for the labor front in particular, Dimitrov had a good understanding of it. We must very resolutely put an end to the tendency to underestimate work in the fascist mass organizations. Fascism has deprived the workers of their own legal organization. It has forced the fascist organizations upon them, and it is there that the masses are, by compulsion or to some extent voluntarily. These mass fascist organizations can and must be made our legal or semi-legal field of action where we can meet the masses. They can and must be made our legal and semi-legal starting point for the defense of the day-to-day interests of the masses. To utilize these possibilities, communists must rid themselves once and for all of the prejudice that such activity is unseemly and unworthy of a revolutionary worker. 54. 3. Italy. The process of defeat and the defensive. I shall again concentrate mainly on the differences between the Italian and German cases, and particularly on those aspects in which the initial propositions are more clearly illustrated by the Italian case than by the German. Firstly, the rise of fascism, and the preceding period as well, were again a very concentrated experience for the proletariat. The stabilization period between the turning point of the defeat and the start of the rise of fascism was especially brief in Italy. The process of defeat in this case saw no attempt at insurrection in the full sense, apart from a local insurrection in Turin in 1917. The proletarian offensive essentially took the form of strikes, in particular of political strikes. The process of defeat nevertheless took place in a continuous veiled civil war between the two forces in operation. In Italy too, the end of the war saw an exceptional revolutionary development of the working class. One expressed in a whole series of strikes and mass political actions. This development culminated in an objectively revolutionary situation, the political general strike of July 4, 1919. Soviets appeared all over the place and took over authority, and fraternization between troops and workers became quite widespread. But the revolutionary political strike of July 20, which should have taken the struggle on from there, was a failure. After a period of relative calm, the strike movement gained impetus the following year. In August 1920 it culminated in a general strike with factory occupations. Every factory was then placed under the direction of a workers' council, Consiglio di Fabbrica, which ensured its functioning. An agreement with the workers' cooperatives made it possible to go on paying wages. Was this an objectively revolutionary situation and a missed opportunity? Again, opinions are divided. It was nonetheless a situation of open crisis, and held certain possibilities for the workers' movement. But the movement remained isolated in the factories. the neutral non-interventionist Giolitti was content just to encircle them with the troops occupying the industrial cities, and the movement was doomed to failure. The strikers won only the recognition in principle of some vague workers' control in the factories. Commissions were set up to deal with disciplinary relations between employers and workers, and with productivity increases, but these included management representatives in equal numbers, and were never formalized by law. On September 27 the workers abandoned the factories. After a short period of stabilization, the beginning of 1921 saw the start of the rise of fascism, and the working class already moved onto the defensive. But the working class had won some important political and economic gains in the process: substantial wage increases, an 8-hour day, the generalization of collective bargaining, factory committees, direct universal suffrage, and relative autonomy in the management of community affairs in the red areas. These gains were constantly undermined during the rise of fascism, but the representatives of medium capital allowed them to persist to an extent unacceptable to big capital, up to the time fascism came to power. The failure of the factory occupations resulted in a general demobilization of the working class. During the rise of fascism, the strike rate fell. In 1921, the number of working days lost through strikes was 75 to 80% lower than in 1920, and even then it was the economic side of the struggle which came to the fore. Only at this level, and over defensive demands, was the trade union movement reunited with the creation of the Labor Alliance on February 20, 1922. In August, this Labor Alliance attempted a last indefinite, political general strike against the fascist offensive and for the re-establishment of democratic legality. It was a failure. In Italy too, during the rise of fascism, the Communist Party, PCI, was cut off from the mass of the working class. This was expressed, in the first place, by the fall in its membership after the split with the Socialist Party. At the Livorno Congress in 1921, where the split occurred, the motion of the PCI founders won about 58,000 of the Socialist Party votes. In March 1922, at its second Congress, the PCI officially declared that it had 40,000 members, a figure which should apparently be reduced to 20,000. At this period the party had a very strong working-class character, which was moreover a source of pride for its leadership. 98% of its membership were workers, and it was rooted almost exclusively in the North. Again, the important thing was that the PCI never succeeded in imposing its leadership on broad sections of the working class, although the revolutionary faction of the Socialist Party had done so up till 1920, and Gramsci and the Ordine Nuovo group in Turin had succeeded in playing a leading role in the factory occupation movement. In particular, the PCI was unable to draw the masses into effective struggle against the fascist bid for power. But the split was not expressed electorally, far from it. In the 1921 elections the Socialists and Communists together won 20,000 more votes than the Socialist Party before the split. The PCI was deeply divided throughout the rise of fascism. There was a very bitter struggle between the Bordiga tendency, which got its line carried, and the Gramsci-Togliatti tendency. While Bordiga proposed struggle to the death against the socialists, in 1922 Gramsci and the Turin group were trying to make contact with D'Annunzio, who, before the rapprochement of the nationalists and fascists, had just ordered his men to leave the fasci and fight against them. The politico-ideological crisis, Sorel and revolutionary syndicalism. What is particularly interesting about the Italian case is the ideological crisis within the working class. This is evident in the contamination of working class ideology by the ideology of the rebel petty bourgeoisie, expressed in revolutionary syndicalism and in the thought of Sorel, which was very influential in Italy. What did these influences amount to, in general terms? Revolutionary syndicalism was rather different from anarcho-syndicalism, in that it was more highly politicized. It proposed the self-emancipation of the producers through the trade unions, the only class organizations of their own. As Arturo Labriola, not to be confused with Antonio, put it, the economic association of the workers, the trade unions, is therefore seen as the instrument for carrying out the social revolution. It alone can destroy the base on which the bourgeois regime depends, i.e. competition between the wage earners. It alone provides the workers with social power. For all these reasons, syndicalism concludes that the social revolution cannot be the work of a party, for revolutionary syndicalism the essential events were those in the economic sphere, in the factory. It was there that the main objective of a social revolution must lie, and not in the seizure of state power. The state itself would be replaced, at the right time, by an association of trade unions, the instruments of the self-government of the producers. A revolution made by a party, which was by definition external to the producers, could only replace one kind of political exploitation by another. The revolution would be made without taking state power, which would dissolve of its own accord when the producers took power in the factories with the general strike. This idea links up here with spontaneism, the general strike being ever present in working class consciousness. At least potentially, it would be enough to declare it through the trade unions, which should always be kept safely away from parties. One final point, for much has been written on revolutionary syndicalism, praising its concept of workers' self-management. In fact, revolutionary syndicalism has a deep strain of productivist technicism, which is at the bottom of its concept of workers' self-management of production. According to Labriola, the trade union is also a selection of men possessing given technical skills. Two consequences follow from this. 1. Socialist revolution will be possible only in a period of great industrial growth. 2. Those who take in hand the management of production will have the necessary skills, a condition which would not be fulfilled if the revolution was carried out by a party. Less paradoxically than at first sight appears, Sarl's thought also comes within the tradition of revolutionary syndicalism. For Sarl, too, the revolution can only be the work of the producers themselves. He also subscribed to the Saint-Simonian cult of productivism. A political organization of the party type would only become bureaucratized, would cheat, and despoil the producers of their revolutionary victories. But for Sarl, the spontaneity of the working class is not enough, it must be activated. Hence his idea of the activating minority. A voluntary, violent intervention by a conscious section of the masses is necessary to make the revolution. Why violence as such? Firstly, because in all circumstances, it forces the enemy to unmask, while mobilizing the masses. Bourgeois cowardice, which consists of giving way to the threat of violence, can only engender the idea that the bourgeoisie is condemned to death, and that its disappearance is only a matter of time. Each conflict which gives rise to violence becomes a vanguard struggle. 5. Secondly, and most important, violence is symbolic in nature, so that working class consciousness can be activated by the actions of the active minority. In his reflections on violence, then, Sarl gives a whole interpretation of political symbolism, which he terms political myth. It is on myth that a realistic socialism must depend. Myths should be seen as means of acting on the present, and Sarl defines the myth as an organization of images giving the impulse to fight. He recognizes that the general strike is insufficient for the seizure of power. For this, as a great admirer of Blanqui, he recommends the tactic of a working class movement activated by the active minority. But he also stresses the symbolic role of the general strike. The myth of the general strike is for him revolutionary gymnastics, preparing the great leap out of the arena of history. 6. A further important and significant detail is that Sarl for a time very wrongly considered himself a Leninist. See the chapter in defense of Lenin, Bolshevik Party equals activating minority, which he added after the October Revolution to the 4th edition of Reflections on Violence. It should not be forgotten, however, that before the 1914 war he had become disillusioned with the syndicalists and had drawn close to Action Française and Charles Maurras. 7. These ideological tendencies had a considerable effect on the Italian working class. They were present from the beginning of the century and were reactivated during the rise of fascism. 8. Sarl's influence was felt as early as 1904, by Arturo Labriola, Enrico Leone, and E. Longobardi, not only on Italian syndicalism in the north, especially in Parma, Milan, Bologna, and Modena, but also in Naples. In the summer of 1904, the Sorlean revolutionary syndicalists played a part in starting a major general strike. When the Italian Trade Union Confederation, CGT, was founded in 1906, the Sorleans formed a minority group in it under Alceste de Ambros. This was the Direct Action Group, with 200,000 followers. In 1912, influenced by the experience of Pelloutier and Minut's labor exchanges, they created the Union Sindacale Italiana, which a year later had 100,000 members. Divided on the war question, in 1914 the left interventionists, together with Edmond de Rossini, Bianchi, and the de Ambros brothers, created the Unione Italiana del Lavoro, which was to play a very important ideological role after the war. It organized a big national self-emancipatory general strike at Dalmine in 1919. The workers occupied the factory and continued production. This brings us to the second aspect of the problem, the direct collusion between fascism and Sorlean revolutionary syndicalism. Mussolini himself, as a left interventionist, considered himself a convinced follower of Sorel. The Dalmine strike was openly welcomed by Mussolini and the Fasci. The Unione Italiana del Lavoro's program of January 1919, calling for the corporative organization of the producers, was taken up by the Fascist Party. The Sorlean revolutionaries joined the Fascist Party en masse, with Rossino, Bianchi, de Ambros, and Farinacci organizing the fascist trade unions. Italian fascism, much more than German, exploited to the limit these petty bourgeois ideological influences within the working class. Mussolini declared that he had been defending violence all his life. The theory of activating minorities, transmuted here into the theory of elites, was part of his equipment. Mussolini denounced the programs and doctrines of the political parties. Our doctrine is the deed. In 1920 he declared, "Down with the state in every shape or form, the state of yesterday, today, tomorrow. We have nothing left but the religion of anarchy." Still stronger were his declarations against bureaucratic organizations, and for the fascist movement as anti-party. The fascist provincial base took this seriously, and in 1922 opposed the formation of the fascist movement into a party like the rest. The putschist tendency, very clear in the fascist party, was evident in the opposition to Mussolini when he tried to gradualize the seizure of power. At the same time, the economic strike and the role of the trade unions were exalted. In congratulating the Dalmine national strikers, Mussolini seemed to go still further. The formation of workers' councils, which for 3 days managed the firm, ensuring the working of all branches and sections, represents an honest, well-intentioned attempt, and a worthy ambition, to succeed the so-called bourgeois class in the management of labor. Moreover, in a statement close to the productivist technicism of the revolutionary syndicalists, Mussolini declared that he would put only one condition on such self-government: the technical running of production by the workers, that production increases and improves. Lastly, fascism adopted the corporative projects of revolutionary syndicalism. 3. Italian social democracy and the Maximalists. Italian social democracy differed in certain specific ways from its German counterpart. But the differences did not show much in the class origin of its members. Just before the war, the Italian Socialist Party, SI, was composed of 43% industrial workers, 15% agricultural workers, 6% poor peasants, 15% artisans, and 3.5% office workers, 9. Though it seems that after the war, and especially after the split that formed the PCI, the percentage of members of rural origin, agricultural workers and poor peasants, had increased. 10. On the political side, the Italian Socialist Party was opposed to Italy's participation in the war. It took part in the Zimmerwald Conference, for which its leader, Cerruti, became an active propagandist. After the war, the Bologna Conference of 1919 seemed to break with the pre-war reformist tendency. Saridi's maximalist current carried its line against Turati's reformist current by 48,111 votes to 14,800. The Congress voted by acclamation for membership of the Third International. The abstentionist maximalists, who were to break away under Bordiga in 1921, got only 3,417 votes. Before going on to its later evolution, it will be useful to examine this famous maximalist tendency, which was to dominate the party until 1922. Again, it was economism, in the form of economist catastrophism, which characterized maximalism. The Psi believed in the imminence of revolution, which would come of iron necessity. This idea is to be found in the picture Saridi gave the 1921 Milan Congress, just after Livorno, of the fascist movement as expression of the final phase of bourgeois rule before the collapse of the capitalist system. Reformist economism was directly transmuted into economic catastrophism. The revolution, necessary and imminent, would come about of its own accord, farida esse, as the Socialist Party endlessly repeated. It was not a question of preparing and making the revolution, which the party was incapable of, but at the most, of trying in some way to prevent its being held up. It saw things in terms of all or nothing. In expectation of the outbreak of revolution, the only thing to do was negative, to avoid falling into the path of reformism. The maximalist resolution at the Bologna Congress therefore declared, the establishment of the socialist society cannot be accomplished by decree or by the deliberation of any parliament or constituent assembly. We must also reject, and condemn as dangerous and insidious, the hybrid forms of collaboration between parliament and the factory councils. On the contrary, we must urge the proletariat to the violent conquest of political and economic power, which must be entrusted entirely to the workers' and peasants' councils, councils which will be legislative and executive at the same time. 11. The phrases of the maximalists hid the absence of any strategy for the seizure of power. In fact, as their actions revealed, their policy was purely and simply one of wait and see. Nothing was being done to achieve the expected revolution. 12. Not only that, but the members of the Socialist Party were accustomed to their electoral fiefs, and well installed in the machinery of local government. There was no real change of tactics, but merely a new way of presenting things. While doing nothing to make revolution, though abstaining from collaboration with the central power of the state, the party still went on thinking that the seizure of central power would be accomplished by the progressive acquisition of autonomous powers in the towns and the regions. Emilia, the Red Province, was taken as the example. If there were several Red Emilias in Italy, said the party, the revolution would be made 13, since the essential thing was not to hold up this imminent and necessary revolution. It was important in the meantime to avoid giving a pretext to the enemy. During 1920, the year of strikes, the party leadership declared, the present situation indicates that the crisis is gathering pace, while the momentous clash between bourgeoisie and proletariat approaches. Before the need to meet the new struggle with all our strength, the leading bodies of the proletarian movement in Italy must warn the workers against movements which could be harmful and prejudicial to the movement as a whole. But it was also necessary to get the central state and the government both to refrain from impeding the revolutionary process, and to remove the obstacles illegally opposing it, the fascists in this case. Lastly, as the Socialist Party leadership declared in 1922, it would be necessary to refuse the government all participation, support, or votes. 14. But this was not how the reformist faction of the Socialist Party saw things. Led by Turati and Treves, they were supported by the CGL and its leaders, under D'Aragona. The CGL had been linked to the Psi since 1918 by a pact of alliance, and in 1920, it had 2,200,000 members. These elements openly took the road of class collaboration, and in 1920, while the maximalists just waited, they brought about the failure of the factory occupation movement. In 1922, the majority of the Parliamentary Socialist Party, under Turati, declared itself ready to participate in a democratic government. Furthermore, at the Rome Congress in October 1922, 2 months before fascism came to power, the reformists split from the maximalists to form the Italian United Socialist Party, while the CGL broke its agreement for unity of action with the SI. There was a visible decline in social democracy during the rise of fascism, its membership falling from 216,000 in 1920 to 60,000 in 1922, but it must be remembered both that this was after the Livorno split, and that it took place in the context of a general decline of the workers' organizations, including the PCI. Proportionately, the Socialist Party maintained its membership relative to the PCI, and the reformist faction made ground within the party, while they had only about 15,000 votes at the Livorno Congress in 1920, they had about 30,000 at Rome in 1922. At the same time, mainly through the trade unions and the Parliamentary Socialist Party, social democratic ideology seemed to be contaminating the working class, though to a lesser extent than in the German case. This came about through maximalism in particular. It did not always, as in Germany, take the form of direct class collaboration. It can be found in the working class itself in the belief in the possibility of making decisive use of the intermediary layers of the bourgeois state machinery, local authorities, the police, and the army, as barriers to fascism, so as to avoid provoking the bourgeoisie while the revolutionary apocalypse was awaited. In other words, this ideological influence mainly took the form of the typically petty bourgeois illusion of the state's neutrality in relation to the bourgeoisie, although direct collaboration with the bourgeoisie itself was rejected. Social democratic policy towards fascism may not have been the same in Italy as in Germany, but it led to the same results. The Socialist Party certainly avoided the trap of the policy of the lesser evil, i.e. of open support of bourgeois governments. The party's mistake was not really, as Draw suggests, 15 failing to participate in or support a democratic government. It was that it did nothing to prepare for revolution, and did nothing much to avoid fascism either. Firstly, there was the legalistic tactic of refusing to organize mass political struggle against fascism, apart from some demonstrations and scattered skirmishes, so as not to provoke the enemy. On May 22, 1922, Avanti published long extracts from Papini's The Life of Christ, which of course discussed the question of turning the other cheek, under the significant title, No Resistance 16. The tactic was based on periodic appeals to respect the Constitution, and on parliamentary agitation. It culminated in 1921 in the Socialist-Fascist Pact, which allowed fascism, a prey to its own internal difficulties, to recommence its offensive and follow it through in the best way possible. The result was to demobilize the working class. The SI did jealously cling onto one miraculous weapon to be used in extremis against fascism, the general strike. German social democracy, which capitulated much more clearly to National Socialism, did not even resort to this method. After the historic examples of the successful general strikes against the Kornilov and Kapp military putsches, the workers' movement had developed a deep-rooted illusion that the general strike was a miraculous defensive weapon to ward off fascism. In Italy, the illusion was strengthened by the revolutionary syndicalist tradition and its conception of the general strike. It was indeed an illusion, for many reasons. In the rise of fascism, coming after the turning point in working class defeat, it proved difficult even to start a political general strike in such a state of demobilization. When the point of no return came, and the pace of demobilization was equaled only by the pace of fascist organization among the masses, such an initiative became very unlikely. The fascist movement was already a mass movement, through its paramilitary and union organizations, and with the active support of the state and an important part of the population, it could easily smash, or even nip in the bud, the organization and implementation of a general strike. Finally, we should not underestimate the technical side of the question, which in the case of the Kornilov and Kapp putsches had worked for the masses. Through its mass organization, fascism had access to its own transport and communications. The famous strike, the last card, was decided on by the Labor Alliance for August 1922. The PCI, for its part, still hoped to transform it into a revolutionary general strike. The call was answered in small numbers, even in the big towns, and by very few in the countryside, even in Red Emilia. The organization of a secret committee in charge of coordination was a failure. The fascists immediately occupied the ports and rail centers, drove the trains and city trams themselves, attacked the labor exchanges and cooperatives, and occupied the industrial towns. 2 days later, this strike for legality, the socialist Caporetto, had failed. Even after Mussolini came to power, during the long first period of fascist rule, the same legalistic tactics were continued. The Socialist Party took the 1924 elections quite seriously. In these elections, although it was 2 years since Mussolini had come to power, the fascists got only 38% of the votes, and the anti-fascists 25% with 37% abstentions, while as early as 1932 Hitler had won 37% of the votes in Germany. When the socialist deputy Matteotti was murdered in 1924, a wave of deep indignation and unrest swept through Italy, but there were protests only in parliament. The CGL officials under D'Aragona gave technical collaboration to the government, and negotiations with Mussolini went ahead. With the ultra-fascist laws, free parties and unions were finally dissolved. For the Italian Communist Party, PCL. A. The Bordiga tendency and party policy. Although PCI policy was marked by mistakes throughout the rise of fascism, they were the mistakes of infantile leftism, something quite different from the sham ultra-leftism of the KPD. The PCI, formed after the Livorno split, immediately came under the dominance of Bordiga's political line. As early as 1919, the communist faction of the Socialist Party, under Bordiga's influence, proposed abstentionism, i.e. non-participation in elections and in parliament, which drew strong remonstrances from Lenin. After the split, the line was for intense struggle against the Socialist Party, excluding any kind of contact or agreement at any level. Cerruti was the first object of attack, as the PCI particularly held it against him that he had not followed them at the time of the Livorno split, and that the maximalist illusions which helped to delay the death of social democracy were so very dangerous. In its manifesto for the 1921 elections, the PCI Central Committee declared, "The elections of May 1921 must be the trial of the Socialist Party. Every worker who supports it, must from now on be persuaded that his class will be able to advance in Italy only over the dead body of the Socialist Party, and that it is not possible to defeat the bourgeoisie without first clearing its putrefying corpse from the field of class struggle." In 1922, while Turati's group were breaking with the maximalist faction, the only thing the PCI could find to do was to congratulate itself that the ruin of the Socialist Party places the Italian Communist Party at the head of the Italian working class and its revolutionary struggle. It even reached the point of congratulating itself on the success of fascism, insofar as this would weaken the influence of social democracy on the masses, and create favorable conditions for the extension of its own influence. 19. This policy towards the Socialist Party was strongly criticized even before 1922 by Lenin, who advised making agreements with Cerruti's maximalists. Throughout this period, the PCI always held, especially in the Rome Theses of its Second Congress in 1922, to the imminence of revolution and the continuing working class offensive. It entirely underestimated the fascist danger. The PCI representatives at the Third Congress of the Comintern, led by Bordiga and Terracini, were in strong disagreement with the theory of stabilization. The fascist phenomenon was constantly identified with the Russian White Guards, as a strong reaction to a revolutionary situation. 20. Gramsci alone foresaw the possibility of a victorious fascist coup d'état. 21. When the first plenum adopted the theses on the United Front, the Italian delegates, together with the French and Spanish parties, voted against the resolution. The Bordiga tendencies interpretation anticipated the Sixth Comintern Congress. Bordiga's leadership even made a first step towards the theory of social fascism. It foresaw an official parliamentary alliance of the fascist and socialist parties. Under Giolitti and Bordiga wrote, "The fact that fascism and social democracy are today taking convergent roads may seem paradoxical to many people, but it will be confirmed in the future. Fascism and social democracy are two faces of the one enemy of tomorrow." 22. The same tactic was followed as regards the socialists. As for the United Front, the PCI considered that it should only apply in the economic sphere, in trade union work, and only for action on claims, not at the political level at all. This radical distinction between economics and politics was also to be found in Bordiga's ideas on the party and organization. Zinoviev, who had continually warned the Italians against such a policy, was driven to say at the first plenum, "The whole philosophy of Comrade Terracini amounts to saying yes to D'Aragona, no to Turati. The masses cannot be won without contact with their political organizations and their leaders." At the Fourth Congress, Zinoviev again said, "In the tactic of the United Front, we have very serious differences with the PCI, which considers the United Front is possible in the economic sphere, but should absolutely not be used in the political sphere. This is an anti-Marxist view." 23. This policy led to the failure of the United Front, even in the economic field alone. There was nothing paradoxical in the fact that despite its declarations on the economic United Front, the PCI boycotted the Labor Alliance. The United Front was timidly attempted, at least officially, in a few joint actions. It was only with the split in the Socialist Party, in October 1922, that rapprochement with the Maximalists was attempted, but then it was already too late. Even after fascism had come to power, these rapprochements were fiercely contested by Bordiga, who undermined them, and Communists and Maximalists stood separately for the 1924 elections, held on the simple majority system. Under Comintern pressure, the PCI made a last-minute appeal for electoral agreement to the Socialist Party, but this was ineffective. These rapprochements were to be followed up only after the Lyons Congress, which confirmed Gramsci's leadership of the party. But even apart from the PCI's attitude to the social democratic organizations, the formation of the rank-and-file United Front clashed with the very idea of the party put forward by the leadership, and with its strategy for taking power. Bordiga's tendency was strongly Blanquist. "We need to be few, but good," he often said, and his watchword was for a small party, and 10,000 communists. With the aid of the revolutionary general strike, the 10,000 resolute communists would succeed, through an insurrection at the right moment, in dealing the state its death blow. It must be stressed that the resolutions of the Third, Leninist, Comintern Congress were directed against such ideas, with the slogan "To the masses." From the day of its birth, the Communist International has clearly and unequivocally seen its aim not as the creation of little communist sects which would establish their influence over the working class only by agitation and propaganda, but as the creation of mass parties. The very term mass party, though taken up by Togliatti in particular after 1945 in the familiar revisionist sense, is a Leninist term. 24. It may seem paradoxical, in that the Leninist tradition admits of a basic distinction between the vanguard organization, the party, and mass organization, e.g. the trade unions. In fact, the use of the term mass party denotes the constant ambiguity of Comintern analyses of the relation of politics and economics, and of their corresponding modes of organization. Bordiga's conception was diametrically opposed, in principle, to that of the KPD, which stressed the electoral conquest of the majority of the working class. But in the PCI view, the United Front, as an alliance within specific organizations, had no meaning or raison d'être. The PCI had to jealously organize its own, pure organizations of a handful of determined men, strictly controlled by the party leadership, and had to fight and denounce every other similar extra-party formation. The PCI attitude towards the Red Arditi del Popolo, paramilitary formations formed spontaneously in 1921 to counter fascist attacks, was characteristic. The Arditi included workers, peasants, rank-and-file trade unionists, socialists, communists, etc. The PCI denounced them and forbade its members to take part in them. The Arditi del Popolo apparently proposed to use the proletarian reaction to the excesses of fascism to re-establish the order and morality of social life. The aim of communists is quite different. They want to lead the proletarian struggle to the revolutionary victory. Their position is based on the implacable antithesis between the dictatorship of bourgeois reaction and the dictatorship of the proletarian revolution. They therefore point to the pernicious and defeatist nature of all distinctions between the defensive and offensive of the working class. 25. The Arditi elements were branded as suspicious and confused, and the PCI organized its own communist squads, stressing the value of isolation. Gramsci wrote in vain, "Are communists opposed to the Arditi del Popolo?" Quite the contrary. The Arditi aspire to arm the proletariat, to create a proletarian armed force strong enough to defeat the bourgeoisie. 26. These mistakes were all typical of infantile leftism, and different from those of the KPD line. As for the struggle against fascism, the PCI resolutely threw itself into the struggle, within the limits imposed by its line, and was far from having legalistic or electoral illusions. From 1921, the communist squads went into action everywhere, often with good results, especially in Milan. Violent fights took place in Genoa and Turin. After the failure of the 1922 strike for legality, the communists, aided by revolutionary syndicalists, routed the fascist troops at Forlì and Parma. In Parma, at the instigation of the PCI, the town was organized as a stronghold, and for 5 days the proletariat beat back Italo Balbo's elite fascist troops, who withdrew leaving 40 dead and 150 wounded. In the face of this resolute attitude, fascism abstained from direct attacks on the big towns before it came to power. Lastly, many communists, risking expulsion from the PCI, fought in the ranks of the Arditi. B. Gramsci and the workers' councils, the Comintern, the trade union question and the problem of the union-party relation. There was more to the struggle than that. Opposing Bordiga's line was that of the Turin communist group led by Gramsci, which after 1924 increasingly took over the PCI leadership, with Bordiga on its left and Tosca on its right. 27. In fact, during the rise of fascism, and despite their own mistakes, Gramsci and the Turin Ordine Nuovo group seem, in their position on the workers' councils, to have been the only section of the Third International in Europe to have grasped the problems of the United Front. To take the mistakes first, there is little doubt that at that time, Gramsci was advocating using the workers' councils to give workers powers which by the fact of their establishment would replace the bourgeois state, and to some extent he misunderstood the problem of the state itself. This comes out clearly in his description of the factory as the basic political center of capitalist society, simply because it was its basic economic unit. 28. But in fact Gramsci's conception of the workers' councils contained important positive elements. It was radically different from the revolutionary syndicalist self-management myth. It was based on a correct conception both of alliances among the masses, the working class, poor peasantry and petty bourgeoisie, and of the alliance within the working class, and it understood the correct method of achieving these alliances. The Workers' Council was seen as a specific extra-party rank-and-file united front organization. Factory committees were to be transformed into workers' councils, formed in each factory or workshop on the basis of direct election of representatives, without going through the established trade unions and their leaderships. The role of the workers' councils during the strike was to establish control of production. But as permanent bodies their role, according to Gramsci, was to carry out the transfer of the trade union struggle from the strictly corporate and reformist field to the terrain of revolutionary struggle. Their role would certainly include purely technical and industrial tasks, such as the struggle for wage demands, but it lay above all in the political preparation of the masses, including their military preparation. The political role of the workers' councils dominated the economic. Organized communists were to work within these extra-party rank-and-file bodies as organizers and as the most conscious elements. 29 Bordiga, as might have been expected, thought that Gramsci's perspective belonged with the syndicalist and neo-syndicalist myths. 30 He saw the problem as an alternative, take the factory or take power. This was how he posed it in Il Soviet on February 22, 1920, exploiting Gramsci's relative neglect at this time of the question of the state. Bordiga's series of articles in Il Soviet in January-February 1920, for the formation of workers' councils in Italy, developed the idea that it was first necessary to conquer and break the state, in order then to build workers' councils in the factories. Bordiga denounced the error of thinking that the proletariat can emancipate itself through economic gains, while capitalism continues to hold political power by means of the state. Bordiga saw the councils as organizations of the union type, equating Gramsci's position with that of revolutionary syndicalism, and thus passed over the problem to which the workers' councils attempted to give a reply. I could continue on this topic, but I will simply note that, through a correct Leninist conception of the necessity of the party, Gramsci seems to have understood the correct relationship between economic and political struggle, with the latter taking primacy in the actual organizational realization of the United Front. This was the problem the Third International could never pose in concrete terms, and this is the key to all the Comintern's about turns on the trade union question. Having defined the real problem, we can now examine it more closely. The question of trade unions in the Comintern is generally reduced to the question of its turns over the question of alliances. This is only a derivative aspect of the problem. In this respect, I would point out that the Comintern's general line, varying according to the different countries, was as follows. After the attempts to split the trade unions, trade union unity, with communists working in the social democratic trade unions, prevailed from 1921 to 1924. Before the Fifth Congress, there were attempts to create autonomous communist trade unions, especially in Germany, but after the Fifth Congress there was again trade union unity, the communists trying to organize tendencies or oppositions within the social democratic trade unions. From 1928 to 1934, the policy was to split the trade unions and to organize autonomous communist trade unions. In the period preparatory to and following the Seventh Congress, there was once more a policy of trade union reunification. The main problem, however, was the Comintern's conception of the relationship between the economic and the political struggles, the respective modes of organization for these struggles and the relationship between the organizations involved. And these problems come together precisely in the question of the United Front. Again I would advance the following proposition, that the relationship of economic and political struggle was not clarified by the Third International, despite the fact that Lenin made his position clear, especially in his articles in the trade union debate attacking the mistakes of Trotsky and Bukharin. With the progressive re-establishment of economism, connoting the abandonment of a mass line, despite all declarations, the principle of a basic separation between economic and political struggle was established. The problem of their relationship would from now be posed in the context of this basic separation. The question of the distinction between the trade union, the specific mass organization for economic struggle, and the party, the specific vanguard organization for political struggle, and of the relationship between them, was erroneously soldered onto this radical separation and onto the abandonment of the mass line. It was no accident that Lenin, who fought against this state of affairs, introduced the term mass party into the resolutions of the Third Comintern Congress. What were these errors? The primacy of politics was constantly affirmed, but based as this was on the radical separation of politics and economics, the only road advocated for realizing it was that of the direct subordination of the trade union, either the revolutionary trade union tendency or the communist union, to the party. Party members worked in their trade union section in the factory, the trade union and the party being the only organizational forms envisaged. The abandonment of a mass line here took the concrete form of the trade union, the mass organization, becoming the mass base of the party, the vanguard organization, the economic iname became the mass aspect of the political. 31. The trade union was therefore always seen American Samoa the place to organize the economic struggle, and the only place to organize the rank and file united front among the masses. It was not at all accidental, but by a perfectly coherent and logical path, that Bordiga came to accept the united front only in the economic, trade union field. These factors, taken together, led to the following alternate or parallel results: either the communist trade union fraction, or communist union, carried out to the last the party's political line, which was no longer a mass line, and therefore failed both in its union role and in concretely articulating the economic and the political under the primacy of the latter, or it carried on the economic struggle, trying to articulate it to the political struggle only by outbidding the trade union leaderships, or social democratic unions, in their economic demands. We have seen what happened to the KPD's trade union opposition in such a case. All the common turns-about turns on the trade union question can be summed up as lurches in one or other of these directions, to which it was driven by its general political line. I would go still further, and state that the seeds of this situation are to be found as early as the resolutions of the Second and Third Congresses of the International, on the question of the trade unions and the United Front. The problem of workers' industrial councils or factory councils, bringing us back to Gramsci, was in fact well posed by the Second and Third Congresses. These two Congresses put the emphasis precisely on the need to create such councils as real mass organizations of the proletariat. 32. They stressed the necessity to distinguish between such councils and trade unions. Workers' industrial councils cannot replace the trade unions. They can only be organized in the course of action, and little by little create a general apparatus capable of directing the whole struggle. These councils were, par excellence, the specific forms of organization of the rank and file united front. They had to be elected directly by all the workers, independent of political or trade union affiliation. It is noteworthy too that the first three Congresses clearly distinguished these workers' councils from factory committees, Betriebsrat, which were legal and official, and had been established, particularly in Germany and Italy, after the war. At first sight, it seems that these Congresses saw the workers' councils as linked to some extent to a period of revolutionary offensive and imminent revolution, as nuclei of dual power. The Second Congress declared, the sharing of all the tasks of the working class between the workers' industrial councils and the trade unions is the result of the historical development of the revolution. But that was not the last word. The Third Congress, recognizing stabilization, put forward theses which conceived the councils as permanent forms of united front organization, while shifting the emphasis to the role of the trade unions. The key point, however, is the role assigned to the councils. For the International, their specific role was in the economic field. The Second Congress defined their role as basically inspired by the effort to achieve control of industry, as the particular historical task of the workers' industrial councils, i.e. to gain workers' control over the supply of raw materials to the factory, over its economic situation, its financial operations, etc. The turn made by the Third Congress in this respect is clearer still. With stabilization, the tasks of the workers' councils took the form of struggles against redundancies, against factory closures, for wage increases and improved working conditions. The political role, indeed the effective primacy of politics within the workers' councils stressed by Gramsci, was weakened. This primacy was of course affirmed in resolutions, but from now on there was a turn to the party-union solution, as I have mentioned. Given this turn, there are some grounds for wondering what the need for workers' councils could be. They no longer seem to have a specific role to play relative to the unions and the party. Moreover, confined to the economic field, the workers' councils seem to fragment the working class in a corporative way, undermining the gains made by the trade unions at the industrial and national levels. The First International Congress of Revolutionary Trade Unions held in Moscow in July 1921, was right about this when it said, to the extent that the workers' unions succeed against the trade union bureaucracy, the factory councils become the nuclei of the union in the factory. 33. The Comintern II dealt with the question at its Fifth Congress, 1924. Workers' councils entirely disappeared by a subtle substitution. They were now no more than factory committees, Betriebsrat, from which the International had previously been careful to distinguish them. 34. From now on all that counted with the Comintern was the work of the Communist Union fraction on the one hand, and the defunct factory committees on the other. This is a key problem, but I cannot pursue it here. I only want to draw attention to the problem which the workers' councils at least attempted to answer. V. Fascism and the working class. A. Fascist organizations and the working class. In broad outlines, the same developments are to be found in Italy as in Germany, as far as the relation of fascism to the working class is concerned. The difference was that the resistance of the Italian working class was stronger, and the origins of Italian fascism more syndicalist, and so the crushing of the working class took longer, and required a more devious and cautious strategy than in Germany. The corporatist integration of the working class into the fascist state was less successful than in Germany. The base of fascism in the Italian working class was similar to that of National Socialism in the German working class. In July 1922, the National Confederation of Corporations, the Fascist Union, had 700,000 members, but they were primarily press-ganged agricultural workers, white-collar workers, and members of the liberal professions. In March 1923, in the elections to the Fiat Commissions in Turin, the CGL had 72.6% of the votes and the Fascists 27.4%. But in the same elections a year later, in August 1924, the CGL vote increased to 85.8%, and the fascist vote fell to 14.2%. The Fascist Party had a lower percentage of workers in it than the NSDAP. Comparing statistics for the composition of the Fascist Party in 1921-35 and for the NSDAP in 1930-36, we find that 17% of the Fascist Party were workers, including seamen, compared with 28% of the NSDAP. In the following 2 years, the percentage increased much more for the NSDAP, to 32% in 1933, than for the Fascist Party. But comparing these figures with the percentage of the working class in the population of these countries as a whole, 24.3% in Italy in 1921, about 45% in Germany in 1930, the two cases are fairly similar. Two supplementary points should be considered here. The problem of unemployment was much less acute in Italy than in Germany, and this is also by way of an indirect reply to those who reduce the rise of fascism to economic crisis and unemployment. The statistics for Italy at the beginning of 1921 show 500,000 unemployed, a figure which dropped to 380,000 by the end of 1922. Even if the figures are lower than they really should be, they were clearly in no way comparable to the German figures. On the other hand, the problem of elements déclassés by the war was more acute than in Germany in the immediate post-war period. There were about 160,000 déclassés reserve officers and NCOs, who were attacked by the left parties and the masses in their revived anti-interventionist fervor. Gramsci was to say that one of the basic errors of the left-wing parties had been their attitude towards these veterans, who joined the Fascist Party en masse. B. The condition of the working class under fascism, the CGL and the fascist trade unionists. What happened to the condition of the Italian industrial workers under fascism? The Italian economy, weaker than the German, was less adept at withstanding either the 1929 crisis or the war economy in particular. But until about 1935, the situation was not so very different. First of all, unemployment was reduced, at least for a long period. The number of unemployed fell to 125,000 in 1925. During these years, the increase in the economic exploitation of the industrial workers was mainly relative to the rise in profits. As for the development of average real wages, the figures for earnings as a whole and not just industrial wages, taking into account the cost of living, and with a base of 100 for 1913, are 127 in 1921 and 123 in 1922, conjuncture of high wages, 116 in 1923 and 113.6 in 1924, rising again to 121 in 1928. After a fall in 1930, there was a gradual rise to about 125 in 1934, then a gradual fall. And a sharp plunge with the war economy. 37 excluding non-productive employees, whose salaries either fell while average earnings remained stable, or fell much further than the average, and excluding the figures for agricultural workers, whose wages were forced down by about 50% during the rise of fascism, it emerges that from 1922 to about 1935, the real wages of industrial workers, despite fluctuations, remained as a whole fairly stable, without however reaching their 1921 level. In the fall in average earnings in the following period, industrial workers' wages also suffered, though the fall in the salaries of non-productive employees accounted for the greater part. Lastly, because of the fascist policy of stratifying wages, it was the basic rates of industrial workers which fell first and most severely. 38 other forms of exploitation such as speed up should not be lost sight of, nor should other aspects of fascist policy which created different wage categories among the industrial workers themselves, with the sole aim of dividing the working class. In particular, fascist economic policy against unemployment, through public works, etc., was much less advanced than that of National Socialism. In the renewed struggle against unemployment after 1933, the difference between the industrial capacity of the two countries and the repercussions of the 1929 crisis in Italy made it easier to introduce the 40-hour week for certain categories of workers, without maintaining the same weekly wage, which reduced their earnings considerably. From another point of view, in response to the deteriorating condition of the Italian working class after 1934, Italian fascism did seem to grant some concessions in social legislation, which had previously been practically non-existent in Italy. Insurance was established for industrial accidents, illness, old age, childbirth, etc. 39. Fascist policy towards the working class gave a certain leeway to free trade unions, in particular the Social Democratic CGL, by contrast with its attitude towards working class parties. As early as 1921, Mussolini had declared that the CGL should not be confused with the parliamentary socialists. In 1923, he offered the Union deputies Baldassi and d'Aragona participation in the government. Until 1925, the CGL was tolerated at the top levels, while at the base the subordination of the local federations to administrative tutelage was intensified, property was confiscated, etc. The attack came in 1926, and faced with physical and legal repression, the CGL dissolved itself in 1927. The fascist trade unions, however, organized strikes in the metallurgical industry in 1924-5, from 1925 they called for their cherished corporatism, reminiscent of revolutionary syndicalism, and for workers' self-government. The trade unions ought, they said, to incorporate the employers and submit them to the technical control of the workers. The attempt failed. In 1926 the Rocco Law on Corporations laid down the principle of separate representation of employers and workers, within corporatist organizations operating only at the top national level. But although the plans of these trade unionists failed, the corporatist subjection of the working class to the employers and the fascist state was less strong here than in Germany. This state of affairs was confirmed a year later with the passing of the Labor Charter, 1927. The fascist trade unionists nonetheless went on agitating vigorously. The axe fell in 1928, Rossini and his team were disgraced, the fascist trade union confederation was dissolved into 13 industrial federations, and the fascist union machine was thoroughly purged. From then on, though agitation went on despite all this, Mussolini, helped by strong corporatist declarations, was able in 1934 to bring some high officials of the purged fascist unions into the employers' organizations, which were national semi-state bodies. Lastly, in 1943, after Mussolini's fall, there was an attempt to resurrect the corporatist dream in the Social Republic of Salo, in northern Italy. It is scarcely necessary to go into details of the other aspects of fascist policy towards the working class, and the role of fascist ideology. The general outlines are similar to those of National Socialism, although the working class side of this ideology was stronger in Italy. The demands of the left trade unionist wing of Italian fascism were themselves much more radical than those of the National Socialist left wing in Germany. Appendix: the USSR and the Comintern. An examination of the problem of the USSR's relation to the Comintern will allow us to justify the theses advanced in and up to Part 4. During the period after the Sixth Congress, 1928, a particularly close relation was established between Comintern policy and the USSR, although a relation had existed from the very foundation of the Comintern. Before 1928, however, this relation was more or less indirect and not an immediate one. The necessary link via which it was basically established was a general line characterized by economism, the lack of a mass line and the abandonment of proletarian internationalism. This was the line which progressively came to dominate both Bolshevik party policy within the USSR and the policies of most of the national communist parties. But even after the tie-up between Comintern policy and the USSR had become particularly close, this link of the same general line welding them together still kept its importance. By bearing this in mind, we can understand the effectiveness of the tie-up, despite the unevenness with which local parties applied Comintern directives, and despite the certain margin of autonomy which they kept. We can account for a whole series of contradictions and errors, in the real sense, in the Bolshevik Party's internal policy and in the USSR's world strategy. These contradictions and errors had repercussions on Comintern policy. We can articulate and understand the real significance of certain factors or events concerning the USSR which are generally thought to determine Comintern policy in themselves. By establishing the relation between the general line and the class struggle, we may hope to grasp what actually happened in the USSR and thus to locate the meaning and the role of these various factors in the ties uniting the Comintern to the USSR. Authors of the most diverse views have attempted to establish relations between a series of events. Their aim has generally been to establish without any precise periodization a direct, immediate, and sufficient tie-up between the USSR and the Comintern, from the very time, or almost, that the Comintern was established. But the factors they adduce are not sufficient in themselves to explain the tie between the USSR and the Comintern either before 1928 or even after that time. 1. The first factor which is often proposed is the internal factional struggle within the Bolshevik Party. In broad outline, the relation between the USSR and the Comintern is explained as follows: in the struggle against the left opposition, Stalin depended directly on the rightist elements in the USSR and the Comintern, the result being that the Comintern took a turn to the right. Then when he was engaged in a struggle against the right opposition in the USSR, exactly the opposite happened and the Comintern took a turn to the left too. The first objection to this is that the terms left and right in this context remain purely descriptive until we have determined the conjuncture of the class struggle in the USSR. Moreover, although it may happen that we can distinguish these turns by their effects, we must not forget that they are situated, though to varying degrees, on the terrain of the one general line in question. And furthermore, after 1928 these left/right differentiations seem to become indistinct, even at the purely phenomenal level. But if we retain this schema, the contradictions are flagrant, as much before 1928 as after. Whilst the struggle against the left opposition was at its height, the Comintern began its turn to the left with the Fifth Congress, 1924. Nor can the confused and ambiguous period which the Comintern went through between 1924 and 1928 be explained in this way, for at this level, the situation in the USSR seems clear, i.e. the struggle against the left opposition. Stalin's struggle against the right opposition seems on the surface to fit in better with the Comintern's 1928 turn, provided that the latter is considered as a real ultra-left turn, which in fact it was not. But for the period immediately preceding Dimitrov's right turn, the contradictions are flagrant. This period coincides exactly with the intense struggle in the USSR against the right opposition. Finally, although the great opposition figures had already been politically eliminated by the state, we now know that before he went on to eliminate physically the entire old cadre of the Bolshevik Party and the Red Army, Stalin was running up against extremely hostile internal opposition, e.g. Kirov, Ortjonikij, etc. This opposition evidently cannot be understood according to the classic left/right schema. 2. A second factor which is often claimed to be a sufficient and exhaustive determinant of the relation between the USSR and the Comintern is the USSR's foreign policy. It is true that this element played an important role in Comintern policy, but it was not a direct or immediate role until after 1928. The USSR's foreign policy took over Comintern policy through the necessary link of a single general line dominant, though of course not to the same degree, both in the USSR and in the foreign communist parties, i.e. economism, lack of a mass line and the progressive abandonment of internationalism. The obvious illustration of this is provided by the one great exception, and it occurred after 1928, namely China, where, because of the Chinese Communist Party's line under Mao, the link was broken and the tie-up never re-established, which as we know, was what saved the Chinese Revolution. 3. Moreover, even after 1928, the general political line remained important as the link in the relation between the USSR and the Comintern. A. It helped to decide the significance of the USSR's foreign policy, defense of the USSR, the only proletarian state, or policy of the USSR as a great power. B. It allows us to account for a series of contradictions, which take the form of errors in the strong sense, in that Comintern policy often seems to have gone against the USSR's interests, independent of the direction which its foreign policy might have taken. A very revealing but simple example of this is the following. The explanation often proposed for the social fascism line of 1928, especially with regard to Germany, is that German big capital favored a policy of collaboration with the USSR. This policy had been inaugurated by von Seenite in the Rapallo Treaty, a treaty which left its mark on the whole of Soviet foreign policy in Europe, while German social democracy was oriented towards an anti-Russian policy of open alliance with Anglo-French or even American imperialism. These facts in themselves are quite correct. With the 1928 turn, Stalin is then seen waging his main battle against European social democracy, and German social democracy in particular, and not against Hitler, who represented German big capital whose favors had been assured by the Rapallo Treaty. This, in broad outline, is one interpretation of the German-Soviet Pact. But as an explanation it ignores one essential fact. From 1925 and in particular in 1927, Stalin shows in a number of statements that he was perfectly aware of the fact that Hitler's victory in Germany would inevitably be accompanied by a war against the USSR. What then was the basis of the monumental error of considering that the social fascism line could effectively block the advance of Hitler? 4. 3. The third factor often claimed to be determinant of the relation between the USSR and the Comintern is the series of massive turns taken by the Bolshevik Party in its internal policy and the effects of these turns on the Comintern. This has been assumed to be of great importance. But it comes up against the same stumbling block as factor number 1, the essential task of getting behind appearances, locating the real turns and relating them to the class struggle in the USSR. Anyway, this factor, like the others, has no direct or immediate influence on Comintern policy before 1928. How could we use it to explain, at the height of the NEP period in the USSR, the Comintern's consecutive turns at the 4th, 1922-3, and 5th, 1924, Congresses and at the 5th Plenum, 1925? Here too, the general line is important as a link, even after 1928. A. By reference to it, We reach the real, precise explanation of these internal turns, by establishing their relation to the class struggle of which this line was the effect. Even after 1928, the left/right character of these turns was becoming blurred, just as is the case for the Comintern's turns. By means of it, certain apparent contradictions between the turns within the USSR and those in the Comintern become explicable. Thus, for example, many authors explain the Comintern's so-called ultra-left turn of 1928 by reducing it to the so-called ultra-left turn in the USSR under Stalin, with his policy of collectivization of the peasantry. When we relate them to the general line outlined above, we find that these very characterizations of ultra-left raise problems. But leaving this aside, what is of immediate importance to us is that the obvious contradiction between these two turns cannot be explained without also considering the general line. The political turn in the USSR itself, which was not confirmed until after 1929, was based on a thesis presupposed by the first Soviet five-year plan. According to this, the USSR was condemned to a lengthy period of isolation and would even be driven